I died saving the school Belle, and after her rebirth, she pursued me. Hangzhou, a bathhouse. Zhou Jie skillfully placed his Tom Ford leather bag on the marble counter at the front desk, then took out a diamond membership card and handed it to the female receptionist. Tonight, 19. Upon seeing Zhou Jie, the receptionist's face lit up with a smile. She respectfully took the diamond membership card with both hands. Diamond membership cards, a symbol of status and prestige, only available to clients who have spent over 1 million. Welcome back, Mr. Zhou. I'll have technician number 19 come down right away. The receptionist smiled and made a gesture to invite Zhou Jie to take a seat, then picked up the intercom and said, Mr. Zhou is back. Technician number 19 will be coming down to greet our diamond guest. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clacking down the stairs echoed. A tall, beautiful woman wearing a deep V white shirt and a black, tight-fitting skirt hurried toward him. Her expression was one of great excitement. As soon as she saw Zhou Jie, her eyes lit up, and she called out coquettishly from a distance. Mr. Zhou. It's been so long since you've asked for Qianqian. I've missed you. The tall woman walked up to him, wrapping one arm around his, her full, shapely body rubbing against him, her eyes filled with flirtation. Zhou Jie chuckled, pinching the woman's chin and leaning in. If you satisfy me tonight, I'll ask for you every day. Mr. Zhou, you can count on me. I'll make sure you're comfortable tonight. She held Zhou Jie's hand tighter, her body pressing even closer. Good. Zhou Jie gave her a playful pinch on her voluptuous rear, which made the woman let out a soft, playful protest. As a company CEO earning tens of millions a year, Zhou Jie hadn't been home in a long time. It wasn't that he didn't have a home, but the vast, empty house didn't he feel as comfortable as staying in the bathhouse. Here, he could enjoy royal treatment. The technicians would kneel before him and serve him as if he were a king, while he simply stood there, watching them work hard below him. He enjoyed it. Many of them had unfortunate family backgrounds, fathers who gambled, mothers who were ill, and brothers who were failures. Zhou Jie only wanted to rescue them from their misery. It was a good deed, and he would earn merit. Entering room 888, Zhou Jie had already changed into a bathrobe. With a cigarette between his fingers, he lay on the footbath bed, waiting for technician number 19's service. However, before the technician arrived, Zhou Jie suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented. Looks like I've been overworking lately, he thought, his last conscious thought before everything went black. Thud. The cigarette slipped from his hand, hitting the floor as he lost consciousness. Brother Jie, Brother Jie. A male voice sounded in Zhou Jie's ear, gradually becoming clearer as the buzzing faded. Zhou Jie slowly opened his eyes. A chubby man stood before him, looking anxious. Zhou Jie seemed to recognize him from somewhere but couldn't he quite recall who he was. The air was thick with the smell of alcohol and vomit. Where's technician number 19? I don't think I drank any alcohol. Zhou Jie muttered, still feeling disoriented. You didn't drink any alcohol, but you did drink a whole bottle of erguitu, the chubby man, relieved, said. Zhou Jie was confused, not understanding what the chubby man meant. He looked around, only to freeze in shock. The walls were covered with peeling grey paint, and there was a poster of Chen Chusheng on the wall. The phrase, XXX likes XXX, was scrawled nearby. It felt oddly familiar. The air smelled of fried potatoes. This definitely didn't look like a bathhouse. Suddenly, a beautiful figure in the doorway caught his eye. It was a stunningly beautiful girl. With fair skin, a delicate oval face, slender willow-like eyebrows, long lashes, and big, captivating eyes, she was absolutely mesmerizing. Her pointed nose and pink lips made Zhou Jie feel an irresistible urge to kiss her. Her pale neck and visible collarbone added to her allure. This girl wasn't just any beauty, she was the school belle from his high school days. What was her name again? Lin something. It had been over a decade, and Zhou Jie couldn't recall. Beside the school belle stood a guy who Zhou Jie couldn't help but feel looked a bit punchable. Zhou Jie, you're only embarrassing yourself. Do you really think drinking will make Lin Xiaoxia like you? Just look at yourself now, you're like a pile of mud. If it weren't for Wang Fatty begging us to come, we wouldn't even bother with you. The guy next to him was speaking with disdain as he looked at Zhou Jie, who was still lying on the chair. Wang Fatty? Wang Xiaobao? Wasn't he supposed to be in Syria fighting a war? Damn, these memories are coming back to me. Zhou Jie suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head as forgotten memories started to resurface. It hit him this was before the 2007 college entrance exams, just a few days before the third mock exam. He had confessed his feelings to the school Belle, Lin Xiaoxia, during a school assembly, in front of the whole school. After being rejected, he couldn't handle it and got drunk at a nearby fried potato shop. Looking back now, Zhou Jie didn't even know what he was thinking. How did he dare confess to her in front of everyone? It was brave, yes, but it was completely brainless. It was like standing in front of the whole school and pulling down your pants to poop. Ridiculous. Like most people, Zhou Jie was a typical high school student, decent grades but shy around girls. But he was also a boy with a special characteristic. He would blush around girls but could talk confidently with familiar male friends, discussing everything from astronomy to school bells, with no embarrassment at all. The guy who had been insulting him was none other than Yi Chen, the class monitor. Although he shared a name with the novel protagonist, Yi Chen wasn't anything special. Yi Chen's father ran a CNC machine tool business, and his family had some money. Every Friday afternoon, Yi Chen's dad would pick him up in a Bic worth over 200,000. Yi Chen would always wait by the door, hoping to invite the school Belle, Lin Xiaoxia, to ride with him. But every time, she turned him down. Whenever someone joked about riding in his car, Yi Chen would scoff and say, "You guys aren't worthy of my family's Bic." It was a huge humiliation for his classmates. Later, Zhou Jie heard that with his father's help, Yi Chen had found a stable job, but then he got involved in another stable job. He ended up in prison. In the past, Zhou Jie might have been intimidated by him. Yi Chen had better grades, was the class monitor, and came from a wealthy family. But now, Yi Chen was nothing in Zhou Jie's eyes. Zhou Jie stood up from the chair, rubbed his forehead to clear his thoughts, then looked down at Yi Chen with a mocking smile. "You, a little lapdog, have no right to criticize me. At least I had the courage to confess. And you?" Zhou Jie jabbed a finger into Yi Chen's chest. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Yi Chen was about to retort, but, seeing Lin Xiaoxia standing next to him, he swallowed the curse word to maintain his gentlemanly image in front of her. In the end, he only raised his voice slightly, asking, "What do you mean?" Zhou Jie was amused by Yi Chen's reaction. Lapdogs had no backbone when facing their goddess. "What do I mean?" Zhou Jie didn't answer directly. He simply smiled faintly, then turned to Lin Xiaoxia. Without warning, Zhou Jie leaned forward and kissed her soft lips. Then, he opened the door and strode out of the fried potato shop. The summer breeze blew through the door, ruffling Lin Xiaoxia's hair, her expression frozen in shock from the kiss. Yi Chen stood beside her with an expression as if he had eaten something foul. The first to react was Wang Fati, who shouted, "What the hell," and ran after Zhou Jie. Damn it! Zhou Jie just stole the school Belle's first kiss. Chapter 2, Meeting an Old Friend Again. I am now weathered by time. Dongcheng First Senior High School. The gleaming, golden stainless steel letters of the school's name shone brightly in the last rays of the setting sun. Tonight, there was a power outage at school, so students didn't have to attend evening self-study sessions, much to their delight. Those leaving the school gates wore expressions of ease and joy. Their steps were light and carefree, walking in groups of 3 or 5. Some discussed their homework, while others gossiped about fun campus stories. They were youthful and full of vitality. Students of this era didn't carry such heavy burdens. Once the day's studies were over, they had plenty of time to do what they wanted to do. This was a far cry from future generations, where students had endless assignments, unceasing tutoring sessions, and parents who accompanied them for supervision. Zhou Jie stood in front of a supermarket, gazing at the reflection of his youthful face in the glass. It seemed surreal, yet the person in the reflection felt strikingly real. It was as if he had truly been reborn, the sensation too real to be mistaken. But he hadn't planned on being reborn. He was already the CEO of a company, earning millions a year, enjoying the luxurious life of a nightclub owner, feasting on seafood and abalone. Why would he need to be reborn and endure hardship again? What kind of nonsense was this? Sighing in frustration, Zhou Jie felt the urge for a cigarette. He spent a yuan on a loose, jazzy cigarette and decided to step out onto the street to light it up and unwind. Just as he was pulling a lighter from his bag, he noticed a noodle shop nearby. Zhou Jie slapped his thigh excitedly. Since I'm reborn, that means my parents are still alive. At the thought of this, Zhou Jie quickly stood up and hurried towards the nearby bus stop. Sitting on a bench at the bus stop, Zhou Jie took out his lighter and lit the cigarette he had just bought. With a cheap 3-cent lighter and a 1 yuan Jiaozi cigarette, the smoke was a bit harsh on his throat, but Zhou Jie enjoyed every puff. Why? Because in 2007, his parents were still alive. He inhaled deeply, and the blue and white smoke dispersed in the air, filling it with a nostalgic smell. It seemed to slowly pull him back into this era. Jie, smoking is bad for your health. Wang Pangzi, who didn't he know when he had arrived, stood at the bus stop. At 1.7 meters tall and weighing 150 jin, Wang Pangzi had a loose, round physique, resembling a winter melon. He was unattractive, but his face, pale with a few scattered pimples, wasn't particularly appealing either. He sat next to Zhou Jie, watching him as he smoked. Zhou Jie wasn't surprised he'd often smoked secretly with him in the past. At that age, high school students were always curious about such things, thinking smoking made them cool and gave them a manly edge. Little did they know, smoking wasn't seen as attractive by girls, since their manly scent was far from pleasant. For some reason, though, Wang Pangzi couldn't help but find Zhou Jie's smoking stylish, natural, and even somehow handsome. Zhou Jie didn't care what Wang Pangzi thought. He didn't even bother turning his head, but took another drag, gazing into the distance as he said, I know I'm handsome, but stop staring at me like that. I'm not interested in men, especially not fat ones. Shit. Wang Pangzi punched Zhou Jie's shoulder but wasn't angry. His personality was as soft as his build, both his heart and body matched in size. After a moment, he continued asking, Jie, how dare you kiss the school beauty? This question was one Wang Pangzi couldn't figure out. Zhou Jie, who used to be timid around girls, suddenly became bold and kissed the school beauty before running away. Zhou Jie flicked the ash off his cigarette and smiled, I just wanted to make up for my youth. He had always dreamed of kissing Lin Xiaoshi's lips but never had the courage before. Now that he was reborn, what was stopping him? No cameras around. Wang Pangzi didn't quite understand what Zhou Jie meant, so he leaned closer and said, Jie, tell me what it feels like to kiss the school beauty. Zhou Jie turned his head and saw Wang Pangzi's expectant face, which was also tinged with a slight lewdness. It made him chuckle internally. He really wanted to laugh from the heart. Zhou Jie hadn't laughed like this in a long time, not since he started working. He had been caught up in work, and when he finally got home, he was still dealing with his boss's complaints via WeChat. Even after starting his own business and finding success, he was still overwhelmed with work, and only when visiting the foot massage parlor did he feel some relief. So, maybe being reborn wasn't so bad after all. His thoughts drifted. Zhou Jie suddenly felt younger in spirit. He looked up at the sky, then smacked his lips and said, kissing the school beauty. It's truly marvelous. He seemed to be savoring the memory. How marvelous. Wang Pangzi's eyes widened, and he eagerly asked, tell me more. Zhou Jie smiled slyly and began to describe, Lin Xiaoshi's lips were so soft and sweet, like cotton candy, tender and elastic. It felt like basking in the warmest spring sunshine, so comforting. And her fragrance, like a pure spring, was intoxicating. It was so charming, like the purest essence of the night sky, and I couldn't help but be enchanted. Wang Pangzi, after hearing this, looked slightly dazed, as though he were reliving that moment himself. It was as though he had kissed the school beauty's lips. Zhou Jie slowly lowered his head and quickly reached for Wang Pangzi's pants pocket. Shit! Wang Pangzi jumped up with a shout. Har har har! Zhou Jie slapped his legs and laughed heartily. Pangzi, you horny bastard! You actually reacted. Wang Pangzi's face turned red, and he angrily stormed off to the other side of the bus stop, like a little wife sulking. Half a minute later, he came scurrying back to Zhou Jie. Jie, how did you suddenly become so amazing? You actually kissed the school beauty. If we weren't from the same junior high, I'd think you've been possessed or something. Possessed? Wang Pangzi wasn't far off. Zhou Jie was indeed in a sense possessing himself. But as for Wang Pangzi's question, Zhou Jie couldn't explain, so he casually responded, I was drunk today. Wang Pangzi nodded instinctively, feeling Zhou Jie's explanation made sense. But looking at Zhou Jie now, he felt something was off. Zhou Jie noticed Wang Pangzi still seemed perplexed, so he decided to change the subject. Pangzi, when you start dating, you should definitely listen to your Jie's advice. Zhou Jie thought about Wang Pangzi, who, years later, ended up dating a bar girl. He was head over heels in love, but the bar girl wasn't exactly trustworthy. She drained his wallet and scammed his parents, and eventually, Wang Pangzi, left with nothing, went to Syria with some unreliable friend, and they never heard from him again. When Zhou Jie was busy with work, they lost touch, and it was only at a class reunion that he learned of Wang Pangzi's fate. This time, however, Zhou Jie wouldn't let him take the same path. Wang Pangzi, surprisingly, didn't argue. Instead, he nodded seriously, trusting Zhou Jie's words. In the past, Zhou Jie would have been ridiculed by Wang Pangzi for saying something like this. You can't even talk to girls without blushing. Why should I listen to you? But now, Wang Pangzi could sense that Zhou Jie was different. The confidence and composure in his words made him genuinely respect him. Soon, the bus Zhou Jie was waiting for arrived. The two of them went in different directions, each taking a different bus, but Wang Pangzi still sat on the bench. Zhou Jie stood up, didn't look back, and casually waved his school uniform in the air. See you tomorrow? He stepped toward the bus, his figure tall and straight in the evening glow. Wang Pangzi was a bit stunned. At that moment, he felt like the boy in front of him had untold stories. Chapter 3, Mom, you're so young and beautiful. When Zhou Jie saw Wang Pangzi again, he felt a special kind of emotion. It was like a dog that had been lost for a long time suddenly returning to its owner, except with the feeling of it's been so long, but it feels like the first time, familiar yet fresh. The metaphor might sound strange, but it truly captured the feeling. After getting off the bus, Zhou Jie continued walking along the path he remembered for about 100 meters. Eventually, a medium-sized advertisement sign came into view. Happy Noodles Shop. Turning a corner, he walked toward the alley. 10 meters away, by the side of the street, 5 tables were set up, with 5 or 6 customers sitting at them, each engrossed in their own activities. Some were eating noodles, while others were looking at their flip phones. By the red brick stove in front of the noodle shop, a middle-aged woman wearing a floral apron was swiftly mixing condiments. Zhou Jie felt his eyes suddenly become moist. His mother was still alive. Although his memory of her was familiar, after his rebirth, the awareness of her being in her 30s dominated his emotions. There was a mixture of excitement, anxiety, and confusion. He stood there for a moment, rubbed his eyes, took a deep breath, and walked forward. Mom. His voice trembled. This call, Mom, felt a little unnatural. He hadn't called her that since her death. You're back so early today. His mother, Tang Shuzhen, was in her 40s, with a slender build. Fine crow's feet had begun to appear at the corners of her eyes, and silver streaks glimmered in her usually updone hair. When she saw her son, her face lit up, and the smile spread across her face, her crow's feet gently relaxing like the petals of a lotus flower. Millimeter. Zhou Jie lowered his head and replied softly. Since Zhou Jie could remember, his mother had always run this noodle shop. Due to its remote location in the suburbs, there weren't many customers in the morning, so the shop only operated during 2 periods, lunch and dinner. During her free time, his mother would clean, cook, watch TV, and keep an eye on the shop. She rarely had time to go out. Seeing Zhou Jie standing at the door without moving, Tang Shuzhen was a bit puzzled. Did something happen at school? Though not well educated, Tang Shuzhen was emotionally intelligent and knew how to care for her child's feelings. She knew when to say what and how to approach her child in a way that made him feel understood. Although she sensed something was off with her son, now wasn't the right time to ask. She gently took his hand and pulled him inside. You must be hungry, right? The rice is ready, and the vegetables are in the steamer. Tang Shuzhen was very pleased with her son. He was handsome, about 5 feet 9 inches tall with a medium build, good at his studies, obedient, and gentle. Apart from being a bit introverted and not liking to talk, he was essentially flawless. He was the type of child that other people often referred to as someone else's child. Zhou Jie snapped back from his daze, trying his best to appear more natural. Mom. This time, the word mom came out more smoothly. He rubbed his stomach and looked at the noodles in the pot. I want to eat the noodles you made. Tang Shuzhen raised an eyebrow. Her son was being so polite today. Had something really happened? Just yesterday, he was saying he was tired of eating noodles, so why the sudden change? She placed her hand on his forehead. Are you feeling okay? Mom, I just really miss your noodles. Zhou Jie didn't move her hand away and let her continue stroking his forehead. Silly child. Tang Shuzhen smiled, grabbed some noodles from a nearby bag, and added them to the pot. Go sit down for a bit, it'll be ready soon. In no time, a bowl of beef noodles was placed in front of Zhou Jie. The familiar color, the familiar smell, and the beef was always just the right amount. Zhou Jie picked up his chopsticks and began eating hungrily. This bowl of noodles was the best thing he had ever tasted, better than any delicacy he'd ever had. For some reason, his nose suddenly felt a little sore. The familiar noodle shop, the busy mother, the taste of the noodles, it all felt like the immense gravitational pull of a black hole in the universe, trying to pull the 2024 Zhou Jie back into 2007. Unconsciously, the unease he had felt since his rebirth was slowly eased. As he ate, there was a moment when it felt like he had truly returned to his 17-year-old body. Eat slowly, no one's going to snatch it from you. Tang Shuzhen teased, seeing how quickly he was eating. Although she scolded him, her smile was gentle. Mom, your noodles are really delicious. Zhou Jie said between mouthfuls, even drinking the red oil soup until it was all gone. Seeing this, Tang Shuzhen realized her son was probably really hungry, and her worries eased a little. After finishing, Zhou Jie placed the bowl on the table, burped, looked around but didn't see his father, and asked, Mom, where's Dad? Your dad is working the night shift today, he'll be back later. Tang Shuzhen said as she began cleaning up the table. Old Zhu Guoping, worked for the railway maintenance department. His main job was to ensure the safety of railway tracks. His working hours were irregular, depending on the train schedule. Sometimes he worked the morning shift, sometimes the night shift. If it rained heavily, he would have to patrol, even at midnight, to check if rocks or debris had been washed onto the tracks. After hearing about his father's whereabouts, Zhou Jie wasn't sure what to do next, so he walked over to the sink, grabbed a nearby rag, and started washing the dishes. Tang Shuzhen saw her son's actions, a bit surprised but didn't stop him. Her son seemed more thoughtful today than usual. The shop was empty of customers, and after wiping down the table, Tang Shuzhen joined Zhou Jie at the sink, squatting beside him to wash the dishes. How was school today? This was Tang Shuzhen's first question, her tone warm and gentle. Same as usual. Zhou Jie knew his mom was trying to have a heart-to-heart with him. It was only later that he realized that whenever his mother wanted to talk to him, she would always approach him subtly, giving him encouragement, never directly prying into his private matters. Thinking back to the question she had asked when he came home, he continued, the school had a power outage today, so there was no evening study session. I came back early. Zhu Jie and Wang Pangzi were both day students, so they would go home every day. Feeling more pressure lately? Not really, with the college entrance exams coming up, I've been doing practice papers every day. Still the same thing, don't put too much pressure on yourself. That won't be good. If anything is bothering you, you should always talk to me. Mom, I know. Seeing his mother's smile, Zhou Jie couldn't help but smile too. It made him realize that he had never truly appreciated how wonderful it was to do housework with his mom. Tang Shuzhen noticed the smile on Zhou Jie's face, feeling relieved. Mom, you're so young and beautiful. Zhou Jie suddenly stopped washing and said. Huh. Tang Shuzhen didn't react right away, but after a moment, she chuckled and said, You little rascal, where did you learn that? Mom, you really are young and beautiful. Zhou Jie didn't hide his true feelings anymore. When he was younger, he had never been good at expressing himself. He had never told his parents things like, thank you or, I love you. Now, thinking back, sometimes, all parents needed was a simple compliment, and they would be happy all day. Someone once asked, do women really love a man for life? The answer is yes. From the moment you were born, a woman has already fallen for you. She silently gives without asking for anything in return, hoping only that you grow up well. That year, she was in her prime, and she was only in her 20s. Chapter 4, Their house is not big, but it is warm and cozy. The noodle shop house belongs to Zhou Jie's family. The downstairs floor is the noodle shop, and the upper floor is where the family lives. Although the house is not big, it is cozy. After helping his mother, Zhou Jie went upstairs to his bedroom. Enter. What caught my eye was a single bed with a neatly folded quilt on it. Next to it was a white desk with peeling paint. There were stickers of many anime characters on the surface of the desk: Sakuragi Hanamichi, Yagami Ayari, Kusanagi Kyo, Dragon Ball's Son Goku. The not-so-big bedroom carries too many memories of Jie Cho's growth. He looked here and flipped over there. The shallow spots on the bed are the secret marks of every young man. They witness the growth process of a young man and also quietly tell the story of adolescence. Zhou Jie smiled. Now he can face such things squarely. That's right. Suddenly I thought of something and took out a black, square electronic product from an iron box on the desk. MP3. This is an old item and is on the verge of being obsolete. In this era, there are only a handful of students in the class who have mobile phones, and most of them have flip phones like BBK or Nokia, which can crack walnuts. Most students only have one MP3 player, which they use to listen to music to relax, read novels, or memorize English words. Some students from poor families cannot even afford a 30 yuan MP3 player. You have to know the prices at that time. A bowl of noodles only cost 2 yuan, and it was difficult for a student without the support of his family to afford it. Zhou Jie bought this MP3 player through his own efforts. When he was in the second year of high school, he didn't go home at night and won it by playing cards in the dormitory with the students living on campus. Put on the headphones, turn on the MP3 player, and the familiar interface will appear on the small blue screen. As Long as You Love Me, Backstreet Boys. Backstreet Boys classic songs. At that time, the only way to download these songs was to go to an internet cafe and download them one by one. Jie Cho downloaded English songs, initially just wanting to improve his English performance by listening to songs, but later he gradually fell in love with this group. There are not only English songs, but also the popular Chinese songs of that time: Jie Cho's 8,000 Miles Away, J.J. Lin's Cow Cow, Invisible Wings, The Old Man and the Sea. Lying on the bed, listening to familiar songs, reminiscing about the past bit by bit, time passed quietly bit by bit, until Lao Ju opened the door. Dad, you're back. When he saw his father again, Zhou Jie no longer felt the anxiety he had just felt. Lao Ju is about 1.7 meters tall and still strong even at the age of over 40. Due to his work, his skin is relatively dark and he always has a flat head. He is an honest person and doesn't talk much. Lao Ju hummed, then took out a greasy paper bag from his arms. The meat pot cake you always wanted to eat. Guokue, a specialty of the capital, it is similar to the fried meat patties in some places, but the surface of the guokue is golden and crispy, in a spiral shape, and the meat is evenly distributed throughout the pancake. It is crispy and refreshing when you bite it, with a strong meaty aroma, and it is easy to digest. Zhou Jie remembered that he hadn't eaten guokue since he started college. Later, due to some reasons, he moved and never had the chance to come back. Thank you, Dad. Zhou Jie took the bag and took out the golden pot cake. He could smell the aroma of pork mixed with chopped green onions before he even ate it. Zhou Jie took a big bite and the dough on the surface fell to the ground. The pork mixed with chopped green onions inside was steaming. Dad, it smells so good. Zhou Jie said vaguely, intending to break it in half for Lao Ju to taste, but was stopped by Lao Ju. I've already eaten. Lao Ju smiled, revealing his white teeth. Zhou Jie seemed to remember something, so he said, then I'll let my mother try it. Just as I was about to go downstairs, I was stopped by Lao Ju's words. Your mother already gave it to her. Zhou Jie then remembered that although his father didn't talk much, he was very careful in doing things. Looking back on when I started my own business in later life, my father was always silently caring for me from behind. When I have back pain after sitting in front of the computer for a long time, I will see a box of back pain patches on my bedside the next day. When I am too busy to eat, I can always see my father at the door of the company. There were countless such incidents. Later, because I was too busy with work, I didn't take much care of my father. Every time I went home, I came in a hurry and left in a hurry again. He was still busy with his work until his father passed away. You need to spend more time with your parents in this life. Zhou Jie made a secret decision in his heart. After my father came back, the family sat together and had dinner. After dinner, Zhou Jie suggested that the family go out for a walk to relax, as his parents happen to be free today. He plans to have a good talk with his parents in this way, and also spend more time with his parents and cherish the time the family spends together. Otherwise, when you get to college, you will have less time. When Tang Shuzhen heard Zhou Jie's proposal, she immediately agreed. She hadn't gone out for a walk for a long time, and her son was a little different today, so she planned to talk to her son about her true feelings. Lao Ju had no objection, as long as Tang Shuzhen agreed. The nights in the capital city in May are cool. The trees along the moat are lush and green, and the leaves sway in the wind, making rustling sounds. Zhou Jie and his family walked side by side on the tree-lined avenue. The wind brings the coolness and moisture of the river water, making people feel a burst of comfort. Zhou Jie, your class teacher suggested that you go to Jiangsu and Zhejiang University of Technology a few days ago. Have you thought about it? Tang Shuzhen suddenly asked. Zhou Jie's performance in English was seriously weak. He scored over 580 points in the first 2 mock exams. His class teacher only mentioned it briefly at the time and said that as long as he maintained this state, he would have no problem getting into Jiangsu Zhejiang University of Technology. Most students at that time were the same. They didn't know which university was good, so they basically followed the advice of their teachers. And Jie Chou did go to this school later. But now Zhou Jie has his own ideas. He plans to spend more time with his parents in this life. Mom, I changed my mind. In his previous life, Zhou Jie's company often received orders from abroad, so he spent several years studying English. Under the influence of the language environment, Zhou Jie's English level has improved greatly. Not only speaking, but also being able to write work plans in English. So this time, he already has a plan for his life. I want to study at Shudu University. After listening to this, Tang Shuzhen realized that her son already had his own opinions. She did not understand these things and would not force her son to change, but her inherent thoughts made her think that what the teacher said was more reliable. So he said, I'm glad you have your own opinions, but sometimes you can listen to the teacher's advice. Zhou Jie knew what his mother was thinking, smiled, then gently hugged his mother's shoulders from behind and said, Mom, you can trust your son from now on. Back home. It was only 10:10 when Zhou Jie finished washing up and he already felt sleepy. Thinking back to when he was working, he often worked overtime until the early morning, and even dreamed about working. The pressure was so great that Zhou Jie gradually suffered from neurasthenia and had trouble sleeping. However, this problem does not exist in this body at all. Without pressure, in a good mood and in good health, Zhou Jie soon fell into a deep sleep. I turned off the lights at night and slept soundly that night. My name is Zhou Jie and I am 17 years old. My life has just begun. Chapter 5, If you surpass the school beauty, she will accept you. The next morning, Jie Chou's biological clock rang exactly at 6 o'clock. He has made it a habit to get up at 7:30 in the morning for morning self-study. After work, Zhou Jie also gets up at about this time. He sometimes wonders if he got up so early when he was studying in order to adapt to the pace of work in the future. There was still a hint of tranquility in the room, but the world outside the window was gradually waking up. After Zhou Jie got up and washed up, he picked up a 5 yuan bill on the table and went out. Having 5 yuan of pocket money every day was considered pretty good at that time. A meat bun for breakfast was only 50 cents, and for steamed dumplings were 1 yuan. If you wanted to eat something bigger, a bowl of noodles and a bun would be enough. At that time, a bowl of noodles was quite large, enough to fill a growing high school student. Zhou Jie took the bus to the Mianzhou rice noodle shop outside the school, said goodbye to the boss, and found an empty table to sit down. Before I could even sit down, Fatty Wen came running over. Zhou Jie discovered that this guy had specially combed his hair into a 2:8 split today, and his hair was shiny and oily. Not to mention, he looked quite like the high-quality human male of later generations. Brother Jie, good morning. As soon as Fatty Wen sat down, he kept raising his eyebrows at Zhou Jie. Are you going to attend a blind date meeting today? Zhou Jie looked him over and was just short of putting on a suit. You don't understand this. Fatty Wen pointed at his hairstyle and said, Dude, this is called changing your self-image. Not bad, looks pretty greasy. Jie Chou commented truthfully. Oh my god, I styled my hair like Tony Leung Chiu. Why, how come it's greasy? Did you use too much hairspray? As Fatty Wen spoke, he took out a small mirror from his bag and adjusted his new hairstyle. Unlike Zhou Jie, Fatty Wang is the extrovert type who likes to chat in class. Fatty Wang has an advantage, which is his strong execution ability. Once he decides on something, he will do it immediately. Zhou Jie knew that his action of kissing the school beauty yesterday had produced a butterfly effect, and Fatty Wang was the first variable. Soon the rice noodles for both of them were served on the table, still with the familiar taste. Fatty Wang ate while mumbling, "You forcefully kissed Lin Xiaoxia yesterday, what are you going to do today?" "What to do?" Zhou Jie picked up the rice noodles in the bowl with chopsticks and said, "At worst, I can just take a loss and let her kiss me back." "Waji!" Fatty Wang immediately sat up straight and gave Zhou Jie a thumbs up. "Brother, I finally see that you are really awesome. Thank you. Thank you." At 7:29, the two of them walked into the classroom on time. Most of the students in the class have arrived, and the classroom is buzzing with the sound of reading. Some are reciting the text, some are memorizing words, and others are doing yesterday's homework. In short, the learning atmosphere is very strong. Zhou Jie's senior year 6 class is a science experimental class, and most of the students in this class are aiming for 211 universities. If we have to make a metaphor, the experimental class is like the inner disciples in a sect in the world of immortal cultivation. Above the experimental class there is also a gifted class. These people are the true disciples of the sect. They are either recommended or admitted to high-scoring majors in 985 universities. When Zhou Jie walked into the classroom, his classmates turned their eyes to him tacitly. There was complete silence for a moment. When he confessed his love to Lin Xiaoxia yesterday, it really surprised everyone. Zhou Jie didn't care about it at all and even greeted a few familiar classmates. What a joke! How can I, a corporate boss, be scared by dozens of high school students? When I passed by the school beauty Lin Xiaoxia, I saw that this girl was concentrating on doing her homework. Today, Lin Xiaoxia wore a pink hairpin on her head, and her waterfall-like black hair was tied back. Through Zhou Jie's sight, the silver earrings on her ears sparkled under the light, her earlobes were as clear as white jade, and under her fair neck she was still wearing the blue and white school uniform, which looked decent and natural. It's strange, why does the loose and ordinary school uniform look so good on the school beauties? Zhou Jie remembered that Lin Xiaoxia's family was quite wealthy and her father was the owner of a printing factory. She is beautiful and has a good family background, isn't he this a true white, rich and beautiful woman? As if feeling Zhou Jie's gaze, Lin Xiaoxia raised her head and looked at him with a cold look. Zhou Jie seized the opportunity to respond immediately and gave her a wink. Lin Xiaoxia's face turned red all the way to the back of her ears, and she continued to do her homework with her head down. How cute! Zhou Jie sat in his seat, but Fatty Wang next to him looked a little depressed. What's wrong? Zhou Jie asked. The fat man turned his head and touched his hair with his hand. This shouldn't be the case. Am I not handsome enough today? Why don't people turn their heads to look at me? Fatty Wang is actually not ugly, he is just fat, and he is very white. Zhou Jie vaguely remembers that when he went to the toilet before, his butt was as white as a woman's. You can't say no. Zhou Jie suddenly smiled mysteriously. He raised his eyebrows and pointed his index finger in a direction. Yes. Isn't there a beauty watching you over there? Fuck. That's Yi Chen. Fatty Wang glanced at Zhou Jie and continued, that guy is looking at you. Look at the look in his eyes. He's almost eating you up. Be careful, brother Jie, this guy is just an old pervert. The fat man also patted Zhou Jie on the shoulder earnestly to show his concern. Zhou Jie was not worried at all. All Yi Chen could do was to tell the teacher about it. As for risking one's life for a beauty, this kid doesn't have the courage to do that. He took out the English test paper he had done 2 days ago, and as expected, he could understand all of it. But when he saw the last English composition, Zhou Jie was so embarrassed that he could have deducted a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. This elementary school student's composition was written by me? Then I took out the papers of other subjects. Just as I had imagined, I could still understand most of the questions on them. It seems that what Fatty Wang said about being possessed by another body is really true. After the morning self-study, Zhou Jie was called to the office by the head teacher as expected. The class teacher, Liu Fengqin, is in her 40s. She always wears a black suit and a pair of thick-heeled leather shoes. She has a serious expression and sharp eyes. Behind her 400-degree glasses, she always gives people a sense of oppression. This is the image she presents to her students. In Liu Fengqin's words, if I don't act serious, you will be furious. In fact, Liu Fengqin is quite easygoing and not conservative in private. Zhou Jie, what happened yesterday? Where did you go this afternoon? I heard that you did something excessive to Lin Xiaoxia. Liu Fengqin's tone was somewhat serious. Zhou Jie felt a little embarrassed as he had to pay for his impulsiveness right after being reborn. As for the fact that Liu Fengqin knew that he was close to Lin Xiaoxia, needless to say, everyone knew that it was that little bastard Yi Chen who told the secret. Seeing his expression, Liu Fengqin thought that she had spoken too harshly and hurt his self-esteem, so she slowed down her tone and said, "You are at the age of just beginning to fall in love, I understand, but you should also be sensible. This is the final sprint before the college entrance examination. You should put your romantic feelings aside and find a way to improve your score. You know Lin Xiaoxia's grades. She always scores above 620 in every exam. If you can improve your grades, even surpass hers, I think she will definitely accept you if you confess to her after graduation." Zhou Jie knew that the head teacher was trying to trick him, and this trick was actually quite effective for high school students at that time. Only with a goal can you have motivation. Zhou Jie sighed with emotion, and then said, "Old classmate, don't worry, I will definitely turn love into motivation and catch up with Lin Xiaoxia." Liu Fengqin was suddenly stunned. Why did she feel that Zhou Jie in front of her was a little strange? And why does this sound a bit weird? However, seeing Zhou Jie's sincere attitude, Liu Fengqin did not think too much about it and just thought that what happened yesterday had a huge impact on the child. Even though he skipped classes yesterday and confessed his feelings in front of all the teachers and students in the school, as the college entrance examination is approaching, in order not to affect the students' mentality, the school only gave Zhou Jie a verbal education. Then the head teacher gave him a few more instructions, saying that the third mock exam would be coming soon, and it would be a province-wide joint exam, so he should study hard. Chapter 6, Reborn to do something I didn't dare to do before. After returning to the classroom, Fatty still asked Zhou Jie if he was okay. Zhou Jie told him about Yi Chen's betrayal. The fat man, as usual, slammed the table and complained that Yi Chen was an old bastard. He also scolded Yi Chen for being like a dog's skin plaster all day long. He would definitely be wherever Lin Xiaoxia was. Zhou Jie just smiled. Yi Chen had no effect on his mentality at all. The days approaching the college entrance examination are always boring and tedious. Doing questions, and more fucking doing questions. Finally, the second class is over. Inspiring music sounded in the empty playground. Whenever their athlete's march sounds, students will subconsciously stretch themselves or take out a mirror from the drawer and start fiddling with their hair. Some show-offs would even go to the toilet to get some water to make their hairstyle look more handsome, and then go downstairs with their desk mate or good friends. Boys usually put their hands in their pockets to act cool, or put one hand on their classmate's shoulder. Girls hold each other's arms or hold hands. Jay Cho still doesn't understand why it is normal for girls to hold hands, but boys holding hands are considered gay. There are also some male students who like to act smart in front of girls, and always think that some of their confusing behaviors are really cool. For example, in winter, some students pretend to be cool by wearing only a sweatshirt. When asked if they were cold, they would straighten up and shiver and say, "No." In fact, girls will not think you are handsome just because you wear less and are resistant to cold. On the contrary, they will think you are a stupid person. After arriving at the playground, the students stood in order according to their classes. When the 8th set of radio gymnastics sounded, everyone began to move to the rhythm of the music. At that time, you must not do it too standardly. As long as your movements are a little bigger, it will attract the attention of other students. It just feels really awkward. Some classmates will even give you nicknames: fuck God, fuck Emperor, Sissy, Pretentious King, etc. After his rebirth, Zhou Jie just followed the crowd, but occasionally his memory would remind him to pay attention and take a peek at Lin Xiaoxia, who was standing on the left. This is how it is for high school students. When they are at that age when they first begin to fall in love, if they like a girl, they will subconsciously pay more attention to her. If I don't see the girl I like today, I will feel lost. If the girl you like looks at you today, you will feel happy all day. I will also have an illusion in my mind: does she like me too? Jay Cho now doesn't he just watch secretly like he did before? It's also a fair watch. Zhou Jie stared at Lin Xiaoxia for a while, until she felt uncomfortable even doing exercises with her, and then he withdrew his gaze. Brother Jie, you are so sexy. The fat man next to him winked at Zhou Jie. Jie Chou didn't feel any sense of accomplishment from this. After his rebirth, he no longer had the excitement of adolescence, but instead had a feeling of emotion after seeing the school beauty again after many years. But Lin Xiaoxia's figure is indeed good. She is about 1.7 meters tall, well-proportioned, with straight legs and well-developed body. For high school students of this age, it is extremely lethal and is the object of many young men's dreams and fantasies at night. The physical exercises ended quickly, the school leaders talked about some discipline issues at the podium, and then the students began to disperse. Some went to the toilet in groups, some went to the canteen to buy snacks, and some returned to the classroom to wait for class. Fatty Wang and Zhou Jie came out of the store. Fatty Wang was holding a hot dog in his hand, while Zhou Jie was craving for a cigarette, so he went to the store to buy one. During this period, the school canteen would sell cigarettes to students, and everyone turned a blind eye. Sometimes, even if I met a teacher, I would just get a few words of lecture at most. When the two walked to the stairs, they heard Lin Xiaoxia and Yi Chen arguing upstairs. For some unknown reason, Lin Xiaoxia did not walk with her deskmate Xu Qianqian today. Yi Chen, please don't mention this in front of me. It's very impolite. Lin Xiaoxia's voice was cold and she seemed a little angry. I just feel bad for you. That guy kissed you yesterday. He's just a beast. I told you not to mention this in front of me. Lin Xiaoxia's voice became colder and colder. Also, you don't have to worry about my affairs. It has nothing to do with you. Please get out of the way. I'm going upstairs. Xiaoxia, I'm just worried about you. Yi Chen held the stair railing with one hand, blocking the aisle, with an affectionate look on his face. Don't call me Xiaoxia. Tap tap tap. At this time, Zhou Jie and Fatty Wang came up from the stairs. The two people above turned around at the same time, and the moment they saw Zhou Jie, the expressions on their faces were different. Yi Chen felt like he wanted to skin Zhou Jie alive, and his teeth were almost broken. Lin Xiaoxia just glanced at Zhou Jie indifferently, with a cold expression on her face. What a coincidence! Zhou Jie walked up to Lin Xiaoxia, stretched out his hand and greeted her. Lin Xiaoxia ignored him and glared at Yi Chen above with righteous indignation. Like a goldfish. Zhou Jie sighed in his heart, then turned his head and his face changed, and said to Yi Chen, "Get out of the way." Fatty Wang, who was eating a hot dog in the back, said unhappily, "A good dog doesn't block the road." Fatty Wang has been annoyed with this guy for a long time. Yesterday he just told Lin Xiaoxia that Zhou Jie was drunk and asked the school beauty to go over to take a look, but he didn't expect this guy to follow him. Seeing the two people coming up, Yi Chen seemed to be angry. He rarely gave way, but looked at Zhou Jie angrily and said, "Zhou Jie, I now order you to apologize to Lin Xiaoxia immediately." He had never been afraid of Zhou Jie before, even though Zhou Jie was taller and stronger than him, but deep down in his mind, Zhou Jie was just an honest and shy person. As I said, that was in the past. Now Jie Chou won't spoil him. Seeing that this guy would not move away, Zhou Jie said coldly, "Order me." "Who the hell do you think you are? Get out of here right now." He didn't have the patience to act like a middle school student with this kid. Class would start soon and he wouldn't have time to go to the toilet to smoke. As he said that, he pushed away Yi Chen's hand that was blocking in front of him, perhaps with a little too much force. Yi Chen felt pain and looked surprised. Zhou Jie seemed different today. Zhou Jie went straight upstairs. The fat man was a little confused why Zhou Jie didn't bring Lin Xiaoxia with him? But without thinking too much, I followed him. Lin Xiaoxia was standing at the back, also planning to use this opportunity to go upstairs, but was blocked by Yi Chen again. "Yi Chen, get out of the way." Lin Xiaoxia was already angry, and now she just felt that Yi Chen was extremely annoying. "That guy kissed you, don't you care at all?" Yi Chen suddenly raised his voice with a questioning tone, seeming to vent his dissatisfaction with Zhou Jie on Lin Xiaoxia. "Who are you to me? What does it have to do with you?" Lin Xiaoxia was almost crying with anger. She used to think Yi Chen was quite gentle and a good student, but now she just thinks that this person is completely unreasonable and his true nature has been exposed. Why? Zhou Jie sighed, took a few steps, and then turned back. After Zhou Jie knew that Yi Chen had kissed Lin Xiaoxia, He was very dissatisfied with him, but he didn't dare to do anything to him in school. So she directed her criticism at Lin Xiaoxia, questioning her why she remained indifferent when someone kissed her. This is actually a very stupid behavior. Lin Xiaoxia has a gentle personality to begin with. Zhou Jie forcefully kissed her, and she just wanted as few people as possible to know about this. Yi Chen kept questioning her. What was the difference between this and exposing someone else's scars? You have sown the seeds, and you have to bear the consequences yourself. He didn't like Yi Chen in the first place, and this guy even reported him today. He felt a little uncomfortable with this petty-minded guy. Just heard a loud bang. Zhou Jie grabbed Yi Chen's school uniform, pulled him against the wall, and approached him slowly from above and said, "Why are you so annoying? Others have told you that it has nothing to do with you, but you still stick to it like a dog's skin plaster, totally not caring about other people's feelings." Yi Chen was pulled aside by this sudden force. He was unable to recover for a while. He only felt the pain of his body hitting the wall and his arms were numb. Lin Xiaoxia was also shocked by Zhou Jie's behavior. She didn't expect that Zhou Jie, who had always been honest and shy and would blush when talking to girls, would become so violent today. Cough cough cough. Yi Chen came to his senses and was a little bit unbelieving when he saw Zhou Jie. But he still said unconvincedly, "Kill me if you dare. You are just stronger. You are always the last one in the class." Admittedly, Zhou Jie's grades in the experimental class were only at the bottom, not as good as Yi Chen's. Hearing this, Zhou Jie became a little interested. He also wanted to see what kind of expression Yi Chen would have when he was surpassed by him. After Rebirth, I once again felt the boredom of study life. It's time to have some fun. He let go of Yi Chen and said, "Since you don't seem convinced, I'll give you a chance. Let's take the third mock test this time and see who gets a higher score. If my score is higher than yours, then you should stop harassing Lin Xiaoxia like a dog's skin plaster in the future. If my score is lower than yours, then I promise not to take care of your affairs." In fact, such behavior is quite childish, but Jie Chou, who was reborn, quite enjoyed it. Now that I'm reborn, of course I have to do things that I didn't dare to do before. Chapter 7, My Dick is Under Me. Well, that's what you said. Yi Chen seemed to have heard a huge joke. In his opinion, Zhou Jie was simply overestimating his own abilities and making trouble for himself. Results cannot be improved in a short period of time, it is a process that accumulates over time. Certainly. Yi Chen is not a fool either. Zhou Jie must have his own confidence to propose this competition. However, Yi Chen, who had studied for more than 10 years, was a little confused and didn't know where Zhou Jie's confidence came from. If you want to surpass yourself in a short time, the only way is to cheat. Thinking of this, Yi Chen seemed to have some clues. So he said again, "This bet seems a little too easy. If you lose, you have to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times sincerely. What do you think?" Hearing Yi Chen say this, the fat man who had been standing next to him stood up and pointed at Yi Chen, staring at him and said, "Yi Chen, don't go too far." Har har, fatty wang, it was Zhou Jie who brought it up first. I just added a small condition. If you're afraid of losing, just admit defeat. Yi Chen held his chest high and raised his head, looking as if he was sure of victory. Okay, it's settled then. Now that the bet was established, Jie Chou didn't want to waste any more time. Then go straight upstairs to the bathroom. At this time, Lin Xiaoxia next to him was looking at Zhou Jie's back in shock. She had never expected that Zhou Jie would make such a stupid challenge for her. This is not as simple as drinking water, but a real comparison of personal strength. But when she saw Zhou Jie's confident eyes, she fell into confusion again. It was a look that showed extreme confidence in himself. Deep, it seems that everything is under one's control. In her impression, Jie Chou has always been that shy, introverted and unknown person who is not good at expressing himself. It seems that since yesterday, the Jie Chou in front of me has started to become different. The third class was Chinese. The Chinese teacher was called Wang Deben, who was in his 40s. He was humorous and witty in class. Most importantly, he never stayed late and everyone liked him very much. Lao Wang stood on the podium, spread the book on the table, waved the paper fan in his hand and said, "Everyone, look at the third to last question on the test paper. It is a must-test question. It was not tested in the first 2 years, but it will definitely be tested this year. 15 points are placed here. Take it or not. The relaxing and hypnotic Chinese class ended quickly. Everyone was lazy and many students even fell asleep on their desks. Zhou Jie stretched and moved his limbs. Turning around, he saw Fatty Wang next to him looking at him. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't talk, let me think. The fat man touched his chin, his facial features almost squeezed together, and looked at Zhou Jie with a scrutinizing look, as if he wanted to find something from his face. Zhou Jie saw that he looked a bit wretched, and said unhappily, Shenjin, if you have something to fart, do it now. The fat man changed his posture, holding his chin with his hand, and asked with a puzzled expression, Brother Jie, why have you changed so much in the past 2 days? Confessing your love to the school beauty can change your personality. The difference between Zhou Jie before and after his rebirth is indeed huge. Not only him, but even his classmates have noticed it. However, even if Fatty Wang racked his brains, he could not have imagined that Zhou Jie was reborn. After all, this matter is too unbelievable. Although Fatty Wang asked, Zhou Jie didn't intend to give him too much explanation, so he said, Fatty, you have sensitive skin, right? I just didn't like to express it before. What is that? No. The fat man immediately retorted, you've changed too quickly, haven't you? What? Bro, I'm adaptable, right? Okay, I can't argue with you. Fatty Wang shook his head helplessly, then thought of something and continued, so, who got the higher score in the 3 mock tests between you and that bitch Yi Chen today? What were you thinking? What do you think? Zhou Jie turned his head and asked. Let's play. Play. The fat man sat up straight and glared at Zhou Jie, don't you know that you have to kowtow to that bitch if you lose? You knew I would lose. Zhou Jie asked back. No, you don't know your own grades, right? In which exam did Yi Chen not score higher than you? All right. Zhou Jie didn't want to dwell on this question, so he said, don't worry, he will lose this time. The fat man moved his mouth, wanting to say something, and then just sighed. Stubborn. Zhou Jie didn't bother to pay attention to him. He took out a test paper and started looking at the questions on it. I can't see through you anymore. After a few minutes the fat man spoke again. He thought yesterday that Zhou Jie was drunk and that was why he suddenly became bolder. But from his observations this morning, he found that Zhou Jie's personality was completely different from before, as if he had become a different person. Zhou Jie thought to himself, now that I can be seen through by you, a high school student, what is the point of my rebirth? Seeing Fatty Wang's puzzled expression, I knew that this guy was going to get to the bottom of things today. I made up a random excuse and said, actually, I haven't changed. Zhou Jie put down the test paper and looked serious. I didn't show myself before because I didn't think it was necessary, but now that I'm about to graduate, I think it's time to show my true strength. When Fatty Wang heard Zhou Jie's words, he subconsciously widened his eyes, and the confusion in his eyes turned into surprise. After half a minute, he said, you mean, you were pretending before? Fatty Wang looked like he had heard a shocking secret, and his mouth could fit an 8-centimeter thick sausage. Wow, I just realized it now. The fat man suddenly stood up, you, Zhou Jie, are the real old pervert. You put me in there. I admit defeat to you, you are even more patient than Go Jian. As Fatty Wang was about to kneel down, but halfway through he was held up by a hand. Zhou Jie looked at him with a smile, brother, I don't like men kneeling to me. After all, I am the boss and you are the second one below me. Fatty Wang quickly realized that Zhou Jie was taking advantage of him. Hold. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while, and the fat man did not ask Zhou Jie and Yi Chen about the results of the 3rd model test. Maybe he already had the answer in his heart. 11:55. As the last bell rang, the morning classes came to an end. When they heard the bell for the end of get out of class, most of the students rushed to the cafeteria like zombies in the apocalypse. A small number of students either rested in the classroom or teamed up with classmates to eat outside the school. At that time, the food in most canteens was rather unpalatable, and many of the hygiene conditions did not meet the standards. However, as a key high school in the city, Jiqing No. 1 Middle School has always done very well in this regard. Not only does the food in the cafeteria taste good, but even the teachers in the school eat in the cafeteria. This was rare in that era and even in later generations. Very rare. The school's daily standard is 2 meat dishes, one vegetable dish and one soup, and a meal costs $2.50. Zhou Jie once saw the canteen owner looking for wild vegetables in the mud behind the playground. I guess that's how their vegetables for the soup came from. In order to take into account the diversity of students' family conditions, the cafeteria also has a window for serving stir-fried dishes. Some students who want to eat something richer can go to the small window to eat freshly cooked dishes. Jay Cho and Fatty both eat from a big pot in the cafeteria at noon. There were a lot of students going to the cafeteria to get food, and it was very noisy. The two of them waited in line for a long time before they found a seat in a corner to sit down and eat. Stephen Chow's The New Fist of Fury was playing on the TV in the middle of the cafeteria, and the students watched it with relish while eating. When seeing the funny parts, some students laughed so hard that they kept clapping their hands on the table, and some even laughed so hard that they spat out rice, which sprayed onto the faces of the students opposite them, who were stunned for a moment. The students around them burst into laughter again. The years blow through their wind of May, the cicadas outside are chirping incessantly, the trees are lush with branches and leaves, and this class's high school life will come to a perfect end in this hot summer. It is both an end and a beginning. Chapter 8 takes you to the secret base. After lunch, there is a 2-hour break. Zhou Jie suggested going out for a walk, and Fatty was able to accept this arrangement. In the past, after lunch, Zhou Jie would go straight back to the classroom, either to take a nap or to review his homework. Rarely go out to socialize. When Zhou Jie thinks about that time now, he really wants to slap himself twice. Why should we only bury ourselves in studying during our youthful and beautiful high school life? Of course, you have to combine work and rest. Being in a tense study state for a long time is actually not a good thing. It is not only inefficient but also affects one's mentality. When Zhou Jie was in high school, although he worked very hard, his efficiency was not very high. On the contrary, some of his classmates who went out to play from time to time had better grades than him. For example, Fatty Wang. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is as fat as a winter melon and calls Zhou Jie brother, he is actually a smart guy. His total score in every exam is above 600 points, and the most important thing is that this guy has always been nonchalant about studying. When it's time to play, play when it's time to study. In Jay Cho's impression, he doesn't seem to be that hardworking. Later, Jay Cho realized that hard work is really nothing compared to talent. The two walked out of the school gate. The fat guy seemed to be in a particularly good mood today. He was all smiles and talked a lot along their way. Brother, I'll take you to see the secret base today. Fatty Wang put one hand on Zhou Jie's back. Due to his height, he could only keep his hand hanging like this, which looked a bit strenuous, but it did not affect his happy mood at all. Fatty had told him about this secret base more than once before. At that time, Zhou Jie was devoted to reading books of sages. Fatty called him many times, but he never went. Now that he is reborn, Jay Cho wants to take a look at an industry that only exists in this special era. Okay, I'll hang out with you today. Seeing that Zhou Jie agreed, the fat man became obviously more excited. After taking Zhou Jie across a street, they walked into a small alley, then continued walking forward for a few dozen meters, turned a corner and arrived at the door of a resident's house. The door was ajar. The fat man squatted down and took out a thin wooden stick from the crack, then reached into the crack and gently lifted it up. With a clang, a wooden stick fell to the ground behind the door. After pushing the door open and the two of them went in, the fat man closed the door again, then put the wooden stick on the ground back behind the door frame, and walked in with Zhou Jie. Behind the door is a yard of more than 10 square meters. At an iron gate inside the yard, two boys who look like students are smoking. When the fat man saw the two of them, he greeted them enthusiastically. Old Yao, are there any machines available today? Quite a few people have already arrived. There are still a few left. One of the boys with long hair pointed inside and said, "Thank you." The fat man took Zhou Jie to open the iron door at the back. In a relatively clean room, there were more than a dozen desktop computers with milky white shells and complicated network cables behind them. Those sitting in front of the computers are students from nearby schools and some idle people in society. At this time, the room was filled with the sound of keyboards and shouting. Snap! 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 People playing Audition look very focused, and when they reach the last node, they press the space bar on the keyboard with all their strength. Whenever he sees such players, the Black Internet Cafe owner feels heartbroken. Li Erlingzi, hit it a little more gently. Do you really think the space bar is your wife? Why are you hitting it with all your might? After hearing the boss's scolding, these players will temporarily restrain themselves. But in less than a minute, they started to move on with all their might again. Before Dungeon Fighter came out, games like Crossfire, Fantasy Westward Journey, Demigods and Semi-Devils, and Zhou Jie were all very popular. This is also the era when illegal internet cafes are prevalent. In the urban village near the school, a self-built house, a dozen old computers, and intricate electrical wires can form a black internet cafe. At that time, the owners of illegal internet cafes all used telephone lines to dial up to the internet. The disadvantage was that the internet speed was slow and there were lags. It often took a minute or even several minutes to load a map. Its advantage is that it is cheap and its main customers are students from the surrounding areas. Later, due to potential safety issues, these illegal internet cafes were cracked down by the police and gradually became history. Zhou Jie followed the fat man here just to see what this sunset industry was like. When seeing the dirty and messy environment, Jie Cho lost all interest. In fact, this is normal. As a person who has seen high-end configurations in the future, these desktop computers in front of me really cannot arouse my interest. Zhou Jie also saw a student playing Audition. The screen occasionally did not respond, but the student was still able to match every node. It's magical. Lao Liu, turn on 2 machines for me. The fat man walked up to a young man and handed him $2. Just turn on one, I don't want to play. Zhou Jie quickly stopped him. Then let's open one. The fat man took back $1 and didn't force it. After receiving the money, the boss wrote a line on a notebook, Unit 51234. The fat man sat down and excitedly opened Demigods and Semi-Devils, logged into his account, hit a lag, entered the role, hit a lag, and it was all done in one go. Zhou Jie had never played this game before, so he went outside, lit a cigarette, and squatted by the wall to smoke. New here. A man wearing sandals came up to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie looked up at the man. He was not a student, but more like a gangster, a little thin, with a buzz cut. Zhou Jie blew out a smoke ring and just said, Have a cigarette, the man said again. No. Zhou Jie didn't want to pay attention to him and glanced away. Generally, these social scoundrels will just go away if you ignore them. But this person seemed to see Zhou Jie alone and didn't dare to look him in the eye. He thought Zhou Jie was easy to bully, so he took the initiative to step forward and take out the cigarettes from his school uniform pocket. What the hell are you doing? Zhou Jie stood up and looked down at the man in front of him. Seeing that Zhou Jie was tall and strong, the man subconsciously took a step back, then waved to a shamat squatting in the corner behind him. This guy is new here, he has cigarettes on him, and he's a spoiled brat. The guy who came over from behind walked in a very arrogant manner. He had seen everything that Zhou Jie did just now. Having the same idea as his companions, Zhou Jie glanced away because he was afraid of them. When he came in front of Zhou Jie, he spoke arrogantly, Do you know who I am? If you don't want to get beaten, just give me the cigarettes. Zhou Jie was amused by the 2 silly guys in front of him. He never thought that he would encounter such a thing when he came here for the first time today. If it were in the past, Zhou Jie would have admitted his mistake without hesitation, and then obediently handed the cigarette to the other party, and might even have shouted cowardly, Brother, don't hit me. But things are different now. Can a company boss in his 30s still be bullied by 2 little punks? Moreover, he was a member of the Sonder Club when he was in college and received professional skills and practical training. Facing 2 weaklings like these, I'm not afraid at all. Seeing Zhou Jie standing there motionless, Shamat frowned and was about to slap Zhou Jie in the face out of habit. At this moment, Fatty Wang ran out of the house at some point and stood in front of Shamat. Zhou Jie then realized that there were already a dozen students gathered around watching the fun. Brother Long, what are you doing? If you have something to say, please talk to me nicely. How did my brother offend you? Fatty Wang had a fawning look on his face and was all smiles. Fatty Wang, get out of here. You have nothing to do here. The shamat pushed Fatty Wang aside, came up to Zhou Jie, pointed at his nose, and said viciously, You better take out the cigarettes for me. Everyone in this area knows how powerful Li Qianlong, Hey, Brother Long, I thought it was something else, isn't it just cigarettes? I happen to have $5 here, take it. As he spoke, Fatty Wang stepped forward, took out a 5 yuan bill from his trouser pocket and was about to hand it to Li Qianlong sitting opposite him. Li Qianlong was of course happy to see the money, and a smile that said, "You are thank you boy," appeared on his face. He reached out to take the 5 yuan note. Bang! A strong hand snatched the 5 yuan note back, and Zhou Jie grabbed Fatty Wang's school uniform and pulled him back to his side. "Fatty, stand behind me." After handing $5 to Fatty Wang, Zhou Jie moved his wrist and his temperament changed immediately. Fatty Wang was shocked. Zhou Jie was in a different state now than he was this morning. A determined look, without fear, just like a martial arts master in a novel. "You're looking for death." Li Qianlong saw that the $5 he had earned was taken back by Zhou Jie just like that. He felt like he was being played a trick on himself. He had already made up his mind that he must teach this student a lesson today. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, otherwise how can he survive in this area in the future? Saying. Another slap came over, this time with full force. Zhou Jie took a puff of his cigarette, took a step back lightly, and then quickly grabbed Li Qianlong's arm with his left hand. With a snap, Zhou Jie's right hand slapped Li Qianlong's face at an extremely fast speed, sparks flew, and 5 finger marks appeared on his face in an instant. The guy with a crew cut next to him was a little confused. Why was it his brother who was being beaten? As soon as I turned my head, I saw a big hand appear in front of me. Zhou Jie slapped the man with the crew cut again. Both of them were a little confused by this sudden change. "Get your weapons." Li Qianlong was not stupid and made a decision immediately. "But you've already said it, how could Jie Chou let them succeed?" Just as the 2 men were about to grab the wooden stick by the wall, they were kicked to the ground by Zhou Jie, and the 2 men who fell to the ground were slapped twice in the face. "You like smoking, right?" The 2 of them covered their faces as if they had seen a ghost. Zhou Jie's fighting power was too strong, and the 2 were completely unable to resist him. This kind of thug usually bullies the weak and fears the strong, but he also did not rule out the possibility of some greenhorns. Zhou Jie waved to the fat man, "Fatty, let's go." The fat man recovered from his shock and ran out the door quickly. Chapter 9. Hey! You're a fucking genius. After returning to the classroom, there were only a few girls in the class lying on the table to rest, while some were doing homework or reading books. The 2 returned to their seats, and Fatty Wang looked at Zhou Jie in disbelief. Zhou Jie took a sip of the water in the cup, then spit it out and said, "I know you have a lot of questions to ask, but don't ask them yet." Zhou Jie turned around and said with a smile, "I know you are anxious now, but don't be anxious." Hold! Fatty Wang shouted loudly, waking up several female classmates who were sleeping. "Wang Xiaobao, are you going to die? You're disturbing my nap. If you scream again, I'll castrate you." "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The fat guy apologized repeatedly, saying that he had actually offended several tigresses in the class. After calming down his depressed mood, he said, "Do you know that you've caused trouble? Li Qianlong and the guy with the buzz cut are just hooligans from the neighborhood. Why did you mess with them? People like them will kill you if they are pushed too far." Zhou Jie nodded. What the fat man said made sense. During this period, boarding students would occasionally get into group fights in the dormitories, not to mention the gangsters from outside. These idle people who have just entered the society are lazy and like to eat, and generally do things without any sense of propriety. However, Zhou Jie is not afraid. Not to mention that these 2 people are not his opponents, even if these 2 people have backgrounds and call many people to block him. This is even simpler. You can either squeeze in with the boarding students in your class and not go home at night, or you can climb over the wall behind the school. It's not that he's a coward, he just doesn't want to confront these people head on. There's no need for that. However, what we are afraid of is that this kind of person may stab you in the back. If you are not paying attention, they may stab you from behind. This is indeed a hidden danger. Seeing Zhou Jie not saying anything, the fat man thought that Zhou Jie also realized the seriousness of the problem, so he comforted him. "In fact, these 2 people are just scoundrels and have no background. You don't have to worry too much." "Well, you reminded me." Zhou Jie turned around, adjusted the fat man's collar and said, "Let's go somewhere this Sunday." "What?" Fatty Wang frowned and looked at Zhou Jie. It seemed like he didn't hear anything he said just now. "No, brother Jie, don't you care at all about what I just said?" "I care," Zhou Jie said seriously. If you care, why do you still look like you don't care? The fat man was even more confused and a little dizzy. In the past, he could occasionally control Jay Cho, but now, it seems that he is always being controlled by Jay Cho. So, I ask you to go to a place with me this Sunday to find help. Zhou Jie replied. Looking for help? The fat man was a little confused. Zhou Jie knows it very well. His parents are ordinary people. His mother runs a shop and his father is an employee of a unit. As for relatives, needless to say, he had heard from Zhou Jie before that not only did they borrow money from his family and never pay it back, but some relatives also had grudges against his family. Seeing the fat man's confused look, Zhou Jie decided to keep it a secret. After all, this matter would not be clear in a short time. Zhou Jie patted his shoulder and said, "Anyway, you just need to know that I have a solution, and speaking of which, these two people came to block me at the school gate alone, but I am not afraid of them. Even if they call a lot of helpers now, I have a plan to deal with them." Real? Of course. Zhou Jie said with certainty. The fat guy was very curious. He had known his deskmate since junior high school, and he really wanted to know what method Zhou Jie would use. Seeing the fat man's confusion, Zhou Jie explained, "The ancients once taught us that when facing an enemy stronger than you should never be afraid." The fat man nodded subconsciously to show his affirmation, and then said, "So, what is your method?" "Run." "What?" The fat man was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted and shouted loudly, "Fuck. Fatty Wang, keep your voice down. Where did I put my scissors? Sisters, I was wrong." The fat man clasped his hands together and kept apologizing. After comforting the female classmates around him, the fat guy gave Zhou Jie a look to express his dissatisfaction. But after thinking about it carefully, I found that what Zhou Jie said seemed to be correct. Silence for a minute. The fat man suddenly turned his head and said solemnly, "Brother Jie, tell me honestly, how many hidden skills do you have? Brother, why do I feel more and more that you are like a master coming down the mountain?" Even Fatty, an amateur, knew that the moves Zhou Jie used today were ones he had practiced. So he became more and more curious about how many secrets Jay Cho still had. Zhou Jie knew what Fatty was thinking. Fatty had suddenly become so outstanding that his brother began to feel a little uncomfortable. We had agreed to be mediocre together and be weaklings. Now that you've become stronger, what should I do? But Zhou Jie couldn't explain it to Fatty. How to explain it? He said that he had practiced Sonder in a college club in his previous life, but the Mengpo soup was diluted with water and he didn't forget it. I could only perfunctorily answer, "Actually, I just practiced a little bit according to a Sonder book when I got home." After saying this, Jay Cho immediately felt something was wrong, as if it would be more credible to say that Mengpo soup was mixed with water. As expected. The fat man narrowed his eyes into a line and looked at Zhou Jie with a sidelong glance. Just practicing casually? He didn't believe Zhou Jie's words at all. My buddy has been very talented in martial arts since he was young. Zhou Jie continued to talk nonsense. Cut. The fat man snorted coldly and curled his lips and said, "Then you are really a genius. The first class in the afternoon is mathematics class taught by our homeroom teacher Liu Fengqin." Before class, Liu Fengqin put the book on the table with a bang. The students below sat up straight, knowing that the teacher was going to talk about something important. Two things. Liu Fengqin speaks clearly and concisely. First, there may be heavy rain in the next 2 days, so please remember to bring an umbrella when you go out, especially day students. Unlike other teachers, the head teacher not only has to take care of student studies, but also has to care about some things in their lives. Of course, this only applies to more responsible class teachers. Although Liu Fengqin has always been serious in the eyes of her classmates, she is indeed a very responsible class teacher. The second thing. Liu Fengqin cleared her throat and said, "The third mock exam will be held on Friday and Saturday this week. This exam is different from the previous 2 exams. This time it is a province-wide joint exam. It is also the exam closest to the college entrance examination, so it is very important. So I hope everyone can take it seriously and give it their all. There are 3 mock exams before the college entrance examination. Generally speaking, the average scores of these 3 exams are basically not much different from the college entrance examination scores. However, there is an old tradition in Juqing No. 1 Middle School that the third unified examination can best reflect a candidate's true performance. because the closer the college entrance examination is, the greater the psychological pressure on the candidates. In such an environment, it is the best test of a candidate's psychological quality. Every year there are students who fail the college entrance examination. Their scores remain stable in mock exams, but when it comes to the college entrance examination, many students collapse under the intense pressure. Therefore, the approach of Zhucheng No. 1 Middle School is also very simple and crude, which is to put pressure on students from the first 3 simulations, so that candidates can adapt to the pressure and rhythm of the college entrance examination in advance. Okay, let's start the class. After the head teacher gave a vaccination, the students no longer had the relaxed look on their faces. They all buried their heads in their work with tense expressions. Unlike other students, Zhou Jie did not have any pressure from the college entrance examination. Not to mention that he had experienced the college entrance examination once, even his later experiences had brought his psychological quality to a terrifying peak. Zhou Jie looked at the math test paper in front of him, but he still didn't understand the parts he didn't understand. But, his cheat is not here, English is his advantage. Thinking of this, Zhou Jie is also looking forward to how high his total score will be this time. Chapter 10 I plan to go to Shudu University. The remaining 3 classes in the afternoon are mathematics, English and physical education. However, there are no physical education classes in the second semester of senior year, and classes are usually changed to self-study in the classroom. Zhou Jie took out an English test paper. There was no listening part on it. He just glanced at it and found that it was as simple as reading Chinese characters. Clearly and obviously. As long as I have no problems with other subjects, English can at least increase my score by 50 points. Zhou Jie thought to himself. For Jie Chou now, high school English is a bit too easy. It feels like asking a college student to fill in the blanks of words for an elementary school student. It's not difficult at all. What are you looking at? The fat man turned around and saw Zhou Jie staring at the English test paper in a daze, then he smiled and patted Zhou Jie on the shoulder and said, "It's useless to just read English. If you learn some of my methods in the next few days, I guarantee that your English will improve." The fat man stretched out his hand and wanted to say 5 points, then clenched it into a fist and said confidently, 10 points. At least 10 points. Zhou Jie supported his chin with one hand and looked at the fat man's expression with a squint. Suddenly, he felt that he was a little cute. "What's that look in your eyes?" The fat man said dissatisfiedly. "You don't believe me, your buddy." "I believe you," Zhou Jie said indifferently. "Then just follow my pace and I'll make sure you score higher in English this time than last time." The fat man is very confident in himself. But he does have the capital. The fat man's performance is just like his body, he is a quadrilateral warrior. He is good in every subject, but not outstanding either. He has a balanced development. Zhou Jie looked at the fat man and didn't want to attack him now. He just nodded and said one word. "Okay." The last class in the afternoon is over. As usual, most students go to the cafeteria to eat, day students who live close to home go home to eat, and some students go out to eat. The school is guarded quite strictly at night. In addition to the security guards, there are also teachers on duty at the door. Generally, day students have a day pass with their personal information printed on it, and they can leave the school after being checked by the security guard. However, there are many boarding students who want to go out and play, but because they don't have day passes, they can only try their luck at the gate. You can either follow the crowd and sneak out of the school, or you can meet a familiar teacher and say hello to him and get out. Of course, there are some students who are more outrageous and use other people's day student ID cards to pretend to be day students. When the guard at the door looked at the photo and asked if the ID card was not yours, what do you think the student said? He said, "The person above is me." "Guard, no matter how I look at it, it doesn't seem to be you." He said, "This is me, but my hair was longer at that time." Usually there are a lot of students at this time, and the security guard would just ask a few questions and then tell them not to go out and cause trouble, and then let them go. Zhou Jie and Fatty obviously don't have this kind of worry, as they are day students. I also plan to go out and eat Moutsai today. Brother Jie, what if we run into Li Qianlong and his 2 bastards? The fat man followed Zhou Jie, looking left and right, afraid of encountering those 2 hooligans. Zhou Jie put a hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, those 2 bastards won't dare to come." "Why?" The fat man didn't understand why Cho was so confident. Zhou Jie pointed to the school gate and said, "If they want to block me today, we will run into them when we come out. Besides, these two people are no match for me. If they want to stop me, they need to find a few more people. It takes time, so if we don't see them now, they probably won't come today." After hearing Zhou Jie's analysis, the fat man nodded subconsciously. Zhou Jie's analysis makes so damn sense. Fatty has begun to adapt to Zhou Jie's current way of speaking and thinking. Soon the two arrived at the Maozi shop outside. Maozi, it is a special delicacy in the southwest region. The selected meat or vegetables are put into a seasoning pot and cooked, and then the soup and seasoning are added and it is ready to eat. It is loved by many girls. The two found a seat and sat down, surrounded by girls. The fat guy got a new hairstyle today, and this bastard is now sitting in his seat pretending to be deep. He placed his chin on his hands, placed them on the table, and stared at a chopstick on the table. Boys in high school always like to pretend in front of girls. Zhou Jie just thought the fat man's look was a little funny, patted his arm, and said half-jokingly, "Fatty, Xu Qianqian is here." Xu Qianqian is Fatty's secret crush and also Lin Xiaoshe's desk mate. They used to have a division of labor. Zhou Jie pursued Lin Xiaoshe and Fatty pursued Xu Qianqian. "Fuck, Xu Qianqian is really here." The fat man raised his head and glanced at Zhou Jie with an uncertain look. He wanted to turn around to look, but he didn't dare to. Although the fat guy is usually outgoing, he didn't dare to say a word when he saw Xu Qianqian. "It's really here." Zhou Jie saw Xu Qianqian holding Lin Xiaoshe's arm, and the two walked in talking and laughing. The two looked around the door and saw that the seats around were full of people. Finally, they found that there were only 2 empty seats at Zhou Jie's table. After standing there for a while, Xu Qianqian said a few words in Lin Xiaoshe's ear and then pulled Lin Xiaoshe to sit over. Because Zhou Jie and the fat man were sitting with their backs to the door, when Lin Xiaoshe saw that it was Zhou Jie, her expression froze and she stopped. "What's wrong?" Xu Qianqian asked with some confusion. Then he followed Lin Xiaoshe's line of sight, turned around and saw Zhou Jie and Wang Pangzi, and immediately laughed. "Oh, it's you two. I just asked Lin Xiaoshe if I wanted to share the table with you guys." After saying that, he sat down next to Fatty Wang. "Sit down, Xiaoshe." Seeing that Lin Xiaoshe was standing still, Xu Qianqian pulled her. Lin Xiaoshe took a breath and finally sat down. After the two sat down, the atmosphere became lively. Xu Qianqian was talking and laughing the whole time, sometimes talking about where the food was delicious, and sometimes teasing her relatives' children for breaking her doll. At first the fat man was like a quail, trembling and motionless. But this fat guy is an extrovert. After a while, led by Xu Qianqian, the two gradually became friends, chattering non-stop. Xu Qianqian is a quirky girl. She is not tall, has shoulder-length hair, and a round face with some baby fat. She usually talks a lot and can always find many topics to talk about. In Zhou Jie's impression, he has never seen Xu Qianqian get angry. She is always cheerful with everyone and is quite naive. She is not a beauty like Lin Xiaoshe, who gives people a shocking feeling when they see her. Xu Qianqian is the kind of person who is very attractive and makes people like her more and more. If Lin Xiaoshe scored 9.5 points, then Xu Qianqian could at least score 8.5 points. The two were chatting animatedly, with only Cho and Lin Xiaoshe sitting nearby watching their performance. "You know what, Fatty and Xu Qianqian are actually quite a good match. Hey, since you're almost graduating, have you ever thought about which university to apply to?" Xu Qianqian suddenly asked. The fat guy who started the conversation was the first to say, "Xu Qianqian, which university are you going to attend?" The fat man seems casual, but he is actually trying to find out the details. "I plan to stay closer to home." Xu Qianqian said without hesitation, it would be best if she could go to Shudu University, so that she can continue to be with our Xiaoshe. "Hey, right, Xiaoshe." Xu Qianqian held Lin Xiaoshe's hand and leaned her head on her shoulder, being very intimate with her. Lin Xiaoshe smiled and nodded. She did plan to apply to Shudu University. She is a quiet and gentle girl who doesn't talk much. She is a similar type to the former Cho. Zhou Jie remembered that Lin Xiaoshe and Xu Qianqian both went to Shudu University, while the fat guy went to Shudu Jiatong University. "Hey, Shudu is so big, I guess there's no hope for me in this life." When the fat man heard Xu Qianqian say that she was going to Shudu University, he suddenly became half-wilted and even spoke in a weak voice. If you can't go to the same school as Xu Qianqian, you can apply to Jiedong University. We are in the same city anyway. Zhou Jie said at this time. School of Political Science and Law seems to be quite close to Shudu University. The fat man thought for a moment and said, Brother Jie, are you also planning to go to Jiedong University? Zhou Jie shook his head and said, I plan to go to Shudu University. Chapter 11. If you really pass the exam, I will agree to be your girlfriend. The three were stunned when they heard that Zhou Jie was going to Shudu University. They were all very clear about Zhou Jie's grades, and it was absolutely impossible for him to get into Shudu University. The fat man patted Zhou Jie's shoulder with concern and said, Brother Jie, it's always good to have ideas, but we also have to face reality. I believe you can surpass Yi Chen. After all, under my wise guidance, it will be no problem to improve by more than 10 points. But I think it is unrealistic for you to go to Shudu University. Zhou Jie didn't want to point out the fat guy's thoughts. This guy was just showing off in front of Xu Qianqian. But speaking of results, Yi Chen's grades were similar to Fatty's, and were generally around 600 points each time. This was why Zhou Jie dared to make a bet with him. Not every study committee member has good grades. There are always some people who use their family connections to try to stand out in the class. Zhou Jie, if I remember correctly, you scored over 580 in the second mock exam, right? It's almost impossible to get into Shudu University with this score. Xu Qianqian also said at this time. Lin Xiaoshi wanted to say something, but she moved her mouth but didn't say anything. This subtle movement did not escape Zhou Jie's eyes. Zhou Jie didn't know how to explain it to them, so he could only say calmly, actually, I'm quite confident in myself. Why? The fat man sighed. What is love in this world? It makes people commit to each other until life and death. The fat man sitting next to him said this leisurely. When the fat man said this, everyone present understood the meaning. I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Zhou Jie glared at him. Xu Qianqian hit the fat man's arm with her hand and scolded him for making dirty jokes. The fat man smiled foolishly, feeling happy in his heart. Everyone thought that Zhou Jie was admitted to Shudu University in order to pursue Lin Xiaoshi, but only he knew that it was not the case. Are you really planning to apply to Shudu University? Lin Xiaoshi suddenly asked. Well, I just decided it yesterday. Jie Chou answered. How sure are you? Lin Xiaoshi continued to ask. 100%. Zhou Jie said with certainty. If he remembered correctly, the college entrance examination in Sichuan province in 2007 was in difficult mode, and the admission score for double first-class universities like Shudu University was around 620 points. According to Zhou Jie's current grades, he only needs to improve by more than 20 points to be able to get in. Lin Xiaoshi looked at Zhou Jie deeply and found that his eyes were still full of confidence. But she didn't believe that Zhou Jie could be admitted to Shudu University. Reality told her that improving his score by several dozen points in a short period of time was a fantasy. Absolutely impossible. Unless it's cheating, but that's impossible. Let us not talk about whether you can take the college entrance examination in the same examination room as your classmates from your school. Even if they are lucky enough to meet someone like him, no student in a school would risk helping Zhou Jie. As for Jie Chou cheating himself, that's a cold joke. Lin Xiaoshi thought that there was only one possibility for everything Zhou Jie said now, and that was to attract her attention. Whether it was making a bet with Yi Chen or now saying that he wanted to take the entrance exam for Shudu University, it was all just to show off in front of him. Lin Xiaoshi sighed. She didn't like this kind of person, but she still said politely, I hope you can be yourself. When Zhou Jie heard Lin Xiaoshi say this, he knew that she didn't believe him. Yes, no one would believe in their own ambitions. So he didn't want to explain anything more. The results would naturally verify what he said. After they had finished their meal, Xu Qianqian suggested that they go out for a walk together. Lin Xiaoshi originally wanted to go back to the classroom to study, but was pulled back by Xu Qianqian and the fat man. There is an artificial lake a few hundred meters away from the school, and several people walked and stopped along the river. The weather in May is warm and pleasant, with flowers in full bloom and green trees in the shade. The breeze blows the drooping branches, as if gently caressing the surface of the lake, and the sunlight shines through the clouds onto the sparkling water, shining like crystal. I didn't expect the artificial lake here to be so beautiful. Lin Xiaoshi sat on a stone bench, the breeze blowing her hair, revealing her white neck. Zhou Jie sat quietly beside her, calmed down, looked at Lin Xiaoshi and said, "It's really beautiful." Lin Xiaoshi turned her head, was stunned for a moment, then moved her body to increase the distance between them. He looked a little panicked and whispered, "Where did they go?" Zhou Jie pointed to the right with his left hand and said, "They are on the stone bench next door." Just now he saw Fatty talking and laughing with Xu Qianqian in the back, and he didn't know when the two of them got together. Zhou Jie felt as relieved as an old father that his son had finally come to his senses. Lin Xiaoshi looked in the direction Zhou Jie's finger pointed, and only after seeing Xu Qianqian did she feel completely relieved. "You seem to be different from before." After a minute, Lin Xiaoshi spoke again. "How is it different?" Zhou Jie knew what Lin Xiaoshi meant and asked deliberately. "That is." Lin Xiaoshi thought for a moment and said, "You used to be quiet and introverted, but now you seem to be extroverted and talk more. In fact, I have always been like this, but you just didn't understand me before." Zhou Jie made up a story. "Yeah." Lin Xiaoshi glanced away, with a puzzled expression on her face. "You didn't seem to be as confident as you are now when you spoke before, right? You figured this out." Zhou Jie pretended to sigh, with a hint of melancholy on his face. "You are such a person." Lin Xiaoshi sighed. He wanted to say shameless, but he couldn't say it. Zhou Jie could also see that Lin Xiaoshi had no feelings for him and was only chatting with him here out of courtesy between classmates. "I had heard from my classmates before that Lin Xiaoshi had been without a mother since childhood, and her father was very busy at the printing factory and had very little time to spend with her." Looking at the school beauty next to him, Zhou Jie thought about her life trajectory. After graduating from university, Lin Xiaoshi went to the United States for further studies. Later, when she returned to China, she took over her father's job and became the general manager of the printing factory. Under her leadership, the scale of the company expanded and the business even expanded overseas. Jay Chou once met her at the Alliance Summit. At that time, Lin Xiaoshi had a strong aura, spoke forcefully, and did things in a vigorous and resolute manner, a real strong woman. It is hard to associate Lin Xiaoshi with her current cold and soft-spoken personality. The breeze blows. Lin Xiaoshi's beautiful long hair was blown a little messy. She raised her jade hand slightly and gently stroked the blown hair behind her ears. Zhou Jie looked a little dazed, but he quickly came to his senses and said, "Lin Xiaoshi, do you think it's impossible for me to be admitted to Shudu University?" Lin Xiaoshi turned her head. She didn't know why Zhou Jie asked this, but she nodded and said seriously, "Last year, the admission score of Shudu University was 626 points. Your scores in the first two mock exams seemed to be over 580. At this point, Lin Xiaoshi sighed and continued, "There are still more than 20 days until the college entrance examination. Do you think you can improve more than 40 points in such a short time?" It was the first time that Zhou Jie heard Lin Xiaoshi talk so much. Then he smiled and said, "What if I really pass the exam?" "Nothing will happen," Lin Xiaoshi said with certainty. "Are you so sure?" Zhou Jie asked. "I'm not trying to hit you." Lin Xiaoshi seemed a little annoyed. He felt that Zhou Jie had no self-awareness, so he raised the volume of his voice and said, "With your current grades, it's simply wishful thinking to expect to be admitted to Shudu University. What if I get admitted to Shudu University?" Zhou Jie sat up straight, turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaoshi and said. Lin Xiaoshi seemed to be angry. She suddenly stood up, her face slightly red, and said to Zhou Jie in a serious tone, "If you really pass the exam, I will agree to be your girlfriend." "Okay, don't regret it then. I, Lin Xiaoshi, always keep my word." It's settled then. Chapter 12, Call Me Daddy. In 2007, evening self-study was still relatively normal. Evening self-study starts at 7 p.m. and ends at 9 p.m. Some schools will advance the time for evening self-study for senior high school students, for example, to 6:30. Later, Zhou Jie saw a news report that said in some schools in Hershey City, students got up at 5:30 in the morning for morning reading, went to class at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and went to evening self-study at 6 o'clock in the evening, which lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening. There is only half an hour for lunch. He was very shocked when he saw the news. Under such study pressure, can students really learn well? This is completely treating students as a tool, a learning tool, which can no longer be described as involution. After all, studying is not just about learning knowledge from textbooks. If students are merely treated as learning tools and are required to read books mechanically, then such education is meaningless. There will be teachers in the classroom to supervise or give lectures during evening self-study. Zhou Jie sometimes listens carefully and feels the tense learning atmosphere. Occasionally, my thoughts drift to 2024 when I am still the company's president, and I think of the days when I was busy in the company, socializing and getting along with the foot massage ladies. At 9 o'clock in the evening self-study ends. As night fell, students walked in groups of 3 or 5 along the tree-lined avenue. The street lamps emitted a soft light, lengthening their shadows. The breeze blew, and the leaves rustled, as if accompanying their unbridled conversation. The students were full of expectations for the future and looking forward to their own dreams. The lights outside the campus were still bright, and street vendors were warmly greeting passing students. Hot and sour noodles, delicious hot and sour noodles. Classmate, are you hungry after the evening study? Come and have a bowl of hot and sour noodles, it's delicious and nutritious. Tofu pudding, tofu pudding, tofu pudding that can be salty or sweet. Potato pancakes. Delicious potato pancakes. Brother Jie, there's some tofu pudding. Let's eat some together before we go back. The fat man touched his round belly. He was hungry during the evening study session, and now he felt a little tired even walking. Zhou Jie also felt a little hungry. The two men walked towards the vendor selling tofu pudding. He hadn't eaten tofu pudding for a long time. It's good to try. Although there were some in later generations, they were all based on technology and hard work, and were not at all as authentic as the ones sold by today's street vendors. Would you like sweet or salty food, classmates? The middle-aged aunt greeted the two of them warmly. Auntie, give me 2 bowls, one each of salty and sweet. The fat man ordered 2 bowls at once. In the words of the fat guy, after eating a bowl of food, it's gone in a pea, and you'll still be hungry a little while later. Jay Cho only ordered a bowl of salty tofu pudding. Sweet ones are generally eaten by children, and they are sweetened by adding a little sugar. The essence of the dish is salty tofu pudding, which is made of soybeans, soy sauce, dried radish, chopped green onions, chili oil, and other seasonings. The taste is described in the capital dialect as so cool. You two students, please take a seat. It will be ready soon. When business came, the auntie smiled happily and quickly brought 3 bowls of tofu pudding to the two of them. The fat man was already hungry, so he picked up the sweet bowl and gulped it down in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Are you the reincarnation of a starving ghost? Zhou Jie had just mixed the seasoning evenly on the salty tofu pudding when he saw that the fat man had finished the bowl of tofu pudding. Hey hey! The fat man licked his lips and said, I'm hungry after evening self-study. This is just a snack. You must have starved to death in your previous life. I didn't eat a single bite, but you finished the whole bowl. Zhou Jie took a bite of tofu pudding and said as he did so. The fat man was not angry, and said happily. Because I starved to death in my last life, I want to eat everything back in this life. Be careful or you'll die of obesity in this life. Zhou Jie shook his head. Hey hey! While eating the salty tofu pudding, the fat man ate very slowly, and the two of them were chatting casually. How was your chat with Xu Qianqian today? Zhou Jie asked. The fat guy was very excited during the evening study today, and Zhou Jie naturally saw it. When the fat man heard Zhou Jie asking him, he chuckled and said, Brother Jie, you finally asked me. Zhou Jie was speechless. He felt that the fat guy was becoming more and more pretentious. Xu Qianqian said today that I look different. The fat man blushed for a rare moment, then continued, I said that my outfit today wouldn't go to waste. I didn't expect Xu Qianqian to have such good taste. So what's her attitude towards you? Zhou Jie asked. What attitude? The fat man thought for a moment before saying, I felt that I had a good chat with her today. I'm asking you how she treats you, not how you feel. Zhou Jie shook his head, as if the fat man still didn't understand. Oh, that's right. The fat man slapped his thigh and said, she said today that I am interesting in my speech. Zhou Jie nodded. This was good information. After all, interesting souls are rare. Although the fat guy looks okay, he is not good enough to impress a girl like Xu Qianqian. So he said. There's a saying that beautiful appearances are all alike, but interesting souls are rare. This saying is only used to comfort those who are ugly. Brother Jie, you said I'm ugly. The fat man pointed at his own face and said dissatisfiedly. I'm not talking about you. Zhou Jie continued, what I mean is that you should change your appearance, so that your chances of winning Shu Qianqian will be higher. But I look like this, how can I change it? At this time, most high school students do not have the concept of image management. For the sake of Fatty's lifelong event, Zhou Jie still explained. Shu Qianqian has been attracted by your speaking style. If you change your image, will it make her feel better? Yes. The fat man finally understood. What does it mean to change the impression? Doesn't my hair count? The fat man asked, pointing at his hair. Zhou Jie took a look at the fat man's slicked back hair, sighed and said, come with me to get your haircut tomorrow, and I'll teach you how to do it. Okay. My lifelong happiness is in your hands, brother Jie. Zhou Jie raised his head again and stared at the fat man and said, since I've been so concerned about your life, shouldn't you show some appreciation? How do you mean? The fat man was puzzled. For example, call me daddy. Hold. When Zhou Jie returned home, he saw his mother still busy washing dishes outside. He threw the clothes on the chair, picked up the broom next to him and started sweeping the garbage on the floor. Mother Tang Shuzhen saw this and felt very relieved, thinking that her son had grown up. After cleaning, Zhou Jie prepared to go to the bathroom to take a shower. As soon as he took off his shirt, his mother put a pair of underwear and some clean clothes in front of him and said, after you take a shower, there is a watermelon on the table that your father bought for lunch today. Zhou Jie turned around and saw the tray with sliced watermelon on the table, then turned back to look at the underwear in front of him. Only then did he remember that his underwear had always been washed by his mother at that time. I felt a little embarrassed for a moment, scratched my head and said, Mom, I will wash my own underwear from now on. Tang Shuzhen exclaimed, then smiled and said, my son has really grown up. He knows how to be shy in front of his mother now. But just study hard before the college entrance exam. Once you enter college, you won't have the chance to ask mom to wash you. It's so nice to have a mother who loves you. Zhou Jie didn't argue. He agreed, picked up his clothes, grabbed a piece of watermelon from the table and went into the bathroom. You kid, you're not disgusted by eating watermelon in the toilet. Behind him, Tang Shuzhen was scolding him, while Zhou Jie was just chuckling. He likes this kind of family atmosphere very much. He walked into the bathroom and quickly took off his clothes and pants. In the past, in most homes, toilets and bathrooms were integrated into one, and bathrooms and toilets were not separated like in later generations. After turning on the water heater and taking a quick shower, Zhou Jie came out wet and saw that Lao Ju had just returned home. Dad, you're back. Old Zhu still speaks concisely as always. Seeing that even Zhou Jie's hair was wet, he took out a towel from the bedroom and gave it to him, saying, there's a big temperature difference between morning and evening now, be careful not to catch a cold. Lao Ju always takes good care of his family. Okay, Dad. Zhou Jie took the towel and wiped the water stains on his body, then took a piece of watermelon from the table and gave it to Lao Ju. Jie Chou knows his father well. If there is not much food, he will not take the initiative to eat. Usually, he would wait until Jie Chou and his mother had finished eating, and then he would take the initiative to eat some if he saw there was some food left on the table. Although Lao Ju said no, he couldn't resist Jie Chou's eloquence. Dad, you always did this before. You gave all the food to me and Mom. I know you love us, but you should share it with us. That way, the watermelon will be the sweetest for us. When old Zhu heard his son speaking in this way, he was unable to react at first. How come this child is not introverted at all now? I couldn't help but look at Zhou Jie one more time. He still looked familiar, but there was a hint of depth in his eyes that wasn't supposed to be there at his age. After confirming that it was his son, Lao Ju took the watermelon and started eating it, thinking that his son must have grown up. Parents are always the ones who know their children best. Even if you were born again, they would still know it was you. Chapter 13, Haircut, Change of Image. The next day was just like usual. Zhou Jie went to the rice noodle shop with Fatty to have breakfast in the morning, and then they went to school together. The fat guy didn't style his hair today, but it looked like he still used a comb to simply tidy it up. The most important thing is that this guy actually took a Nokia 5500 color screen mobile phone. If Zhou Jie remembers correctly, this mobile phone was released in 2005, and a sports version was released the following year. This was bought for me by my dad. It cost 1,480 yuan. The fat man waved the phone in front of Zhou Jie. Fatty's family is still quite wealthy now. His parents are engaged in clothing wholesale in the market and are much richer than Zhou Jie's family. However, in 2010, a major change happened to his family, and his life became rather difficult thereafter. 1,480 yuan. Your father is willing to spend it. Zhou Jie took the Nokia phone and weighed it in his hand. It was quite heavy, worthy of being a magic tool for cracking walnuts. How is it? Isn't your new phone cool? Well, it's just so-so. Jay Cho said truthfully. For someone like him who had seen full-screen smartphones in the future, the phone in front of him was indeed not very convenient to use. I don't know how to appreciate it. The fat boy took the phone, blew on it lovingly, and then wiped it with his school uniform. Zhou Jie smiled and didn't take it seriously. In the morning classes, the students listened and reviewed very seriously. Everyone wanted to get a good score in this third mock exam. After Zhou Jie summarized the key points of each subject, he began to focus on studying the content of this part. Unlike his previous self, he now has his own way of learning. After school at noon, the two had lunch in the cafeteria and then went out to the barber shop. Zhou Jie took Fatty to a barber shop he had been to before. The owner was a man in his 30s. Zhou Jie had heard him say before that he had studied barbering in Shanghai for 5 years and now came back to start his own business. Whether it is true or not, men's haircuts are indeed much better than other places. Boss, give my brother a short front stab cut. Teacher Tony was stunned for a moment, not knowing what short and broken meant, but he understood the front stab. Then he took out a styling book from the shelf, flipped through a few pages, pointed at a styling book and said, "Is it this kind? It's about the same as this." Zhou Jie took a look and said, "But you have to cut the sides and the back short." The fat man also leaned over to take a look. "Brother Jie, does this hairstyle look good?" "Don't worry, it will definitely look better than your current hairstyle." During this period, there are roughly 3 popular hairstyles. The first type is a flat head, with the top flattened and the sides cut short, which makes the person look square and quite patriotic. The second type is messy hair, where the hair is cut in different lengths and is very thin, making it look messy. Jay Cho has never understood why some people like this hairstyle. It looks like dry grass growing crookedly on their heads. The third type is the current non-mainstream hairstyle, which is Tony's favorite because the process is complicated and it makes the most money. The fat man sat down with a nervous mood, and it didn't take long for his hairstyle to be completed. Fortunately, this teacher Tony is quite professional and is in line with Jay Cho's expectations. After finally applying hairspray, the fat man stood in front of the mirror and showed his white teeth. Although the face looks bigger, the whole person looks more energetic. Isn't it much better looking than your high-quality slicked back hair? Zhou Jie said, standing aside. It does look better. It can be seen that the fat man is very satisfied with his hairstyle. Okay, it's my turn. Zhou Jie sat down and said to teacher Tony, "Give me one like his." 10 minutes later. The fat man sitting on the sofa in the back, who was taking a selfie with his mobile phone, glanced at Zhou Jie. I was stunned for a moment. He put down his phone and rubbed his eyes. If Zhou Jie hadn't been wearing a school uniform, he would have thought he had mistaken him. Jay Cho's original hair was coarse and hard, and he kept it long. His hair was thick and wide, and it covered his forehead, giving people a feeling of decadence and being honest. But now, after cutting his hair and exposing his forehead, he looks very sunny overall, and Jay Cho's facial features are 3-dimensional, so he looks really handsome. The contrast now made the fat man feel like he had become a different person. Weiji, who are you, brother? The fat guy was stunned. Zhou Jie stood in front of the mirror, straightened his clothes and said, "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" Jay Cho is very satisfied with Tony's skills, which are much better than those of some so-called directors in famous stores in later generations. Sometimes it is harder to meet a good Tony teacher than to meet a suitable girlfriend. This shows that teacher Tony, who studied in Shanghai, does have some skills. The fat man walked to the mirror, stood side by side with Zhou Jie, looked at the two of them, and then complained. "Fuck, you look better than me even though we have the same hairstyle." "It's not a matter of hairstyle, but a matter of appearance," Zhou Jie said with a smile. I should have let my mom find a handsome dad earlier. Zhou Jie patted the fat man's shoulder helplessly. You are definitely your father's biological son. The two returned to the classroom. Unsurprisingly, the contrast between their appearance before and after amazed the entire audience and attracted a lot of attention. Some classmates who are close to them said that they looked really handsome today, and asked where they got their haircuts, and whether they planned to become prostitutes. This made the fat guy, a show-off, very happy. Such an evaluation is the best compliment for high school students at this time. The fat man held his head high and chest out, looking left and right, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. From time to time, he would glance at Xu Qianqian, and seeing that she was looking at him, the fat man almost thought of a name for the child. Don't laugh, this is something many high school students have fantasized about. When the girl they like is attracted to them, they can't help but think about many things about her. Hey, Xiaoshi. Xu Qianqian patted Lin Xiaoshi's arm and said, do you think Zhou Jie is actually quite handsome? If Fatty knew that Xu Qianqian was looking at Zhou Jie, he would probably cry. Lin Xiaoshi didn't even raise her head, just said that she didn't feel anything, and continued to do the questions. Just now, Zhou Jie and the others came in. When she heard the classmates calling out, she looked up, but she only glanced at Zhou Jie. Xu Qianqian didn't care and said again. He probably cut his hair for you. In fact, you can consider him after you graduate from high school. Don't miss out on such a good-looking boy. What benefit did Zhou Jie give you? Why are you speaking for him now? Lin Xiaoshi turned her head and said. Oops. Xu Qianqian smiled and said, I'm just saying that. After all, he likes you, and everyone in the school knows it. I don't want to think about that right now. After saying that, Lin Xiaoshi continued to concentrate on doing the questions. As for the bet with Zhou Jie, she was very confident that Zhou Jie would not be able to be admitted to Shudu University. Time flies. There are still 2 days before the third mock exam, and the students in the class are reviewing and studying very hard. Jie Chou also quickly adapted to the rhythm of returning to high school, and his life basically revolved around going to and from work every day. But when it is time to be lazy, you still have to be lazy. For example, look at the beauties in school, or go to the toilet to smoke or something. Time flies and it's Friday. At 8 o'clock in the morning, there was a tense atmosphere in the classroom. Their head teacher Liu Fengqin came to the classroom early in the morning, still wearing black leather high heels and a small suit. The eyes behind the glasses revealed determination and encouragement. One thing. Liu Fengqin adjusted the frame of her glasses, cleared her throat and said loudly. Students, the third mock exam is coming soon. I hope you will do your best. Although this is not the college entrance examination, it is better than the college entrance examination because the results of this exam are likely to be your college entrance examination results. The students below sat up straight with serious expressions. Liu Fengqin continued, I believe that the students in our class are the best. You have the ability to surpass yourselves. You must believe in yourself. Do you have the confidence? Liu Fengqin's encouragement was like a burning flame, igniting the fighting spirit in the students' hearts. Yes. 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 The students shouted loudly, and their determination became stronger. Okay, let's go. Liu Fengqin waved her hand, and the students began to take their pens and papers to their respective examination rooms. Chapter 14 The less he cared, the angrier he got. The examination venues of Juqing No. 1 Middle School are arranged according to the rankings of the previous examination. There are 16 examination rooms in total. The first and second examination rooms are basically filled with students from the gifted classes, with a few top students from the experimental classes also included. A small number of the students here are admitted through recommendation, and the rest are basically students who can enter 985 universities. But being admitted by recommendation does not mean that you will definitely be able to go to that university. Your college entrance examination scores must also meet the requirements. Zhou Jie remembered a senior from the previous class who slacked off after being admitted. In the end, he only scored over 500 points in the college entrance examination, and the school ultimately did not admit him. The third examination room was basically occupied by the top students in the experimental class. These students were the reserve team for 211 universities. Lin Xiaoshi and Xu Qianqian were in the third examination room. Fatty and Yi Chen were in the fourth examination room, while Zhou Jie was in the fifth examination room. Zhou Jie, remember our bet? In front of the fourth examination room, Yi Chen raised his fist at Zhou Jie and snorted coldly. Although Zhou Jie's performance was not as good as his, Yi Chen did not look down on Zhou Jie. On the contrary, he worked even harder these days and didn't even bother Lin Xiaoxia, all for the purpose of making Zhou Jie lose miserably. Don't worry, I won't lose. Zhou Jie waved his hand casually with an indifferent attitude, not taking the competition seriously at all. The more Zhou Jie acted like this, the more Yi Chen gritted his teeth, and an inexplicable anger rose in his heart. After all, this was related to the future of him and Lin Xiaoxia. Sometimes it's like this: when you take something seriously, the less caring others are, the angrier you get. High school students are just too young. They haven't experienced the hardships of society yet, so their mentality is easily affected. Zhou Jie looked at Yi Chen and shook his head. If nothing unexpected happened, Yi Chen might perform poorly in the Chinese test this morning. The bell rang, and the invigilator on the podium said a few words of precautions before the exam, and then distributed the test papers in his hand. Zhou Jie spread the test paper in his hand flat, and a faint smell of ink and the woody scent of A3 paper wafted to his face. Then he glanced at the questions on it, and had a basic understanding in his mind. This is a habit Zhou Jie developed after his successful entrepreneurship. Every time there is a document that needs to be signed, he will take a quick look at it. The two words, Zhou Jie, were written in the name column. The handwriting had not changed at all. It was still the same as in high school. It was not beautiful, but not ugly either. It was square and could be clearly seen at a glance. There is a reason why Chinese is put first. Compared with other subjects, this subject does not require students to do a lot of calculations, which allows students to adapt to the rhythm of the exam. The exam lasted a total of 150 minutes, and Zhou Jie finished the test in about 110 minutes. I have to say that I have become much faster at writing essays since my rebirth. With a lot of social experience and a better understanding of things, you will naturally have more ideas and understanding of articles. This is an experience that young high school students cannot have. Zhou Jie checked the test paper again, and at 11 o'clock in the morning, the bell rang to signal the end of the exam. Most of the students who had finished their work long ago simply picked up their paper and pen and walked out of the classroom. But there were always a few students who had not finished writing their compositions, with beads of sweat on their foreheads and their pens moving rapidly across the paper, as if they wished they could pierce the entire paper. However, as the stern voice of the invigilator sounded, these students reluctantly stopped what they were doing, then left the classroom dejectedly and reluctantly. Outside the classroom, some students were standing on the balcony, staring into the distance in a daze. Some were walking in groups to the playground below to wait for dinner, and a small number of students were answering multiple choice questions, or discussing whether the composition was off topic. In fact, there is really nothing much to discuss about Chinese. After all, Chinese is a relatively open subject. Apart from those few multiple choice questions, there are almost no standard answers. Zhou Jie walked out of the classroom and stretched. At this time, he happened to meet Yi Chen walking out of the fourth examination room with a gloomy face. The two looked at each other. Yi Chen snorted again, then turned and walked towards the stairs. Zhou Jie just thought that Yi Chen was a bit sick. What the hell? It was as if I had stolen his wife. Just as Yi Chen left, he saw Fatty One walking out from another door of the classroom. Har, brother Jie, let me tell you something. The fat man seemed to have encountered something happy and had a bright smile on his face. He walked quickly to Zhou Jie, gestured, and said with a smile, "Let me tell you, that old bastard Yi Chen didn't even finish his composition today. Har, I just came out and saw that he had only written 2/3 of it." "Yeah," Zhou Jie answered calmly. He might have guessed that Yi Chen had not performed well today, but he did not expect that he had not finished writing the composition. It has to be said that Yi Chen's psychological endurance is too poor. You didn't see Yi Chen's expression just now. He looked as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. The fat man became more and more excited as he spoke, and finally noticed that Zhou Jie looked calm, so he asked, "No, brother Jie, why aren't you happy at all? After all, if he fails the test, your chances of winning will be greater." To be honest, Zhou Jie didn't have much expectations for something whose outcome was already known. But he still smiled and said, "Before the exam today, I saw that Yi Chen had a gloomy complexion and his blood circulation was not smooth, so I knew he might fail the exam today." Fuck. The fat man shouted, Brother Jie, you can actually tell physiognomy. Could it be that the city master is really next to me? Physiognomy? And you're an urban expert. You've read too many novels, right? Zhou Jie glanced over and said, I really doubt that you can tell physiognomy. The fat man replied seriously, your changes in the past 2 days make me believe it. Zhou Jie touched his nose, as if his sudden change made the fat man really think that he was like the protagonist in Long Ouqian's novel, with all kinds of incredible abilities. But it's not the fat man's fault that he believed himself so easily. After all, his change was too sudden, which made people have to doubt him. In order to dispel the fat man's fantasy, Zhou Jie said, boys can't be too sensitive, otherwise they will leak out sooner or later. Also, you can't trust others easily, otherwise you will be deceived and sent to Syria without knowing it. Fuck. What's the point of thanking me? It's Syria. When the fat man heard Zhou Jie say that he was tricked into going to Syria, he spat and said, I'm not an idiot, how could I be tricked into going to Syria? Zhou Jie squinted at the fat man and thought, you better not be an idiot. Not wanting to talk too much about this topic, Zhou Jie patted the fat man on the shoulder and said, let's go to the playground below. I think I saw Xu Qianqian and the others go downstairs just now. Real. The fat man's eyes lit up, and he pushed Zhou Jie's back and said, what are you hesitating about? Get down quickly. Chapter 15 Lonely Lin Xiaoxia. The capital city is located in a basin, and the sunshine in May is relatively mild. After Zhou Jie and Fatty went down the stairs, they went straight to the playground. The playground of number 1 middle school is very large, with a standard football field in the middle. The brick red plastic track forms a sharp contrast with the grass green field. At this time of year, the playground is bustling with students, almost all of whom are senior high school students who have finished their exams. They walked together in the playground, discussing the content of today's exam. Some students sat on the benches on both sides of the track and chatted, waiting for lunchtime to come. Lin Xiaoxia and Xu Qianqian were strolling leisurely on the track. Lin Xiaoxia's smile was as bright as the sun, and it seemed that she had done very well in the Chinese test today. Xu Qianqian was listening gently, and occasionally interjecting a few words. The appearance of the two attracted the attention of the students around them. Especially Lin Xiaoxia's 1.7-meter tall figure. The adolescent girl has developed perfectly, is slender, has smooth and natural lines, and has smooth long hair and a delicate face. She has become a walking landscape on the playground. Hello. The fat man greeted the two of them, and then he and Zhou Jie appeared on the left and right sides of the two women respectively. Xu Qianqian turned around and saw that it was the fat man. She slapped the fat man's arm heavily with her hand. Wang Xiaobao, are you trying to scare me to death? The fat man chuckled, touched his arm, and looked very enjoyable, looking quite mean. When Lin Xiaoxia turned around and saw Zhou Jie, there was still a faint smile on her face. Her hair fluttered gently, like a dancing fairy, light and agile. A fair face gradually appeared in front of Zhou Jie, as delicate and smooth as mutton-fat white jade, exuding a faint luster. The tall nose bridge is like a finely carved mountain, which is particularly eye-catching. The pink lips are like a ripe cherry, bright and crystal clear, making people want to taste it. The sunlight shone through her long eyelashes onto her eyes, casting a series of faint shadows. Her eyes were like a deep lake, clear and bright. How beautiful! Zhou Jie was a little stunned. She is worthy of being the most beautiful campus belle in number 1 middle school, and even this 30-something soul who has seen countless girls is amazed by her. However, Zhou Jie quickly adjusted himself and nodded to greet Lin Xiaoxia. What a coincidence! Although they are saying the same hello, the fat guy's way seems abrupt, while Zhou Jie's is more natural and easier for girls to accept. Lin Xiaoxia nodded and said, then tucked the few strands of hair that fell behind her ears. It seems that as long as a school beauty is around, she will give people a feeling of stay away from me. In fact, it's just that most people don't have the courage to approach school beauties. It's not just in high school, it's the same at any time. As long as you are a little bit thick-skinned, you can meet the opposite sex you like and quickly get out of being single. The psychological quality of boys in high school is not particularly strong, for a school beauty like Lin Xiaoxia. You can only watch it from a distance and not play with it. This is only for other boys, but for Zhou Jie and Fatty, it is more than just watching from afar. Although the fat guy likes to talk, he is still a little timid when it comes to pursuing girls. However, under Zhou Jie's training in the past few days, he has become much more confident in this regard. In Jie Chou's words, it means taking action. You look so pretty when you smile, Zhou Jie said to Lin Xiaoshi, who was walking forward silently. You are. Lin Xiaoshi blushed again after being scolded by Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie looked at the lovely tall beauty in front of him. The more shy she was, the more he wanted to bully her. If Zhou Jie can now confirm that Lin Xiaoshi has a crush on him, then there is absolutely no problem in continuing to tease her. But, from spending these few days together, Zhou Jie knew that Lin Xiaoshi didn't have any feelings for him and just treated it as a normal interaction between classmates. Lin Xiaoshi also gladly accepted Zhou Jie's occasional compliments, so every time Zhou Jie said those nice words, Lin Xiaoshi would not get angry. Women always like to hear nice words. Zhou Jie did not continue teasing Lin Xiaoshi, but said, "It's rare to see you smile normally, but you're smiling so brightly today, you must be happy about something." Lin Xiaoshi nodded slightly. "Can you share it with me?" Zhou Jie continued to ask. When a person has something happy in his heart, he is usually willing to share it with others. Lin Xiaoshi turned her head and glanced at Zhou Jie. Seeing his sincere eyes, Lin Xiaoshi thought for a moment and said, "My dad will pick me up from school tomorrow afternoon." Zhou Jie was shocked after hearing this. He didn't expect that this was a common thing for other people, but for Lin Xiaoshi, it was something that made her happy. Looking at Lin Xiaoshi's face, she still had a faint smile on her face. But behind this smile is deep loneliness. If it was Jie Chou in the past, he might have said, "That's it? Is it that serious? Your dad is here to pick you up, but you are so happy." The thinking of high school students is very simple. They will not understand the pain of others if they have not experienced others. But now, inside this young body lives a soul in its 30s, and she can understand Lin Xiaoshi's desire for fatherly love. Zhou Jie's expression suddenly showed surprise, and he even said exaggeratedly, "Really? Lin Xiaoshi, wow, I really envy you so much that your dad can come pick you up from school." Normally speaking, if Zhou Jie said this, he would definitely be considered an exaggeration, but from Lin Xiaoshi's perspective, Zhou Jie was really happy for her. Lin Xiaoshi, who was not good at expressing herself verbally, hummed and the smile on her face became even brighter. At noon, the four of them came to the cafeteria early to eat. At this time, some senior high school students were already in the cafeteria. Seeing Zhou Jie, Lin Xiaoshi, and others walk in together, some familiar classmates began to secretly give Zhou Jie and the fat man a thumbs up. Zhou Jie didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. After all, he was an adult who had experienced the romance of life. But the fat guy was different. The uncontrollable smile on his face made it seem as if Xu Qianqian was already his girlfriend. Some people envy Jie Chou, some are jealous of him, and some even hate him. When Yi Chen saw the two of them talking and laughing while eating in the cafeteria, he wanted to rush over and tell Zhou Jie to stay away from Lin Xiaoshi, but he was just thinking about it and didn't have the courage to offend Zhou Jie. Jie Chou now is no longer as easy to bully as before. Especially when Lin Xiaoshi was talking to Zhou Jie with a smile on her face, Yi Chen was so jealous. He used to talk to Lin Xiaoshi and she was always cold. Why is the gap so big? He couldn't figure it out. Suddenly I felt that the food on the plate no longer tasted good, and it felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. I can't just sit there and wait for death, I should do something. Yi Chen thought to himself, his teeth almost breaking as he looked at Zhou Jie's back. Chapter 16, Husband and Wife. There is a math test in the afternoon. Therefore, after lunch, most students went back to the classroom to review, trying to get a few more points for the afternoon exam. This is the common learning style and psychological state of most students. At this time, everyone thinks that reviewing during the lunch break can help better prepare for the afternoon exam. Actually not. Learning is a process that accumulates day by day. Spending this little time at noon will not help you make any improvement in your exam. Instead, it will put you in a state of stressful study and have a bad impact on the exam. Before the exam, keeping a clear mind is the most important thing. Brother Jie, everyone is reviewing, is it really okay for us to go out for a walk like this? The two were walking leisurely on the playground. Apart from a few athletes passing by them from time to time, there was almost no one else to be seen. What's wrong with that? Zhou Jie walked out of the track, came to the grass of the football field and sat down and said, "There is actually no point in cramming at the last minute. On the contrary, it will affect the performance of the afternoon exam. It's not completely meaningless. The fat man retorted, then sat down and continued, it's better to read it than not to read it. What if the questions you read happen to be the difficult ones in today's exam? Then we'll make a profit. After hearing what the fat man said, Zhou Jie just smiled. Then he said, the difficulty is not something we can rely on luck to encounter, but something we need to master. We have been taking exams since we started school. Haven't you noticed a phenomenon? What phenomenon? The fat man asked doubtfully. Zhou Jie changed his sitting posture and said seriously. Every time we take an exam, when the test paper is handed out, we become extremely nervous. During the exam, sometimes some inexplicable images appear in our minds, and we even keep playing music. Wow! I've actually experienced the situation you described. The fat man slapped his thigh, his eyes widened and he said, during the last mock exam, on the day of the math test, the song General's Order kept playing in my head. I was f-king devastated. The more I wanted the song to stop, the louder it seemed to get. Zhou Jie just found it funny. He had experienced this situation before, but the song played was Above the Moon by Phoenix Legend. The key point is that he didn't listen to this song often before. Brother Jie, what is going on? The fat man continued to ask. It's very simple. It's just that you are too nervous. Jie replied. You can't be that nervous, right? There's even music playing. Certainly. Zhou Jie continued, when we are overly nervous, our psychology changes in various ways, but this situation will eventually make us unable to concentrate and thus fail the exam. After hearing this, the fat man rubbed his chin with his index finger and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. So. Zhou Jie spread his hands. It is very important for us to keep a clear mind before the exam. Personally, I think it is best to go to the park before the exam. Why visit the park? The fat man was puzzled, as if this touched upon his blind spot in knowledge. Zhou Jie explained slowly, the air in the park is fresh and the environment is comfortable, which can help us relax better. Besides, looking at green plants can relieve eye fatigue, so that we can better cope with the exam. The fat man suddenly felt that Zhou Jie was like a scholar, full of the light of knowledge. The fat man leaned closer to Zhou Jie and said, Brother Jie, I find you are so knowledgeable and charming now. If I were a girl, I would definitely fall in love with you. What do you want to do? Zhou Jie quickly distanced himself from the fat man, and then looked at him with disgust. I have no grudge against you, why are you thinking of taking revenge on me? Hold. The exam starts at 2:45 p.m. and the test takers enter the exam room 15 minutes early. Zhou Jie and Fatih each took a pen and a piece of draft paper from the classroom and went to their respective examination rooms. Mathematics is different from the Chinese language in the morning. It is a subject that consumes a lot of CPU and requires students to think at high speed. However, Zhou Jie, who had relaxed, was still very clear-headed when facing these questions, and the calculation process was much faster than before. An hour and a half passed quickly, and Zhou Jie had basically finished all the other questions except the last one, which he had only finished half. The math problems this time are quite difficult. Even though it was done, it wasn't necessarily completely correct, but Jie looked a little more relaxed than the others. Because some students have already started to get red and warm. As the final bell rang, the invigilator announced the end of the exam and the students walked out of the classroom to breathe the fresh air outside. Some candidates' faces were red, as if they had been in a sauna for 2.5 hours. The answers to the mathematics questions are all unique, so many students were checking the answers in the corridor outside the classroom. What did you choose for the last multiple choice question? I chose C, what about you? I chose C too. Fuck, I chose A. Have you finished the last big question? I figured it out. The answer is 1. You actually made it, awesome. Just now I heard the pervert in our first examination room say that the answer to the last question is 1. Hold. The students who were comparing answers also had all kinds of expressions. When the answers were the same, they were overjoyed. When the answers were different, they were dejected and even kicked each other in the corner. Some students had different answers and disagreements, and finally asked those students with good grades to confirm the correct answers. In the past, Jie might have joined them, but now he has absolutely no interest in doing so. After all, it is the mindset of adults, and the ideas are completely different. Brother Jie. The fat man came over at this time with a slight smile on his face. Your method is really great. I feel my mind is much clearer than before in this exam. Zhou Jie obviously expected what the fat man said. He did not continue the topic, but turned around and said to the fat man, "Let's go and find your future wife." Hey hey. When the fat guy heard Zhou Jie say this about him and Xu Qianqian, he couldn't stop grinning. Brother Jie, you also think that Xu Qianqian and I are a good match, right? Zhou Jie held his forehead and looked at the fat man carefully. The fat man felt a little uncomfortable when Zhou Jie looked at him, and then said, "No, why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you and Xu Qianqian a good match? What do you think?" Zhou Jie asked back. "I think they are a good match," the fat man said with his head held high. "So what do you think makes you two a good match?" Jie Chou put his hands on his chest and leaned his back against the balcony and said. Facing Zhou Jie's question, Fatty thought for a moment and then clapped his hands. "At least we look like a couple. For example, we are both slightly plump." Puff. Zhou Jie just felt that the fat guy was too shameless. "Do you think you are slightly fat?" "Why not?" The fat man replied unconvinced, then looked around himself and touched the muscles and fat on his chest. "I guessed correctly that you weighed 152 pounds during your last physical examination, and Xu Qianqian seems to weigh only over 110 pounds. Do you think you are slightly overweight?" Hold. The fat man spat, and then his expression suddenly changed. "You will die if you say that Xu Qianqian and I are a good match." "Excuse me." Zhou Jie pinched the fat man's white and tender face and said, "If you were a beautiful woman, I would definitely say something nice, but you are my brother." Zhou Jie paused and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you to pursue Xu Qianqian in this life." Although Fatty knew that Zhou Jie had changed a lot recently, he still didn't really trust him when it came to love. If Zhou Jie was that capable, Lin Xiaoxia would have been pursued by him long ago. So he said, "I still have confidence in pursuing Xu Qianqian. If you can win over Lin Xiaoxia first, just like the bet we made last time, I will listen to you in everything related to relationships in the future." Zhou Jie knew that the last bet that Fatty was talking about was that whoever lost would have to call the other person brother from now on. However, Zhou Jie didn't say much about the fat man's mysterious confidence, he just nodded and agreed. Chapter 17, 1-for-1 compensation, earn some living expenses. Fatty couldn't beat Jie Chou before, and now he's even worse. After all, Zhou Jie and Lin Xiaoxia had a bet beforehand, and Zhou Jie was absolutely sure that he could be admitted to Shudu University. As soon as the college entrance examination is over and the results are announced, Zhou Jie really wants to see the fat man's surprised expression. How did Fatty feel when he knew that Lin Xiaoxia was going to be Zhou Jie's girlfriend? Just tell me whether you are surprised or not. But if the fat guy loses, his chances of catching up with Xu Qianqian will definitely be much higher. After all, in Zhou Jie's eyes, if Fatty pursues Xu Qianqian on his own, it will definitely fail. On Friday night, the students started their evening self-study after dinner. There is no teacher tonight and the students are studying on their own. Only the class monitor Li Fen is in charge of class discipline. Li Fen is a petite girl who wears a pair of large 350-degree glasses. She studies meticulously and is kind. She comes from a relatively poor family and her school uniform should be washed frequently as it has begun to turn yellow. As for why she became the class monitor, it was because she was number one in the class. Because she is a good student, no one in her class discriminates against her family background. It can be said that her classmates all give her face. When the classroom was noisy, Li Fen would just say, "Please stop making noise." Most of the students will calm down, only the more naughty ones in a few classes will lose face. However, there is always a nemesis. When other students see those naughty students still talking, they will harmoniously quiet them down. Certainly. It is impossible for students not to talk during such a study class, as long as they don't talk too loudly. Zhou Jie, Zhou Jie. The short boy sitting behind Zhou Jie is called Wang Dawei. Maybe his parents hoped that he would grow tall in the future or that he had great ambitions, so they gave him this name. There are always some students in the class who like to gossip, and Wang Dawei is one of them. He patted Zhou Jie's shoulder and said, "I heard that you and Yi Chen made a bet to see who would score higher in the third mock test. The loser has to kowtow to the other person." Zhou Jie and the fat man turned their heads at the same time. The fat man said first, "Brother Wei, was it Yi Chen who told you this? Fatty Wang, don't call me Weidy. Wang Dawei replied unhappily, you can call me Wei Ge or Dawei. David. The fat man smiled mysteriously, take off your clothes and pants and stand on the podium, and I will call you David. Fatty Wang, you are so dirty. I'm not telling you that. Wang Dawei turned his head and looked at Zhou Jie. This matter has spread throughout the class tonight. Why did you make such a bet with Yi Chen? Zhou Jie thought that Yi Chen would make their bet public, but he didn't expect it to be tonight. It seems that Yi Chen did not do well in the exam today, and wanted to use this method to criticize his own mentality. Some brains, but not much. If it were the old Jie Chou, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep well when he gets home tonight, let alone take the exam tomorrow. But Zhou Jie just smiled faintly and said, I'm confident I can beat him, so I made the bet. Zhou Jie, you are not sick. Wang Dawei looked at Zhou Jie in surprise and said, if I remember correctly, it seems that Yi Chen's results are better. David, you are too presumptuous. The fat man knocked on the table and said, how dare you say that my brother Jie is sick? Are you itching for trouble? Fatty Wang, call me Wei Ge. David. Viagra. Stop arguing, both of you. Zhou Jie said coldly, it's just a trivial matter, why are you arguing about it? While scolding, Zhou Jie caught a glimpse of Yi Chen behind Wang Dawei and found that this guy was looking at him with a sneer. It seems to be saying, how is it? Are you satisfied with this gift? Zhou Jie still greeted the other party with a smile. The latter was obviously stunned, as if his strategy had failed. After the self-study get out of class, all the familiar classmates came over and asked Zhou Jie about the bet with Yi Chen. Everyone was surprised when they got a positive answer. No one believed that Zhou Jie would win, and some students even thought that Zhou Jie was asking for trouble. Some classmates advised Zhou Jie to apologize to Yi Chen and cancel the bet to avoid embarrassment if he lost. Zhou Jie naturally did not accept such a suggestion and rejected it. Brother Jie, they don't think highly of you. The fat guy also seemed to be losing confidence in Jie Chou. Don't worry, we'll know the result on Monday. Zhou Jie stood up, suddenly thought of something, then sat down again and said to the fat man, do you want to earn some living expenses? What do you mean? When he heard that there was money to be made, the fat man moved his ears and turned his body naturally. Now the whole class knows that Yi Chen and I made a bet. Everyone is waiting to see the show, and everyone thinks that I can't win. So let's make a bet. It's reasonable to earn money for living expenses. The fat man was already used to Zhou Jie's thinking, and just said awkwardly, isn't this illegal? What if we get caught? Breaking the law. Zhou Jie shook his head and said calmly, it's only a small amount of money in total. It's not against the law. Besides, I see that everyone is under so much pressure from exams now. Giving them some relaxation is also for them to get good grades. Wuji. The fat man was shocked. He had never seen anyone like Zhou Jie who could make gambling so meaningful. I admire you. I admire you. The fat man gave Zhou Jie a thumbs up, then walked out of his seat and came to the podium. It is said that fat people have strong execution ability. The fat man standing on the podium glanced at the students below, then cleared his throat and shouted, everyone look at me, I have something to announce. As the fat man's voice echoed in the classroom, all the students' eyes were directed at him. The fat man nodded with satisfaction and continued. I think everyone already knows that Zhou Jie and Yi Chen are making a bet. As the saying goes, work and rest are combined. In order to let everyone relax physically and mentally, I have specially opened a bet. You can bet on who will win the match between the two. The odds are 1-to-1. Start now, and the deadline is after evening study tonight. The fat man walked down from the podium and passed by Xu Qianqian, and found that she was looking at him in surprise. This guy nodded in a very showy way, then returned to his seat in a cool manner. What bet did Zhou Jie and Yi Chen make? Xu Qianqian, who was still in the dark, asked Lin Xiaoshi next to her. It seems, it's a competition to see who gets the highest score in the third mock exam. Lin Xiaoshi said hesitantly. No. Xu Qianqian looked back at Zhou Jie in surprise, and then said, is Zhou Jie's brain not feverish? Doesn't he know that Yi Chen's grades are better than his? What are they betting on? I don't know. Seeing Lin Xiaoshi's uncomfortable look, Xu Qianqian moved closer to her and lowered her head to look at her best friend, Xiaoxia, something is wrong with you. I didn't even know about this, how did you know it first? You don't seem to be such a gossipy person, do you? No way. Lin Xiaoxia immediately retorted, I heard it from them, too. Ha, why haven't I heard of it? Under Xu Qianqian's questioning, Lin Xiaoxia told Xu Qianqian the whole story. Lin Xiaoxia had no choice. If she didn't say anything, Xu Qianqian would ask Fatty. She knew that Fatty liked Xu Qianqian. If Fatty said it, it might be even more exaggerated. At this time, classmates like Xu Qianqian who gradually learned the ins and outs of the matter began to get restless. Is this just someone coming to give you money? Many classmates have already registered with Fatty. $1, $2, $5. The fat man was very busy and had a bright smile on his face, because all the bets were won by Yi Chen. Chapter 18, Class Monitor Li Fen. Buy it and leave it, buy it and leave it. The fat guy was counting the money while recording it in his notebook. Since they were all in the same class, the other students were not afraid that the fat guy would deny it. The main reason is that the fat guy is actually quite rich. His daily living expenses are much better than Jie Chou's, and this guy even has his own private money. According to what Fatty said before, my dad said that not only daughters should be raised in wealth, but boys should be raised in wealth as well. If the family has the means, can we let our children suffer? Just look at the fat guy's body shape and you will know that his weight has exceeded 140 kilograms when he just turned 18. It is impossible for an ordinary family to raise such a fat child. As more and more male students in the class participated, many girls also began to get excited. Xu Qianqian was the first girl to come over. Wang Xiaobao, I'll buy one for 5 yuan. Xu Qianqian slammed a 5 yuan bill on the table. The fat man looked up and saw Xu Qianqian. Her originally smiling expression turned into a flattering smile, and she spoke in a soft voice. Xu Qianqian, who do you want to bet on to win? I hate Yi Chen. She bullied Xiaoxia, so of course she bought Zhou Jie. Xu Qianqian said directly. When Xu Qianqian said this, Yi Chen, who was not far away, twitched his mouth. Do you have to be so direct? When the students standing next to them heard Xu Qianqian want to bet on Zhou Jie to win, some of them covered their mouths and laughed, while others laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Xu Qianqian said dissatisfiedly, it's my own money, I'm happy with it. In fact, between the lines of Xu Qianqian's words, she still didn't believe that Zhou Jie's performance this time would surpass Yi Chen's. When the fat guy saw someone laughing at Xu Qianqian, he stood up and shouted to the group of boys next to him. Xu Qianqian is right. What right do you have to laugh? This is other people's money. You can spend it however you want. Har har, everyone knows that you, Fatty Wang, like Xu Qianqian. That's right, I don't know if others like you or not. Some boys began to taunt. I just like Xu Qianqian, so what? The fat man patted the banknotes in his hand and said, at least I still have the courage to speak out, unlike some people who don't even have the courage to speak out. The fat guy imitated Jie Chou in saying this, but when he said this, he sounded a little lacking in confidence. Then the mocking classmates snorted and the matter was dropped. Sometimes it's like this when classmates chat with each other. Some people may say unpleasant things, but people like Fatty 1T care too much. This young man is teachable. Zhou Jie patted the fat man who was pretending to be calm and said, you finally got the idea, but... Zhou Jie pointed at Xu Qianqian who had returned to her seat and continued, if you want to win the heart of a beautiful woman, you have to keep working hard. How hard? The fat man asked. The most direct way is to improve your image and then make money, but at this stage most girls are just looking for looks, so you just need to improve your self-image. The fat man touched his hair and said, this should be okay for now, buddy. Well, I have no say. Zhou Jie didn't know how to evaluate the fat guy's appearance, but when the fat guy said that he liked Xu Qianqian, he observed the micro-expressions on Xu Qianqian's face. There was no disgust. Let's go to the bathroom. Jie Chou is craving for cigarettes again. Okay. After evening self-study, the fat man was sitting in his seat counting how much money he had today. Brother Jie, there are 24 people who bet on Yi Chen to win, totaling 155.5 yuan, and the only one who bet on you to win is Xu Qianqian. Zhou Jie replied calmly. I find you look so old now, like an old man without desires. The fat man stopped what he was doing, looked up at Zhou Jie and said, is there? Zhou Jie pointed to his nose and said with some confusion. Yes, I have. The fat man said with certainty. Then he thought about it carefully, and it seemed that after his rebirth, his lifestyle and tone of voice had always been the same as before his rebirth. But you can't blame him. He has gone through decades of struggle. How can he show the innocence he had in high school? This really puts him in a difficult position. However, Zhou Jie still said, maybe I'm under a lot of pressure these days. When Fatty heard what Zhou Jie said, he thought about it and felt, it was indeed quite stressful. After all, I have to compete with Yi Chen, and I have to kneel down if I lose. Moreover, this bet also includes Lin Xiaoxia. If he loses, Zhou Jie may not be able to face Lin Xiaoxia. But the fat guy underestimates the current Zhou Jie. How can he be so shameless and still want to chase girls? This is the essence that most high school students today cannot learn. After packing up their things, the two were about to get up and go back when a small voice called them. Wang Xiaobao, please wait a moment. The two turned around and saw squad leader Li Fen walking towards them with a 10 yuan note. Can I place a bet? Li Fen walked closer and asked. The fat man and Zhou Jie looked at each other, and then they both nodded. After receiving a positive answer, Li Fen handed 10 yuan to the fat man and said, I bet $10 for Jie Chou to win. After saying that, he glanced at Zhou Jie next to him. Okay, I'll remember it for you. It seemed that Li Fen had some magical power that made the two strong men become gentle. The fat man took the 10 yuan, then picked up the notebook on the table and started taking notes. That, squad leader. The fat man suddenly looked up and asked, why did you choose Zhou Jie to win? If he loses, you will lose the 10 yuan. As mentioned before, Li Fen's family background is not good. Li Fen, who had already left, turned around, touched her large glasses frame and said, just my intuition. I think Jie Chou will win. After saying that, he turned around and left. The fat man didn't know why Li Fen, who was always frugal, suddenly got involved in this gambling, but Zhou Jie next to him noticed something. Vision. Li Fen's vicious eyes. Obviously Li Fen had seen some clues and deduced some possible information from Zhou Jie, so she bet on Zhou Jie to win. If one can analyze some possible outcomes during the ignorant high school years, then this person will definitely achieve great success in the future. In Zhou Jie's previous life, he only knew that Li Fen went to Shudu University, but he seemed to have never heard of her later development. However, judging from this point of view alone, Li Fen will definitely not be a simple person in the future. The fat man had already written down Li Fen's 10 yuan, closed his notebook, and then stood up and said to Zhou Jie. Brother Jie, does Li Fen like you? You think too much. Zhou Jie smiled and said, from the look in her eyes, she didn't mean that at all. Then why would she buy you to win? The fat man asked, fixing his hair. Didn't she just say that? It's intuition. Even if Zhou Jie explained it now, the fat man might not understand, so he simply didn't explain it. Leaving the fat boy thinking there, Zhou Jie picked up his school uniform and walked out of the classroom. Chapter 19, My classmate, I heard that you have something urgent to do. When Zhou Jie returned home, Lao Zhu had just returned not long ago. Because of Lao Zhu's work, we sometimes have dinner very late. Every family has different living habits. In fact, this is the norm for most families. Mealtimes also depend on the specific circumstances of the family. During the meal, Lao Zhu did not ask Zhou Jie how he did on the exam today, and Tang Shuzhen was even less likely to ask. Mr. Zhu wanted to wait until Zhou Jie finished the exam before asking, but Tang Shuzhen had to consider more, such as whether the child would be disgusted if the topic was discussed today, which would affect tomorrow's test results. Also, she respects Zhou Jie's own thoughts more, and if the child doesn't say anything, she won't ask about this topic. Some people may say, if parents don't ask about their children's grades, does it mean they don't care about their children? In fact, there are many kinds of care, and sometimes it is not necessary to bring them to the table. The older the child is, the more you should respect his thoughts and ideas. So Jie Chou is lucky to have parents who always care about him and respect his ideas. After dinner, Zhou Jie helped wash the dishes and mop the floor, just like he did a few days ago. After finishing all that, he picked up a bucket and filled half a bucket of water in the bathroom and placed it in front of his parents. Mom, Dad, warm your feet. When Zhou Jie first started fetching water a few days ago, the couple resisted, saying there was no need to scald their feet, just washing them simply would be enough, and it would be a waste of water. But under Zhou Jie's insistence, the couple finally compromised. After scalding his feet, Lao Zhu had a special feeling: this scalding feet is really comfortable. So Zhou Jie has been letting the two of them soak their feet in hot water these days. One is to keep his parents healthy and promote blood circulation, the other is to make up for the filial piety that he did not fulfill in his previous life. Having experienced regrets in his previous life, Jie Chou attaches particular importance to the love of his parents in this life. His parents sat on stools, took off their shoes and put their feet in the bucket to soak slowly. Tang Shuzhen looked at Zhou Jie, who came over with 2 pairs of slippers, and smiled brightly, and even the wrinkles on her face seemed to have decreased a little. Our Xie Jie has really grown up and started to respect his parents. Mom, I will let you enjoy a good life in the future. Zhou Jie said this sincerely, and even the usually serious old Zhu showed a relieved smile. After chatting with his parents for a while, Zhou Jie washed up and went back to his bedroom to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. The next morning, the sky was gloomy, so Zhou Jie took an umbrella and went out to school. When I arrived at school, I ate a bowl of Hangzhou rice noodles with fatty at the door and then went into the examination room to prepare for the exam. Because Zhou Jie was in the science class, he took a comprehensive science test in the morning. The comprehensive science subject consists of physics, chemistry and biology, with a total of 300 points. Candidates need to complete the 3 subjects within 2.5 hours. When it comes to comprehensive subject exams, it is common for many students to perform poorly in their first exam because they cannot adjust their thinking. However, after the high-intensity training during the senior year of high school, almost everyone has adapted. 2.5 hours passed quickly. After Zhou Jie and Fatty had their meal in the cafeteria, they went outside to relax, just like yesterday. But the weather seemed to be not good, and it started to drizzle. Is it going to rain heavily today? I don't even have an umbrella with me. The fat man looked at the dark clouds in the sky. It seemed that the rain was getting heavier. Luckily I brought an umbrella. Zhou Jie said lightly. Brother, after the exam today, let's take the bus together. Can. Zhou Jie replied, but, I remember that umbrellas are sold in the store and outside, right? Damn, that bunch of profiteers. The fat man spat and said, I just asked and an umbrella costs 10 yuan. What's the difference between this and robbery? Zhou Jie nodded. 10 yuan for an umbrella was indeed too expensive now, and the rain might not last until the end of the exam. The two chatted while waiting for the exam to begin. The time soon came to 2:45. The students began to enter the examination room one by one. After the invigilator distributed the test papers, he placed a radio with tapes on the table. The first part is the listening part. Please refer to the listening part of the test paper. As the bell rang, the invigilator pressed the switch of the radio. Buzz, a standard male voice echoed in the classroom. This is the 3rd high school mock exam, a provincial joint exam, English, listening section. When the standard male voice on the radio ended, a ding-dong sounded. The listening session officially begins. In fact, in the English listening section, the pronunciation of the characters' dialogues is very standard, but for many students, these dialogues are simply a nightmare. They were confused by what they heard and some students even started drawing lots. What's more, the listening part hasn't ended yet, but all the multiple choice questions on the test paper have been completed. Looking at Zhou Jie again, he was listening to their voice message with a look of enjoyment while ticking the correct answer. It's so easy. Zhou Jie finally experienced the joy of being a top student. The exam ended at 5:30 p.m. Normally speaking, today is Saturday, and I can go home after taking the exam. But the rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and most of the students had to go back to the classroom. Brother Jie, where's your umbrella? The fat guy looked at the weather outside and said, let's go out of the school gate and take the bus together. You don't care about your wife anymore. Zhou Jie pointed at Xu Qianqian in front of him. The fat man turned his head and saw Xu Qianqian talking to Lin Xiaoxia. For a moment he didn't know what to do. I'll give you a chance to perform. Jie Chou said. How? The fat man asked, understandingly. Go downstairs and buy an umbrella, then send Xu Qianqian back. Remember. Zhou Jie emphasized, if Xu Qianqian asks you to lend her the umbrella, don't agree. Why? The fat man asked with some confusion, what if Xu Qianqian ignored him in the future? Why so many whys? It's right to listen to your buddies. Go ahead. Zhou Jie gave the fat man a cheering gesture. After a while, the fat boy returned to the classroom with an umbrella. Some classmates asked him where he found the umbrella and if he could give them a ride. But the fat man ruthlessly rejected it. He came to Xu Qianqian's side, and soon Xu Qianqian and the fat man walked out. The process was unusually smooth. Only Lin Xiaoshi was left sitting in her seat, with an anxious look on her face. Student, I heard you are in a hurry. Zhou Jie walked to Lin Xiaoshi's side, took out an umbrella and waved it in front of her eyes. Lin Xiaoshi looked up, glanced at Zhou Jie, then nodded heavily and said, Zhou Jie, can you take me out of the school? I have something urgent to do. Zhou Jie thought to himself, of course I know you have something urgent to do, I heard it all just now, otherwise why would you let the fat guy send Xu Qianqian away? No problem, let's go now. Zhou Jie opened the umbrella and motioned Lin Xiaoshi to follow him. The rest of the students in the class watched the whole scene, and some of them started to make a noise, saying that he was actually such a Zhou Jie. It really exposes his true nature. Zhou Jie turned his head and hushed, signaling them not to envy him too much. What's interesting is that Yi Chen was there too. When he saw Zhou Jie actually sending Lin Xiaoshi out, he almost rushed over to stop him. But he was suppressed by a look from Zhou Jie. During these few days, Zhou Jie's changes not only surprised Yi Chen, but even his classmates could see it clearly. They know that the current Jie Chou is no longer the shy and introverted Jie Chou who was afraid to express himself. Chapter 20 Lin Xiaoshi's father. The sky was covered with dark clouds and the rain was still heavy. Dense lines of rain poured down from the sky like a bead curtain. Zhou Jie and Lin Xiaoshi walked downstairs. Zhou Jie looked at the water on the ground, then said to Lin Xiaoshi next to him, Wait a moment. Where you go? Lin Xiaoshi was a little anxious. Would Zhou Jie just leave her here like this? Zhou Jie ran straight into the school canteen and came out within a minute with a few plastic bags in his hands. Put your trouser legs up a little, otherwise they will get wet when you walk to the school gate, and then put this plastic bag over your shoes. Zhou Jie handed the two plastic bags in his hand to Lin Xiaoshi. The latter looked at Zhou Jie and then put the plastic bags on her feet swiftly. After both of them put on their umbrellas, Zhou Jie raised the umbrella and said, Come closer to me, or your clothes will get wet if you go over there. Lin Xiaoshi is not a pretentious person. She knows that Zhou Jie is thinking about her. From the plastic bag just now to the details now, it shows that Zhou Jie is a very careful person. But in Jie Chou's mind, this is actually just a way for him to pick up girls. When you approach a girl with legitimate reasons, she will not reject you. The two walked side by side on the cement road full of water. A few strands of Lin Xiaoshi's silky and smooth hair occasionally hit Zhou Jie's cheek, as if gently caressing his face like soft little hands. At the same time, a faint fragrance also flowed into Zhou Jie's nose along their hair. Zhou Jie quietly moved closer and closer. The fragrance of her hair mixed with her body scent made him feel relaxed and happy. So much so that when they were almost at the school gate, the two were already close together. We're already at the door. Did you take a taxi? Or did someone come to pick you up? Zhou Jie turned his head and found Lin Xiaoshi looking ahead as if looking for something. What's wrong? Zhou Jie asked again. My dad called me today and said he would come to pick me up. Lin Xiaoshi looked at him for a while and then retracted her gaze and continued, Maybe he hasn't come yet. I'll give him a call first. Only then did Zhou Jie notice that Lin Xiaoshi was carrying a small white cloth bag on her other shoulder. Lin Xiaoshi took out a pink Nokia phone and dialed the number. Dad, where are you? Oh, okay, I'm already at the school gate. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoshi said to Zhou Jie, My dad may have to wait for a while, so I may have to trouble you. You are welcome. Zhou Jie smiled and replied, If you feel embarrassed, you can let me add your QQ or leave me a phone number. Then I'll add you as my QQ friend. Lin Xiaoshi rolled her eyes at him, then opened her phone and entered the QQ page. Zhou Jie discovered a detail, that is, Lin Xiaoshi's QQ was directly clicked, which means that her account has always been online. Suddenly it occurred to me that at this time everyone is keen on upgrading their accounts. After adding each other on QQ, the two began chatting. How did you do on this test? Lin Xiaoshi asked. This time the score is definitely higher than before. Zhou Jie said it with certainty, his words full of confidence. Oh. Lin Xiaoshi nodded and continued, then you. Lin Xiaoshi suddenly paused, and Zhou Jie noticed that she looked at him, so he smiled and encouraged her to continue. Then are you really sure you can beat Yi Chen? Certainly. Zhou Jie smiled faintly, turned around and said to Lin Xiaoshi, if I don't beat him, what should I do if he keeps harassing you during this period before the college entrance examination? If I can't even beat him, then what qualifications do I have for you to be my girlfriend? This statement is somewhat ambiguous. But such ambiguous words are the most charming moments of a boy in the eyes of girls. What kind of boys are the most attractive to girls? Of course, it is a confident and motivated boy. How could a little girl like Lin Xiaoshi withstand such a fierce attack from Zhou Jie? However, an introverted beauty like Lin Xiaoshi would not show it even if she had a crush on Zhou Jie. You are. It seems that every time Lin Xiaoshi becomes shy after being teased by Jie Chou, she only gives this answer. What's wrong with me? Am I not bad? Zhou Jie took over Lin Xiaoshi's words. I don't know you well. Lin Xiaoshi raised her little mouth slightly. Pink face, playful little mouth, it turns out that the school beauty also has such a lovely side. Okay. Are you saying this on purpose to be cute? But Zhou Jie did feel happy in his heart. Generally speaking, if a girl talks to you like this, it means she doesn't hate you. And they will think you are a good person. We are not familiar with each other now, but we will be familiar with each other when you become my girlfriend. Jie Chou replied. Smooth talk. Lin Xiaoshi glanced at Zhou Jie and continued, but you have changed a lot compared to before. You're not the first to say that. Zhou Jie sighed, this is the little trouble after rebirth. The gap between the past and the present is too big. Actually, I have always been like this, but I feel that now that I am in my third year of high school, there is no need to hide it anymore. Zhou Jie continued, it can be regarded as a way to make sure that there are no regrets in my youth. Lin Xiaoshi nodded, and suddenly thought of what happened last week when Zhou Jie confessed his love to her in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Combined with what Zhou Jie said now, it seems to make sense. You are quite steady then. Lin Xiaoshi exclaimed in admiration. Zhou Jie also said this to Fatty, who said he was a pervert, while Lin Xiaoshi said he was steady. And the school beauty has to speak nicely. But then Lin Xiaoshi added, now I give people the feeling of being old-fashioned, not like a high school student. Zhou Jie couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Xiaoshi is the second person to say this about him, and there may be a third and fourth person. It seems that I need to search for more memories of my youth in the future. As Zhou Jie was thinking, a black Audi A6 drove through the water and stopped at the parking space in front of the school gate. A middle-aged man got out of the car and walked quickly towards the two people holding an umbrella. My dad is here. Lin Xiaoshi turned and said to Zhou Jie. As if she saw her father, Lin Xiaoshi showed a gentle smile on her face. Then I'll take you there. Zhou Jie walked forward with Lin Xiaoshi. Xiaoshi, I'm sorry, Daddy has something that delayed me for a while. Lin Xiaoshi's father first apologized to his daughter, then turned to Zhou Jie and said with a smile. Thank you, classmate, for sending Xiaoshi out in such heavy rain. Uncle Lin, you're too polite. Lin Xiaoshi is my classmate, and this is as it should be. Jie Chou also responded with a smile, and his tone of voice was neither humble nor arrogant, but steady. Although it was just a simple response, in Lin Guobin's eyes, he couldn't help but look at Zhou Jie a little more. This is my classmate Zhou Jie. Lin Xiaoshi introduced. Hello, classmate Zhou Jie. Lam Kwokbun extended his hand to Jie Chou to shake hands, and Jie Chou responded. Hello, Uncle Lin. While Lin Guobin was looking at Zhou Jie was also looking at him. It has to be said that a daughter takes after her father. Lin Xiaoshi's facial features have inherited almost all of her father's advantages. Lin Guobin is the kind of man who looks very handsome and upright at first glance, with sword-like eyes and sharp brows, and clear facial contours, as if carefully carved by a master sculptor. He is neither overly tough nor soft, and his eyes are deep and full of charm. He is about the same height as Jie Chou, and even though he is already middle-aged, he doesn't look bloated at all. He is such a handsome old man. When he was young, I don't know how many girls were attracted to him. Zhou Jie felt emotional. On the other side, when Lin Guobin saw Zhou Jie for the first time, he felt that this man had a deep and steady gaze and had the aura of a superior. It gives people an invisible sense of oppression, just like dealing with a billionaire. Then Zhou Jie, I'll go back first. Thank you. Lin Xiaoshi said at this time. Zhou Jie smiled and nodded. Okay. Goodbye. Lin Xiaoshi waved. Goodbye. Goodbye, Uncle Lin. In the car, Lin Xiaoshi sat in the passenger seat. Xiaoshi, are you familiar with Zhou Jie from your class? Lin Guobin asked while driving. Well, I'm quite familiar with you. After all, we are all classmates in the same class. Lin Xiaoshi sat in the car, her eyes looking forward. What does his family do? I don't know about that. Oh. Lin Guobin seemed to want to ask something else, but then he heard Lin Xiaoshi say. What can I say about Zhou Jie? I find him incredible. How do you say it? Lin Guobin showed some interest. He used to be quite introverted, but since last week he has become a completely different person, outgoing and eloquent. Yeah. Lin Guobin seemed a little surprised. Could it be that you didn't understand him before? Yeah, he said that too. He also said that by the time you are in your third year of high school, you should make sure that you have no regrets in your youth. Well, your classmate is quite thoughtful. Chapter 21. Wipe away the mother's envy and straighten the father's back. After Lin Xiaoshi left with his father, Zhou Jie also came to the nearby bus stop. From a distance, I saw Fatty and Xu Qianqian sitting on benches at the bus stop, seemingly chatting. Ahem. Zhou Jie walked closer and pretended to cough twice. They both turned their heads, and Xu Qianqian spoke first. Has Xiaoshi's father taken her back? Well, she's gone. Jie Chou replied. He. Xu Qianqian suddenly chuckled twice, then walked up to Zhou Jie and said with a smile, How are you going to thank me? Hearing what Xu Qianqian said, Zhou Jie smiled bitterly, and then said to the fat man next to him. Did you tell Xu Qianqian that I told you not to lend her the umbrella? Yes. The fat guy was still a little confused and didn't know what was going on. Har har. Xu Qianqian covered her mouth and smiled. What's going on? The fat man looked at Xu Qianqian next to him, then looked at Zhou Jie, as if the two of them had some secret that he didn't know. Fool. Zhou Jie had no choice but to explain to Fatty. It's raining today. I heard Lin Xiaoshi say that something happened at home and her father was coming to pick her up, so I thought of asking you to take Xu Qianqian away today, so that I can have some private contact with Lin Xiaoshi. I originally thought that Xu Qianqian would not leave Lin Xiaoshi alone, so I asked you to get rid of her in your own way. I didn't expect you to say whatever she asked you. Fuck, so you want me to be a shield? The fat man seemed to understand something. Not really a shield, just a wingman at best. What's the difference? The fat man said unconvinced. It's a big difference. Zhou Jie pointed at Xu Qianqian next to him and said, If it weren't for me, would you be able to be alone with the beauty today? The fat man looked at Xu Qianqian next to him shyly and became a little embarrassed. Huh. Zhou Jie quickly moved away from the fat guy. The guy looked so mean that he even got goosebumps. If he were to twist his hips a few times, Jie Chou would definitely not be able to control his 30-year-old punching power. I was wondering why Wen Xiaobao suddenly became so bold recently. It turns out you were the one behind it. Xu Qianqian rolled her eyes at Zhou Jie. Everyone had witnessed the changes that had taken place in Zhou Jie during this period. But Zhou Jie would definitely not admit it, but from the expression on Xu Qianqian's face, it can be seen that she was not angry. Seeing this, Jie Chou couldn't help but gossip. Xu Qianqian, you should still have a good impression of Fatty now. From the observations over the past few days, every time Fatty went to see Xu Qianqian, she never refused, which at least showed that Xu Qianqian still approved of Fatty. Sure enough, Xu Qianqian said, Wang Xiaobao is a good person. He confessed to me today, but I didn't agree. Xu Qianqian has this kind of personality. She says what she thinks and is not pretentious. But when Xu Qianqian said this, before Zhou Jie could speak, the fat man spoke first. Xu Qianqian said that we should wait until we go to college and then see if they are suitable for each other. Oh. Zhou Jie was a little surprised. According to Xu Qianqian's meaning, she could give Fatty a chance after he went to college. If the two are suitable, they can officially start a relationship. If not, they can just be friends. At this time, the fat man looked at Zhou Jie with some pride, as if saying, see, as long as you go to college, Xu Qianqian can be my girlfriend. How do you compare with me? Zhou Jie really wanted to tell Fatty that after the college entrance examination, Lin Xiaoxia would be his friend, even faster than you. However, seeing the fat man's happy expression, Zhou Jie still didn't say it out loud. It seems that I am really too kind. Then the bus that Xu Qianqian was waiting for arrived. Coincidentally, they were both going in the same direction, so the fat man was left alone in the wind and rain. Zhou Jie, are you sure you can beat Yi Chen in this exam? On the bus, Xu Qianqian and Zhou Jie sat in two adjacent seats. Certainly. Zhou Jie still answered affirmatively. Don't brag, or I'll ask Xiaoxia to ignore you. Don't worry, maybe even you won't do as well as me this time. Jie Chou said without any modesty. Har. You really are not modest at all. Xu Qianqian snorted and said, if you fail the exam, don't say I laughed at you. Zhou Jie smiled and said. Actually, it's understandable that you don't believe me now. After all, even I don't believe it myself. But, we'll know the answer to all this as long as we wait until Monday, right? Yeah, you're right. Xu Qianqian nodded and said, but I still support you. After all, Xiaoxia doesn't hate you. Rather than watching her being harassed by Yi Chen, I support you more. I told you I'm attractive. Jie Chou made a joke. TSK, if you can capture Xiaoxia's heart, then you are charming. Xu Qianqian made a cheering gesture and said, I will support you mentally in this matter. Okay, then I can't let you down. After Zhou Jie returned home, his mother saw that his shoes and pants were wet by the rain, and hurriedly took out slippers and new pants from the room. Change your pants, or you'll catch a cold. Zhou Jie took the pants and went back to the room to change. When he came out, he saw dinner was already on the table. Your father will have dinner soon. He will be on patrol tonight. Sit down and eat first. Okay, Mom. It was raining heavily outside. A family of 3 sat together, and the dishes on the table were delicious. Zhou Jie, how was the exam? After dinner, Lao Zhu took out a cigarette, tapped the filter on the table, and asked. But before Zhou Jie could answer, his mother Tang Shuzhen glared at him. Then he said, you really are. The child just finished the test and you asked, why are you in such a hurry? Old Zhu also seemed to feel that something was wrong. He smiled, smoked and said nothing. It's okay, Mom. Zhou Jie said as he cleared the dishes, you can ask anytime, don't worry too much. So how did you do on the test this time? Tang Shuzhen asked impatiently. Zhou Jie smiled and said, if nothing unexpected happens, this time it will be about 60 points higher than before. Real? The couple asked in unison, and Lao Zhu even stood up from his stool. 60 points more than usual, so the total score can exceed 640 points, right? Tang Shuzhen is not good at math, but when she heard Lao Zhu say the score, her expression became excited. Are you sure? Tang Shuzhen asked again. Well, it's not a big problem. Oh my god, our Zhu family has finally made it. Tang Shuzhen said, and hurried to the shrine in the living room and lit 3 incense sticks, chanting that she must bless Zhou Jie. That's how your mother is. Old Zhu and little Zhu smiled at each other. In the past, Jie Chou thought his mother was superstitious, but now he seems to slowly understand his mother's intentions. Her purpose was simple, she just wanted to make her son better. Someone once asked Jie Chou, if you had money, what would you do first? At that time, Jie Chou just wanted to enjoy life, but now, he thinks that the first thing he should do when he has money is wipe away your mother's envy and straighten your father's back. Chapter 22 Their First Pot of Gold. Night. Zhou Jie called Fatty and asked him to meet him at the department store on Xiamen Road tomorrow morning. Lao Zhu had a mobile phone, but he took it away when he went to work at night, so Zhou Jie used the home landline to make calls. Landline phones during this period have actually begun to be gradually phased out and fewer people are using them. But Jie Chou still has one at home. Jie Chou still remembers that when his family had just installed a landline phone, he saw an on-demand station on TV, and he could order the programs he wanted to watch by just making a phone call. At that time, Jie Chou didn't understand, and secretly ordered the programs he wanted to watch on the on-demand channel without his parents' knowledge. Zhou Jie remembers that his favorite show at the time was Slam Dunk, but the on-demand channel only played it for about 10 minutes, so Zhou Jie couldn't remember how many times he had played it on demand. But, he remembered a number called 416. Because the on-demand channel requires deducting service fees, and the charges are based on the number of minutes, the landline fee for that month was 416 yuan. Finally, Jay Cho got the bamboo shoots and pork fried set, which was a 2-in-1 mixed stir-fry. The next day is Sunday and we have a holiday. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the weather had begun to clear up. After washing up and eating, Zhou Jie took a backpack and prepared to go out. At this time, Lao Ju happened to be returning home from get off work. "Dad, you're back." "Yeah, I just got off work." Old Zhu, wearing a raincoat and supporting his tired body, spoke weakly. Zhou Jie's heart suddenly tightened, and an inexplicable pain surged into his heart. He was shocked to find that time had quietly climbed up old Zhu's face, leaving deep and shallow marks. Although he felt sad, Zhou Jie did not show it. It might be due to his father's personality. Even though he felt sorry for his father, he would not show it on his face. However, Zhou Jie still expressed his concern. "Dad, you should have a good sleep after dinner. I'm going to go out first." "Okay, be safe." Even though Lao Ju was tired, he never forgot to care about his son. This also made Jay Cho more determined to spend more time with his parents in this life, try his best to meet his parents' wishes, and make them happy all the time. Speaking of his parents' wishes, Zhou Jie couldn't help but think of his mother in his previous life, who was still muttering before she died, "Son, if I can see you get married, I will feel relieved." It was then that Jay Cho realized he regretted it, because he was too busy with work to have a girlfriend, which caused his mother to worry about her all her life. And at that time, he also had the idea of living alone for the rest of his life. If he lived for himself in his previous life, then Jay Cho has made up his mind to live for his parents in this life. When Zhou Jie arrived at the department store by car, the fat man had already arrived. "Brother Jie, is this where you told me to come and find help a few days ago?" The fat man pointed to the department store behind him with some confusion. "Well, come by and make some extra money." Zhou Jie looked at the department store in front of him, looking for something. Extra money. The fat man was even more confused after hearing this, and he didn't know what Zhou Jie was up to. "Help me find a sign called DeLong Credit." "Why are you looking for DeLong Credit? Do you want a loan?" Zhou Jie nodded. The fat man panicked immediately, suddenly grabbed Zhou Jie and said, "Are you crazy? Why did you take out a loan for no reason? I heard from my dad that except for loans from regular banks, these are all usury. You won't be able to pay it back by then, and the interest will compound more and more. You are quite knowledgeable." Jay Cho said with a smile. "Have you forgotten that my parents are in business? This is what my dad told me. Your father taught you a lot." Zhou Jie let go of the fat man's hand that was pulling his clothes, and then said, "I came here to borrow money because it's a loan shark." "Then how will you pay it back later?" "No need to pay it back," Jay Cho said directly. The fat man scratched his head, not quite understanding. Seeing the fat man like this, Zhou Jie knew that his brain was stuck, so he had to explain. "I heard a rumor that DeLong Credit has been targeted by relevant departments for loan sharking." This was the only way Jay Cho could explain it to Fatty. In fact, the actual situation is that in October this year, DeLong Credit was identified as a gang of organized crime because of a series of crimes including loan fraud, illegal loan issuance involving tens of millions of yuan, illegal beating of others to death, and violent debt collection. The mastermind was sentenced to death and the other members were sentenced to 20 years in prison. Because it was a relatively major event, it caused quite a stir in the capital and was even reported on the morning news, so Jay Cho remembered it very clearly. Those who had taken out loans from DeLong Credit were laughing miserably, because if all the people involved were arrested, the money would be equivalent to being given to them. So Jay Cho's goal today is: come here to apply for a loan. After listening to Zhou Jie's explanation, the fat man just shook his head and said, "Can gossip be trusted? Don't get yourself involved." The fat man is sober, but he is not a reborn person. Zhou Jie didn't want to explain too much. Anyway, he is sure to get the loan from DeLong Credit today. After all, this was the first pot of gold he could think of making quickly since his rebirth. In fact, after his rebirth, Zhou Jie's ways to make money were not as many as described in the novel. Apart from the known methods of buying Bitcoin, speculating in stocks, and betting on football, it is actually very difficult for Jay Cho to make money quickly. You can open a Bitcoin account and buy some coins for future use, but you can't buy too much. If you buy too much, do you believe that Bitcoin will not be the same price as in the future? As for stock trading, Zhou Jie only knows how to buy Moutai, but it is also a long-term investment. Now it is 2007, the price of Moutai should be more than 80 yuan per share. Jie Chou hasn't even earned his first pot of gold yet, so there is no way for him to invest. As for betting on football, in his previous life, Zhou Jie only remembered a match between Germany and Brazil, where the score was 7-1, and that happened in 2014. As for other ways to make money, you will only know them after you are reborn. Even if you have information about the afterlife, if you want to make money quickly. In fact, it is not that easy at all. Under Zhou Jie's coercion, Fatty finally helped Zhou Jie find the sign of DeLong credit. Brother Jie, I found it. Zhou Jie followed the fat man to the back of the department store, and at the entrance of an alley, Zhou Jie saw the sign. Let's go up and take a look. As soon as the two of them reached the door of DeLong credit, they heard a familiar voice behind them cursing. Fuck you, those two idiots in front of me, stop right there. They both turned their heads together. I saw 6 people running towards me, 2 of them looked more and more familiar. The fat man yelled, "Oh my god, it's Li Qianlong." Chapter 23, 30,000 yuan has arrived, I will treat you to a family bucket. Let's go upstairs. Zhou Jie thought quickly and pulled the fat man upstairs to DeLong credit. There are 6 people on the other side, and 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even if Zhou Jie is very powerful, he cannot defeat 6 people by himself. The fat guy is not as strong as Zhou Jie, and his psychological quality is still a little worse. When he saw the 6 people from the other side coming over, he was already very panicked. Now he could only passively let Zhou Jie pull him upstairs. Tar da da. The 2 men's steps were hurried, but also very fast. When he ran to the 2nd floor, Zhou Jie saw a glass door with the words, Jiqing DeLong Microfinance Company, Limited. Arrive. Zhou Jie pushed open the glass door and pulled the fat man in. There were 5 people inside, 3 of them were sitting together playing poker. All 3 were wearing black vests with dragon and tiger tattoos on their bodies, which gave people a very oppressive feeling. There was also a man with a flat head and wearing a white suit, sitting on a leather chair in the back. He had a 10-centimeter long scar on his face, and the suit looked a bit out of place on him. Next to him stood a tall, red-haired young woman wearing a black hip skirt. The 2 seemed to be talking about something. But suddenly they saw Zhou Jie and the fat man come in, and everyone inside stopped. The burly black man closest to Jie Chou shouted, "Hey, what do you two do?" The fat guy had never seen such a scene before. It looked just like the gangsters on TV and he was trembling all over. If Li Qianlong and his companions outside are local dogs, then the people inside are jackals, tigers and leopards. But it can eat people at any time. However, Zhou Jie was very calm. He pulled the fat man up to the man and said, "We are here to take out a loan." Oh. Hearing that he was here to apply for a loan, the black man was very happy, then turned around and said to the man in white at the back, "Brother Hu, these 2 people are here to apply for a loan. Welcome." The man in white stood up and walked out with a bright smile on his face, giving people a very hospitable feeling. But just as he walked out, there was a commotion and shouting at the door. "Damn, these 2 should have gone in. Go in and catch these 2 guys." Thump thump thump. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Li Qianlong was walking in front, but when he reached the door and saw the scene inside, his movement stopped. Surprise! Zhou Jie waved to him. At this time, the 5 people behind also rushed over, but because they were running, their speed was too fast, and several of them pushed Li Qianlong in front into the crowd. With a click, Li Qianlong fell directly to the ground and fell flat on his face. "What do you do?" The burly black man just now walked up to Li Qianlong and lifted him up with one hand. Aye. Li Qianlong has been in society for a few years, but he has only been doing minor fights on the streets. Now when he sees the big black man, he knows that he is a real gangster. After confirming through eye contact, he, Li Qianlong, knew that he was someone he couldn't afford to offend. I went to the wrong place. Li Qianlong was held in the hand of the big black man and said with a bitter face. Li Qianlong's companions behind him also knew that these people in the room were not easy to deal with. Everyone lowered their heads and stood there, not daring to make a sound. But just as Li Qianlong finished speaking, he heard Zhou Jie next to him say, Brother Tiger, these people have some personal grudge against me, and they are here to block me. Huh? Brother Tiger. Li Qianlong looked at Zhou Jie in surprise, then looked at Brother Hu, who was wearing a white suit next to him. I have a bad feeling in my heart. Could it be that Jie Chou knows these people? That's just hitting a brick wall. Li Qianlong felt so bitter in his heart. Why should he bother to provoke this ancestor when he had nothing to do? You have such a great background, why didn't you say so earlier? Throw these people out. Brother Hu always believes that customers are God. Now that someone has touched his customers, he will naturally not give them face. What's more, they are just a bunch of bastards. After Brother Hu spoke, the people who were playing poker on the sofa stood up and ran straight to Li Qianlong and his friends at the door. Several men in black vests grabbed one person each and threw the 6 people to the stairs nearby. Thank you, Brother Tiger, for rescuing me. Zhou Jie said respectfully. You are quite smart, you know how to use us. Brother Hu walked up to Zhou Jie, looked at him with a smile and said. Although Brother Hu was smiling, Zhou Jie knew that his actions just now made him unhappy. So he said. Brother Hu, you're joking. I came here to apply for a loan today, but I didn't expect to run into these people when I walked downstairs. Well, it's good that you are here to take out a loan. Brother Hu sat back in his leather chair and pointed to the sofa next to him. Sit down. Zhou Jie said thank you and walked over to sit down, but when he saw the fat man standing there motionless, he went over and pulled him over. The fat man sitting on the sofa was already sweating profusely. Surrounded by burly men wearing black vests, the fat man dared not even breathe. Zhou Jie was quite casual and patted the fat man on the back, telling him not to worry. The main purpose is to comfort. How much money do you plan to borrow? At this time, Brother Hu took out a cigarette and threw it to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was not polite and directly picked up the lighter on the coffee table to light it. He took a puff and said, How much can I borrow from Brother Tiger? First of all, let's see how you borrowed it. Brother Hu took out a contract and said, If you have collateral, you can naturally borrow more, but you can also borrow with your ID card. How much can I borrow at most using my ID card? Zhou Jie asked. Brother Tiger raised 2 fingers. At most 30,000. Only 30,000. Jie Chou feels that there is a bit too little. Brother Hu, can you make an exception for me and lend me a little more? If you were a woman, I could give you 50,000, but you're not. Brother Tiger laughed and joked. Women can take pictures, at least they have some value, right? But what's so good about a naked man? Zhou Jie knew that he could only borrow this much using only his ID card. Then he looked at the fat man next to him and finally shook his head. If he asked the fat guy to help him borrow money, he would probably fail the college entrance examination. This is not the result Zhou Jie wanted. Okay, 30,000 is 30,000. Zhou Jie picked up the contract on the table, glanced over it, pointed to the deadline column and said. It will take only 1 year. Okay. Brother Hu readily agreed, just give me a few copies of your ID card and sign here. Swish swish swish. Zhou Jie took out his ID card and signed. Brother Hu looked at the contract, then threw 3 stacks of $100 bills from the drawer and placed them on the table. This money is yours. Okay, thank you Tiger. Zhou Jie put the money into his bag, then put away his ID card and walked outside with the fat man. Are you okay? Zhou Jie patted the fat man on the back and said. Who? When he got downstairs, the fat man finally let out the anger in his heart, and he was no longer as tense as before. That's awesome, Brother Jie. The fat man squatted on the ground and gave Zhou Jie a thumbs up. Okay, let's go, I'll treat you to KFC. Seeing that Fatty was no longer nervous, Zhou Jie decided to treat him to a meal to soothe his young heart. Hearing the name of KFC, the fat man suddenly became excited. I want to eat the whole bucket, and I'll go to the one below the department store. The chicken legs are crispier. Okay. Chapter 24. Damn. Do you really know each other? Before going to KFC, Jie Chou went to the bank to apply for a bank card. Although I am not yet 18 years old, in my country, anyone who is 16 years old or older and carries an ID card can apply for a bank card on their own. Jie Chou deposited 20,000 yuan in it and kept the remaining 10,000 yuan in cash for current use. After all, at this time, all payments are made in cash, and there is no mobile payment yet. After getting the silver card, Zhou Jie brought Fatty to the KFC below the department store. There aren't many people inside. KFC is still considered a high consumption area by the public. People usually come here to try something new, and few people come here to eat regularly. Give me a family bucket, Zhou Jie said to the service staff at the counter. Okay, that's 64 yuan. Please wait a moment. Here is your receipt. Zhou Jie put away the receipt and sat opposite the fat man. Brother Jie, I'm sorry to have cost you a lot of money today. The fat man said this a little embarrassedly, but his eyes were fixed on the place where the food was served. It's okay. You used to treat me to food often. In the past, I always treated you to spicy noodles and snacks, but they didn't cost much. The fat man said, but this family bucket is so expensive. I have never had a family bucket before. My dad always said it was expensive and never bought it for me. Your dad already bought you a cell phone, why doesn't he buy you a whole family bundle? Zhou Jie asked with some confusion. Why? The fat man sighed and said, what about my dad? I don't know what he thinks. He will buy me things that he thinks are necessary, but he will never buy anything that is not necessary. After hearing what the fat man said, Zhou Jie probably understood a little. In fact, it is very simple. This is just like the psychology of most boys when they are in love. For example, I will buy whatever my girlfriend needs and she doesn't think it's expensive, but when I buy things for myself, I am very stingy. Sometimes even 2 pairs of socks for 10 yuan are too expensive, and I buy 7 pairs for 10 yuan instead. It's a question of whether it's worth it. Now that you have money, why don't you buy a mobile phone? The fat man asked at this time. How am I going to explain this to my parents after I buy it? Did you win the jackpot? Zhou Jie spread his hands and said, you don't know my parents. If there is no legitimate reason, they will definitely dig deep into the matter. What should I do? You don't even have a cell phone now. If you don't get into Hangzhou University, you won't even have Lin Xiex's contact information. You know I don't have Lin Xiex's contact information. Zhou Jie glanced at the fat man and said. Wuji. Could it be that you have already got Lin Xiex's phone number? It's not a phone call, but I've added her QQ. Jay Cho said. Shit, when did it happen? The fat guy couldn't believe it. The ice beauty Lin Xiexia actually gave Zhou Jie her QQ number. Even though no one is harassing Lin Xiexia now, she actually caused a sensation when she first entered Capital No. 1 middle school. At that time, not only the freshman students, but even the sophomores and juniors came to harass Lin Xiexia. Every 10 minutes after the get out of class, some male students from other classes would gather outside Lin Xiex's class. There was even a fight between boys from 2 classes because of Lin Xiexia. Finally, the head teacher Liu Fengqin couldn't stand it anymore and reported the matter. The school also issued a strict order prohibiting harassment of Lin Xiexia during class time. But it didn't have much effect. In the end, it was Lin Xiexia who stood up and said that even if she chose a boyfriend, she would not choose from those who harassed her. The students from other classes stopped disturbing them. From then on, Lin Xiexia was given the title of Iceberg Beauty. Some jealous female classmates also slandered her behind her back, saying that she was pretending, that she was actually a slut, and that she often went out with different boys. As a result, many female classmates began to dislike Lin Xiexia. As a result, Lin Xiexia only friend was Xu Qianqian, and she was ostracized in the dormitory and class. This is actually school bullying, and this kind of mental torture is the most painful. Gradually, Lin Xiex's personality became more and more introverted, even a little socially anxious. This is the case with Lin Xiexia. When Zhou Jie heard the fat man's question, he just said calmly. About yesterday. Hold. After hearing this, the fat man grabbed his leg hard. Zhou Jie knew what was going on by looking at his expression, and then laughed. You haven't even added Xu Qianqian's QQ yet, right? This is how it is for boys in high school. If you add a girl's QQ or contact information, you will be a cool person in the eyes of other boys. I'll ask Xu Qianqian for her contact information tomorrow. The fat man said with a firm look in his eyes. At this time, the waiter also reminded Zhou Jie and the others to pick up their food. The fat man picked up the receipt and went over to pick up his food. When he came back, he put the family bucket on the table, first gave Zhou Jie a big chicken drumstick, and then he started eating. Maybe it was dinner time, more and more people started to come into the store. At this time, a girl walked in from the store door. The fat man who was still eating the chicken leg immediately patted Zhou Jie and said, "Beauty, beauty, brother Jie, look." Zhou Jie turned his head and saw an extremely beautiful girl. Her eyes are big, with upturned corners, and her eyelashes are dense, fine and long, as if they can capture people's hearts. Her high nose bridge and rosy lips are as charming as blooming red roses, and her soft long hair is draped over her shoulders just right. She wore a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts that showed off her long legs. Her lines were smooth and energetic, yet she exuded a casual sexiness. The white sneakers on her feet added a sense of casualness and freedom, and the movement of her long hair inadvertently attracted the attention of people around her. "Give me a spicy chicken burger combo," the girl said to the waiter at the counter. But the waiter just kept staring at her, as if petrified. "Please give me a spicy chicken burger meal for $15. The pretty girl raised her voice and spoke. Only then did the waiter react, said sorry, and started operating the machine. "Brother Jie, it's the sound of the royal sister." The fat man looked at the girl's white, tender and straight legs, and the chicken leg in his hand seemed to no longer taste good. Zhou Jie looked at the girl and fell into deep thought. "I think I've seen it somewhere before." Cut. The fat man pursed his lips and looked at Zhou Jie and said, "Don't tell me you know this beauty." "I feel like I've seen it somewhere, but I can't remember where." It seemed that the beautiful woman heard their conversation and turned around just in time to see them. She first looked at the fat man and the chicken leg in his hand, and then fixed her eyes on Zhou Jie's face. At first he was confused, then a little uncertain, so he put his index finger to his lips and pulled it twice. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and he shouted, "Zhou Jie! Are you Jie Chou?" The girl ran over happily, which was somewhat inconsistent with her queen-like image. "Who are you?" Zhou Jie seemed to still be reminiscing when he heard the girl say, "I am Wanwan. Back in my hometown, we played with the little girl who always had a ponytail when we played with mud." "It's you." Zhou Jie was very surprised that the girl who used to follow him around had turned into a beautiful lady. The fat guy next to him was stunned. "Damn, I really know him." Chapter 25, Go to Anime City. When Wan seemed very happy to see Zhou Jie. She sat next to Zhou Jie and chatted non-stop with him. "Where did you and your mother move to when you did? Why didn't you tell me? I went to your old house and looked for you for a long time." Zhou Jie put his hands on the table and said with a look of nostalgia, "We went to the mountain city." When Wan said apologetically, "I was still young at that time. I only know that my mother asked me to leave the next morning. I thought my mother was going to take me to the market, but when we got to the mountain city, I realized that I would never go back home." "You do not know." At this point, when Wan pulled Zhou Jie's arm, looking a little sad. "When I knew I would never see you again, I cried so hard that I couldn't recover for many days. It was like I had lost the most important thing in my life. I felt empty and insecure inside." "Silly girl." Zhou Jie pinched Wanwan's cheek and said, "Now we see each other again. Damn it, are you done already?" The fat guy was so envious and jealous. "I felt that the chicken leg had no fragrance just now, and now it tastes like chewing wax." However, he couldn't interrupt their conversation now. "I only heard when Wan say again. I really miss the time when we were kids in the village, when I followed you around all day long. Every time I come home late, my mother scolds me." "Har har, you actually still remember it." Zhou Jie laughed and said, "At that time, what you loved most was to go to the fields with me to dig mud and make mud figures and stoves." He, yes." When Wan smiled and nodded. "You don't know how much I envied the mud stove you made at that time. When I saw the fire burning inside, I was terribly scared, but I also wanted to touch it. In the end, I knocked it over and burned a section of my hair. I remember you were like a boy back then, and you even played video games with me." Har har. When Wan laughed, her expression began to be proud, and she approached Zhou Jie and said, "Didn't expect that I'm so beautiful now." "Yes, she is indeed very beautiful. I am completely fascinated by her." Zhou Jie said half-truthfully. "Huh, you once said that you would marry me when you grow up. Is this true or false?" Zhou Jie asked somewhat embarrassedly. "Did I really say that?" "Huh, I still remember, how can it be fake?" Har har har, when we were little, we always said whatever we wanted. Yeah, it really felt good when I was a kid. So when did you come back? Zhou Jie asked, changing the subject. I came back last September and now I am studying at Jucheng number 3 Middle School. Number 3 Middle School. Zhou Jie touched his chin and said, it's very close to our school. Which school do you go to? Wen Wan asked. I'm in number 1 Middle School. R. Wen Wan was surprised at first, then showed a happy expression. Then you must have very good grades. Number 1 Middle School is the best school in the capital. It's okay. My grades are not as good as the guy next to me. Zhou Jie had already noticed that the fat man was feeling uncomfortable sitting there, so he said this. When the fat guy heard Zhou Jie say this, he instantly became energetic. He stretched out his hand and said, Hey, hello, classmate Wen Wan. My name is Wang Xiaobao, and I'm Zhou Jie's best friend. Hello, classmate Wang Xiaobao. Wen Wan smiled and shook hands with the fat man. But soon the fat man was left out because Wen Wan said to Zhou Jie, Zhou Jie, which university do you plan to apply to in the college entrance examination? I plan to go to Shudu University. Jie Cho said. Oh. Wen Wan nodded, as if thinking about something. Then she said, I've decided. I want to go to Shudu City to go to college. Which university did you originally want to apply to? Zhou Jie asked. I originally wanted to go to Yucheng Art College, but now that I've met you, I'm planning to stay here. Wen Wan suddenly grabbed Zhou Jie's arm, then leaned forward and said in a childish tone. Anyway, I'm back now, you can't leave me. Zhou Jie was a little amused and helpless. He didn't expect that he had such a high status in Wen Wan's heart. Logically speaking, this kind of emotion should fade as one grows older, but in Wen Wan's case, Zhou Jie felt as if she had recognized him. Would you two like some chicken drumsticks? The ignored fat man asked when he saw that the two of them were silent. Oops, I forgot to pick up my meal. After a few people had eaten KFC, it was already 12:30 noon. Zhou Jie thought about it and decided that he had to buy a mobile phone first, otherwise it would be inconvenient to contact Wen Wan. Brother Jie, how are you going to explain this to your parents then? The fat man asked in a low voice from behind. Then you can go back with me and tell me that you won the lottery. Zhou Jie patted the fat man and said. Are you really talking about a lottery? Yes. Then why should I go to your house? Prove it for me. Is it okay not to go? Can. Zhou Jie pointed at the bucket in the fat man's arms and said, just spit out what you've eaten. Then I'll go. The fat man subconsciously tightened the family bucket in his hand. The three of them quickly arrived at the mobile phone mall. Zhou Jie bought the same Nokia 5500 phone as Fatty, and also applied for a phone card at the business hall. The reason I bought this phone is mainly to make it easier to find an excuse when the time comes. The reason was simple. He said that he and the fat man participated in a lottery and won the grand prize together. The prize was 2 Nokia 5500 mobile phones. It might be fake that Jie Cho won the prize alone, but with the help of Fatty, the credibility would be much higher. I exchanged contact information with Wen Wan, not only leaving her phone number but also adding her on QQ. The fat guy next to her also wanted to add Wen Wan as QQ, but he didn't have the courage to say it out loud. Do you have anything to do this afternoon? How about we go play video games? The fat guy seemed to want to play video games as well. When Zhou Jie looked at him, he kept nodding to himself. So I agreed. In 2007, there were already many animation cities in the city. Just like in later generations, you can grab dolls, play video games, and win game coins and coupons to exchange for things. Anime City was actually quite popular during this period. The three of them didn't walk far. There was an animation city on the 4th floor of the department store. Because it was Sunday, the place was already packed with people and extremely busy. The colorful machines are shining brightly, and the sounds of various machines are endless. The game coins at this time are relatively cheaper, usually 2 coins for 50 cents. Give me 30 yuan of game coins. Zhou Jie took out 3 10-yuan bills and handed them to their waiter, but was pulled back by a delicate hand. I'll give it to you. When Wan grabbed Zhou Jie forcefully, and with her other hand she handed a 50 yuan bill to the waiter. Zhou Jie didn't act pretentiously and put the 30 yuan away. Soon, several people took the game coins and started sweeping the major game consoles. Alas, I didn't catch it again. This machine is too loose. When Wan kept stomping her feet in front of a claw machine. Let me try. You can't catch so many coins. Let Fatty try it. Fuck, what a crappy machine. There's a boxing king over here, brother Jie, would you like to have a fight? Okay, but don't cry like you did last time if you lose. I will definitely beat you today. There's no one on the dance machine right now, Zhou Jie, help me put in the coins, I want to dance. Zhou Jie, do I dance well? It looks good. It looks good. Good times always pass quickly, and several people played in the animation city until 5 p.m. Zhou Jie, I'm going home now. I'll come to number 1 middle school to see you later when I have time. Wen said with some reluctance. Okay, come to my house when you have time. My house is now at. Okay, I'll definitely come. Then I'll go first. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chapter 26. You are a good kid with a promising future. After when Wan left, Zhou Jie bought some things and he and Fatty prepared to take the bus back home. In the car. Brother Jie, when Wan seems to like you. The fat man looked at Zhou Jie with envy, as if analyzing what made him handsome. Do you like it? Zhou Jie thought for a moment and said. It depends on what kind of person you like. Of course it's the kind of love between a man and a woman. The fat man said. When Wan said today, remember when you were little you said you wanted to marry her. He. Zhou Jie just smiled and said, they say you shouldn't try to guess what a woman is thinking. In fact, it's the hardest to understand. Even though he had seen countless women in his previous life, this was the first time he had encountered a situation like when Wan. That she likes herself. Who would believe me if someone suddenly said he liked me after not seeing me for more than 10 years? She says she doesn't like me, but her gentle words and actions don't seem to indicate that she doesn't like me. In the end, Jie Chou could only draw a simple conclusion, that is, Wan is straightforward in character, but also nostalgic, missing the good times they had together when they were children. What I like is just the feeling of being with myself when I was a child. When Zhou Jie brought Fatty back home, Aunt Tang was cooking. Xiaobao, stay and have dinner with us today. Auntie made taro roast chicken for you today. Fatty used to come to see Zhou Jie often, so Tang Shuzhen had seen Fatty many times and was already very familiar with him. Okay, Aunt Tang, I like the taro roast chicken you make the most. The fat man walked in and sat down on the sofa downstairs as if it were his own home. Not restrained at all. Tang Shuzhen and Lao Ju also like Fatty's personality. They used to say that it would be great if Zhou Jie could be as outgoing as Fatty. In the past, when Jie Chou heard such words, he would touch his neck embarrassedly. At that time, he did feel that he was not as outgoing and bold as the fat guy. But I still don't have the courage to change. After all, personality changes are not something that can be achieved overnight. You have to go through it before you can grow. For example, Zhou Jie now put the cold meat board on the street and the fried chicken board at KFC on the table and said, Mom, I bought some vegetables, and the KFC you wanted to try before. In the past, when Jie Chou and his mother went to the department store to buy clothes, Tang Shuzhen saw people in KFC eating golden fried chicken with their hands, so she went in to ask. When I learned that a chicken wing cost 7.5 yuan, I immediately gave up the idea of eating it. He kept muttering, such a small chicken wing is sold at such a high price. It's enough to buy several bowls of noodles for our family. When Tang Shuzhen heard that Zhou Jie bought KFC, she still showed a happy smile on her face. It seemed like all mothers were the same. Although they had a smile on their faces, the next moment they still asked Zhou Jie where he got the money to buy KFC. I remember that one chicken wing at KFC cost $7. Now a bucket this big must cost a lot of money. Tang Shuzhen looked at Zhou Jie and said, she was afraid that her son would go out and do bad things. Mom. Zhou Jie walked to the kitchen and put a hand on Tang Shuzhen's shoulder, signaling her not to worry. Then his expression suddenly became exaggerated, and he said excitedly, your son won the jackpot today. Big prize. Tang Shuzhen suddenly stopped what she was doing, turned around and looked at Zhou Jie with some confusion. Zhou Jie knew the time was almost right, and he took out the Nokia phone from behind him like magic. Mom, we won first prize in the lottery today. Tang Shuzhen took the phone, her face showing some surprise, but more of uneasiness. Zhou Jie knew his mother still didn't believe it, so he said, "Today's first prize is exactly 2 mobile phones, one for me and one for the fat guy." The fat man understood and took out his cell phone. This was discussed by the two people. When Tang Shuzhen saw 2 identical mobile phones, both of which were new, she gradually began to believe that this was real. After all, only one phone could be fake, but if there are 2, the probability of it being fake is too small. I really won the jackpot. Tang Shuzhen's face was now filled with excitement. Zhou Jie knew that his mother had believed it, so he cooperated with her and acted out the mentality of winning the lottery vividly. With the cooperation of Zhou Jie and Fatty, Aunt Tang was 100% convinced that this was true, and said that the two of them were really lucky today. At this time, Lao Ju also came back, and Tang Shuzhen ran over and told Lao Ju about this. Lao Ju's reaction was different from Tang Shuzhen's. He first looked at the phone and found that it was indeed real, and then asked the two where they won the prize. Of course, Jie Chou had already thought of a countermeasure, saying that it was the Animation City that won the event. After all, Jie Chou brought back a doll. Although Lao Ju is good at details, Zhou Jie is an old fox and he has thought of all the possibilities. So in the end, Lao Ju suddenly laughed and was very happy. He said that the two of them were very lucky, which was equivalent to picking up a lot of money. Zhou Jie was thinking in his heart, if 2 mobile phones made the couple so happy, then if he put the remaining 20,000 yuan in front of them, wouldn't his parents be shocked? After the fat man finished his meal, he went back. After all, Jie Chou has no habit of sleeping with men. He feels uncomfortable whenever other boys sleep with him. I always feel that the other person will hit me inadvertently. Jie hid the remaining cash. Then, as usual, after the family of 3 washed the dishes, Jie Chou soaked his feet in water. This way, Jie Chou can spend more time talking to his parents. Mom and Dad, do you still remember our neighbor across the street from our house in the countryside? Jie Chou said. Are you talking about the mother and daughter of the Wen family? Tang Shuzhen said with some confusion on her face, didn't they move away? Why are you saying this suddenly? I met Wen Wan today. Jie Chou said directly. Real. Tang Shuzhen was already getting excited, and it seemed that she was even more excited than when she heard that Zhou Jie had won the prize. How is Wen Wan now? You were very well behaved when you were little, you must be very beautiful now that you have grown up, right? Did you keep her contact information today? Where do they live now? Tang Shuzhen became more and more excited as she spoke, and finally Lao Ju interrupted her. You keep asking, how does Zhou Jie answer you? When Tang Shuzhen heard what Lao Ju said, she realized that she was too excited. Seeing his mother's excited expression, Zhou Jie finally realized how much his mother had hoped for him to get married. In this life, I must definitely fulfill my mother's wish. So Zhou Jie took his mother's hand and said, Mom, I'll ask Wen Wan to come to my house for dinner some other day, and you can take a good look at her. Oh my son finally got it now. This made Tang Shuzhen very happy. Old Zhu, who was standing by, also smiled and patted Zhou Jie on the shoulder. The meaning is obvious. You are a good kid and have a bright future. That's right. Zhou Jie seemed to remember something, took out his mobile phone, opened QQ and found Wen Wan's profile picture. Wen Wan's QQ name is Wan Smile. Not online right now. Zhou Jie opened Wen Wan's QQ space, found the photo album and clicked on it. At that time, most people still used 2G network, so the album buffering was very slow. When the buffering was completed, Zhou Jie showed Wen Wan's photo to Tang Shuzhen. This photo was taken recently. Wen Wan above is sitting on the grass with her white legs crossed in front of her, her body slightly tilted, her hands making scissors hands, and her facial expression is playful and cute. The photo is not particularly clear, but in this age without beauty filters, Wen Wan's appearance is enough to beat most of the internet beauties in later generations. Oh, Xie Wan is so beautiful now. Seeing Tang Shuzhen's expression, old Zhu, who always disliked gossip, also stretched his neck. Well, this girl is really good looking. Zhou Jie, have you told Xiao Wan when to come home for dinner? Aunt Tang seemed a little impatient. I'll ask her later to see when she's free. Well, you'd better ask as soon as possible. Then Zhou Jie saw the couple starting to chat while looking at photos. Look, what a nice girl. Yeah, it's good indeed. Chapter 27 3 Model Test Results. In the evening, Zhou Jie saw Lin Xiaoxia online, and her online name was Lonely Fish. Zhou Jie first looked at her space, which was blank, and then wrote a message. No waiting. Soon a space message appeared. Did you buy a cell phone? Clever. Jay Cho replied. Oh. And then nothing happened. So Zhou Jie sent a message directly to Lin Xiaoxia. I observed the sky tonight and calculated that you are lying on your side in bed, looking at your phone. Maybe your phone is still charging. Lin Xiaoxia responded quickly. First he sent a surprised expression, and then sent a few words. How do you know that? I saw it. I don't believe you. I am a ghost, believe it or not. Humph, you are a ghost, and I am a god who specializes in catching ghosts. That's really great, please ask the gods to take me away as a ghost. Covering mouth and laughing. You are. Smooth talk. I'm going to go to bed. Okay, I'm going to bed too, see you tomorrow. Okay, bye-bye. Zhou Jie then looked at Lin Xiaoxia's information. There was a blog post on her homepage titled, Me. But after Zhou Jie clicked it, a password question appeared. What kind of person am I? This immediately aroused Zhou Jie's curiosity. However, after trying many times, it failed to open, and finally Zhou Jie had to give up. I'll ask her later when the time is right. That night, Zhou Jie had a dream. I dreamed of marrying Wen and having a daughter. Then the scene changed and Lin Xiaoxia appeared at the wedding wearing the same wedding dress, with a little boy beside her. Then the scene changed again. Zhou Jie was lying on a big rose-red bed, when Wan and Lin Xiaoxia both rushed towards Zhou Jie. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock rang in Zhou Jie's ears, and Zhou Jie seemed to have not yet come back to his senses from his dream. Still savoring. This damn alarm clock. Zhou Jie cursed and prepared to get up. Fuck. The next moment, he directly lifted the quilt, and a familiar smell spread out. Mad, it's time to change your underwear again. Today's morning reading was a little different from usual, and most of the students were absent-minded. Because today is the day when the results are announced. Whenever the sound of high heels tapping on the floor was heard in the corridor, the students would unconsciously turn their eyes outside. When I saw that it was a teacher from another class, the nervousness in my heart instantly reduced a little. But my heart has always been hanging. Soon another footstep sound was heard, and the head teacher Liu Fengqin came in with a thick test paper. Apart from the sound of breathing, no other sound could be heard in the classroom. For a moment it was so quiet that it was a little eerie. Zhou Jie even saw some of his classmates' legs starting to tremble. This feeling of oppression is really not exaggerated. Before handing out the test papers, let me say a few words. This is the classic opening line of almost all teachers. Liu Fengqin first took a sip of water slowly, and then tidied the test papers on the table, mainly aiming at psychological deterrence. Then he cleared his throat and said, there were many problems with the third mock exam this time. First, give a classic warning to make everyone pay attention to the issues you are talking about. Then give another candy. Although this exam revealed many problems, there are also students who have made great progress. When he said this, Zhou Jie felt Liu Fengqin's gaze linger on him for 0.5 seconds. People are full of anxiety about unknown results. Even Zhou Jie, who has been reborn, is more or less nervous. After all, the results haven't come out yet. Now let's start distributing the Chinese test papers. Liu Fengqin has a habit of distributing the test papers from high to low. This not only encourages students who perform well in the exam, but also discourages those who perform poorly. Li Fen 141, Wang Bo 138, Lin Xiaoxia 137, Xu Qianqian 135. Zhou Jie 126. Because their head teacher, Liu Fengqin, is a Chinese teacher, after handing out the Chinese test papers, she also talked about some test points and some students' negligence. Only then did they start distributing the math test papers. Wang Bo 142, Wang Xiaobao 140, Lin Xiaoxia 138, Xu Qianqian 138. Zhou Jie 123. After handing out the math test papers, the head teacher said again. Student Wang Xiaobao performed very well in mathematics this time. The mathematics teacher just praised him in the office. Next is comprehensive science. Li Minute 264, Li Fen 260, Wenbo 257, Lin Xiaoxia 255. Zhou Jie 243. When it came time to hand out the English test papers, the head teacher did not continue, but turned around and looked outside the classroom and said, "Teacher Su, the other test papers have been distributed." Su Muqing walked in from the door at this time. The other students were a little curious as to why Teacher Su came here. She is the youngest teacher in the senior year and has only 2 years of teaching experience since graduating from high school. Because of her outstanding appearance, many students take her classes very seriously. Her silky and smooth wavy hair has become one of her unique symbols of charm. The reason why I am here to distribute the English results this time is because one of my classmates' English results exceeded the expectations of all our teachers. When Su Muqing said this, her eyes were always on Zhou Jie. Of course Zhou Jie knew the reason, but his classmates understood something. Did Zhou Jie fail the English test this time? Some students began to speculate. Even if he failed the test, there's no need to ask Teacher Su to come and explain in person. Could it be that Zhou Jie did very well in the test this time? Didn't you see Teacher Su's expression? There was no smile at all. She's always like this. The students made a lot of guesses, but they were all in the worst direction. After all, Zhou Jie's English has always been poor, usually hovering between 80 and 90 points, ranking at the bottom of the class. Yi Chen, who was standing aside, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he first heard Zhou Jie's results, he had already started sweating profusely. Because Zhou Jie's scores in the previous subjects were only about 60 points lower than mine. In other words, Zhou Jie would win as long as he scored 70 points in English. But now seeing Su Muqing's look, Yi Chen seemed to already know the result. Zhou Jie failed the English test this time. Xu Chenxian looked at Zhou Jie with pity, while Lin Xiaoxia was twirling the pen in her hand, not knowing what she was thinking. The fat man next to him pulled Zhou Jie's clothes and comforted him. "It doesn't matter. Just do well in the college entrance examination." "What the hell are you talking about?" Jie Chou said unhappily. He was so confident in his English that it was impossible for him to do poorly on the test. As if to confirm Zhou Jie's idea, the head teacher knocked on the table. "Okay, everyone, be quiet." Liu Fengqin shouted to the students below. "Listen to what Teacher Su has to say first." Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Su Muqing said, "Everyone is looking forward to the results, so I will just hand out the test papers." Su Muqing picked up a test paper and smiled unconsciously. Zhou Jie. 150 points. Wow. When Su Muqing announced Zhou Jie's grades, the class went into an uproar. Everyone's reaction was in stark contrast to what it was at the beginning. "Are you kidding? 150 points. Is it fake? Oh my god. Zhou Jie. English? 150 points. Chapter 28 Impossible, absolutely impossible." At this moment, classmates looked at Zhou Jie as if he were a monster. They really couldn't figure out why Zhou Jie's English score was so high. The main reason is that the gap between before and after is too big. In the past, Jie Chou's scores were always between 80 and 90 points, but now suddenly there comes such a nuclear bomb. No one can stand this. Xu Chenxian felt a little ashamed. She thought Zhou Jie had failed the exam, but she didn't expect him to get a perfect score. It's not that there are people who get full marks in English, but it's shocking to see Jie Chou get it. Lin Xiaoxia, who was standing by, suddenly stopped the pen she was spinning and held it tightly in her hand. I wonder if she was shocked that Zhou Jie got a full score. Or was he nervous about having to fulfill his promise after losing the bet he made with Jie Chou? After all, I managed to get full marks in the 3 mock tests this time, so even if I can't get full marks in the college entrance examination, it won't be too bad. And the other side. The fat guy next to him seemed to be meeting Jie Chou for the first time. 150 points. Suddenly I remembered that a few days ago I vowed to Jie Chou, "If you follow my rhythm a little, I guarantee you will improve by 10 points. This time, he got full marks all of a sudden, and the fat guy simply couldn't do it anymore. The fat man couldn't help but think of a question at this time. I think Jie Chou's English grades were fake in the past, just to make a splash when the college entrance exam is approaching. Okay. My brother is as close to you as you are to me, so you are playing tricks on him, right? Of course, Fatty wasn't he the only one who had this idea. Squad leader Li Fen also had it. For the first time, she looked at Zhou Jie seriously. It seemed that from a certain time on, this man suddenly became powerful. Most of the students in the class were surprised, but there was one person who felt like the sky was falling. Zhou Jie's achievements were like a five-finger mountain, pressing down on Yi Chen and making it difficult for him to breathe. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Chen couldn't believe what he saw. How could Zhou Jie get full marks? Cheating. He must have cheated. Yi Chen seemed to have found a breakthrough, and suddenly stood up and shouted. Zhou Jie cheated, how could he possibly get full marks? It must be cheating. Yi Chen's voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. Some classmates who usually don't have a good relationship with Zhou Jie also agreed with Yi Chen's statement. I also think that how could Zhou Jie, whose English is so poor, suddenly get a perfect score? That's right, this is too outrageous. Anyway, I don't believe it. It must be cheating. How can someone get a perfect score in English? The other students all knew about the bet between Yi Chen and Zhou Jie, so some students thought that Yi Chen was anxious. Seeing Zhou Jie surpass him, and in such a crushing manner, it seemed that Yi Chen was no longer calm. Zhou Jie just looked quietly at Yi Chen and those classmates who said he cheated, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Neither explanation nor refutation. The fat man on the side couldn't sit still anymore, he stood up and shouted. Why do you say Jie Chou cheated? What evidence do you have? Evidence. Yi Chen also became excited and said with a red face. His score of 150 is proof. Stop talking bullshit. You just can't afford to lose. If you can't get 150 points, don't doubt that others can't do the same. The fat man pointed at Yi Chen and retorted. Fatty Wang, everyone has seen how bad Zhou Jie's English was before. He suddenly got a perfect score this time. Do you think there is no problem? Who believes it? Didn't Jie Chou pretend to be good before? The fat man shouted loudly. Yi Chen seemed to be waiting for this sentence, revealing a disdainful expression. Pretending? Fatty Wang, you can pretend for me, let me see. That's you. That's enough. Liu Fengqin suddenly slammed the table and shouted. It had to be the class teacher. The world became quiet now. What are you arguing about? Liu Fengqin walked to the podium and stood side by side with Su Muqing. Her sharp eyes swept around the crowd below, and finally her gaze fell on Yi Chen. Said. Zhou Jie's perfect English score is the result of joint discussions among all the English teachers in the school. If anyone thinks he cheated, bring out the evidence. And. At this point, Liu Fengqin took Zhou Jie's test paper in her hand, spread her hands and raised them up and said. Who in school can write English characters like Zhou Jie? The students sitting in the back couldn't see it clearly, but the students in the first 3 rows could see it clearly. Oh my god, Zhou Jie's English is exactly the same as printed. Is he that strong? I've only seen such beautiful English words on TV. I think this font is called copperplate. Yes, Zhou Jie writes in copperplate font, which is also what we often call cursive font. Su Muqing explained. The students below were even more impressed. Pass it on so everyone can see it. In order to shut some people up, Liu Fengqin directly gave Zhou Jie's test paper to the student in front of her. Although she is a Chinese teacher, she doesn't understand English. But when I saw Zhou Jie's copperplate script, I have to say that his handwriting is very beautiful. Based on this point alone, she believed that Zhou Jie's full score in English was a reflection of his true strength. Zhou Jie's test paper was being passed around continuously, and every time it reached a classmate, all of them were full of praise. When it was passed to Xu Qianqian and Lin Xiaoxia, Xu Qianqian covered her mouth directly. This is so beautiful, it's like a work of art. Lin Xiaoxia also nodded rarely, and had to admit that Zhou Jie's handwriting was really beautiful. Her eyes were fixed on the words Zhou Jie wrote on the test paper, and she became curious about this boy. Why did he become so outstanding? Suddenly I remembered how confident Zhou Jie was when he said he wanted to apply to Shudu University a few days ago. It turns out he really wasn't just talking. When the test paper was passed to the fat man, he blurted out his classic line. Wajie! You're fucking too outrageous, aren't you? Don't tell my buddy, this is just the result of your casual practice. This time, Zhou Jie just shook his head, smiled and said. This is the result of long-term practice. Everything Zhou Jie said was true. This was indeed the result of writing for nearly 10 years in his previous life. Then the test paper came into Yi Chen's hands. When he saw Zhou Jie's elegant and lively handwriting, Yi Chen realized that his loss was not unfair at all. Looking at the English letters in front of him that looked like printed text, Yi Chen really wanted to say that this was fake. He didn't want to admit that this was written by Zhou Jie. However, the blue pen words were like a thin steel needle, piercing deeply into his eyes, forcing him to accept this as the fact. Why did Jie Chou suddenly become so powerful? This is also the question that the class teacher Liu Fengqin and English teacher Su Muqing want to know. After the whole class looked at Zhou Jie's test paper, Su Muqing began to distribute the test papers. Li Fen 141, Wang Xiaoyu 137, Lin Xiaoshi 135. Although these students also got high scores, they still did not feel happy in their hearts. If it were any other time, I would definitely feel a little happy, but now Jie Chou's grades are like an insurmountable mountain. Make them feel stressed out. After handing out the English test papers, Su Muqing walked to Zhou Jie and said to him with a smile, "Zhou Jie, your English performance this time not only surprised your classmates, but also all of us teachers. If you could share your experience in learning English, I believe the class would benefit a lot. May I?" When saying the last sentence, Su Muqing used a completely pleading tone. Since the English teacher has let go of his attitude, how could Zhou Jie, who is in his 30s in his heart, not give him this face? And she is a beautiful teacher. Okay, Teacher Su. Jie replied with a smile. Good. Then let Zhou Jie share with us his valuable experience in learning English. Chapter 29. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm telling you. Zhou Jie stood up and walked directly to the podium. When the head teacher Liu Fengqin smiled and gave up her seat to Zhou Jie subconsciously nodded to Liu Fengqin to express his gratitude. Then I realized that this seemed a little inappropriate, so I said, "Thank you, Mr. Class." Liu Fengqin gave him a gesture of encouragement, and Zhou Jie knew that this was the head teacher telling him not to be nervous. If it were in the past, Zhou Jie would have definitely rejected Su Muqing's invitation directly. He never gives himself the chance to get on the podium. But now, Zhou Jie, standing on the podium, first glanced at the students below. Then he slowly picked up the water cup on the table, intending to take a sip first, only to find out that it was the water cup of his head teacher. Zhou Jie cleared his throat and said, "Dear guests, hello, fellow students. Thank you, Mr. Su, for giving me this opportunity to share my English learning experience. First of all, before I share my experience, I think you all want to know why I have changed so much during this period of time." Having said that, Zhou Jie paused subconsciously. Why is there no response from below? The fat man had gotten used to Zhou Jie's speaking rhythm and suddenly shouted from below. "Yes, Brother Jie, you are right." Zhou Jie pressed his hand towards the fat man and continued. "In fact, the reason why I was introverted before was because I never expressed myself. I have said this to Fatty before." When the fat man heard this, he seemed to be very proud of himself because he was the first to know this secret. "That's like saying, you just found out now? Jie Chou told me a long time ago." Not only the students below, but even the two teachers looked at Zhou Jie in surprise. "What's the meaning? You were just pretending to be introverted before. When it comes to scheming, Jie Chou is second to none and no one dares to say they are first. 3 years. We have been studying with you for 3 whole years. Have you been acting with us the whole time? What to play?" Zhou Jie could see the expressions of the students below, but he felt very good about it. He coughed to signal the students below not to be surprised. "It's not over yet." Zhou Jie continued. "During these 3 years, I have been learning English vocabulary and practicing English words every night. That's why I got such an amazing English score today." Zhou Jie paused again and continued to observe the reactions of the students below. Then he said, "The reason I showed my real English performance this time is because I think we will graduate soon. It's time to give everyone a surprise. In other words, I won't pretend anymore, I'm going to reveal my cards." After finishing his speech, Jie Chou walked off the stage and returned to his seat. "Brother Jie, you are so awesome." The fat man excitedly gave Zhou Jie a thumbs up. Zhou Jie pressed his hand. "Tell him to keep a low profile, keep a low profile." "Thank you, Zhou Jie, for your valuable experience. Liu Fengqin walked to the podium and said, "The facts show that Zhou Jie's achievements today are not coincidental, but the result of daily accumulation, day by day." After the head teacher said some encouraging words, he asked everyone to look at their test papers and focus on reviewing the mistakes. At this time, everyone is doing the same thing, not looking at their wrong questions, but calculating their total score. Of course, there are also people who calculate other people's total scores. Xiaoxia, I wonder if Jie Chou's total score has exceeded 630 points. At this time, Xu Qianqian had already taken out a piece of draft paper and was ready to start writing. Now his English score is 150, plus Chinese. Chinese is about 120. 126. Lin Xiaoxia said as she looked at her test paper. Oh, Chinese 126 plus math. How much is mathematics? Xu Qianqian put the pen to her lips and tapped it, then turned to look at Lin Xiaoxia and asked. 123. Lin Xiaoxia still replied calmly. Then add in math 123, and then comprehensive science, I remember it was 240. 42 or 43. 243. That 150 plus 126, 123, plus the final 243 points. The total score is. Xu Qianqian wrote a vertical formula on the draft, and then exclaimed in surprise. His total score is actually 642 points. Huh. Xu Qianqian suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did Lin Xiaoxia remember it so clearly? Xiaoxia, how come you remember Zhou Jie's grades so clearly? Xu Qianqian asked directly. Lin Xiaoxia seemed to have just reacted and felt a little embarrassed for a moment. He was originally concerned about whether Zhou Jie really did very well in the exam as he said, so he subconsciously paid more attention to it. Unexpectedly, when she heard Su Muqing mention Zhou Jie's English grades, she suddenly became uneasy. If this is the case, then there will be no problem for Zhou Jie to be admitted to Shudu University. So I really have to be his girlfriend. Xu Qianqian saw that Lin Xiaoxia didn't look natural at all, and then she laughed. It seems that you still like Zhou Jie. No. Lin Xiaoxia immediately denied it. Then why do you remember his grades so clearly? Lin Xiaoxia hesitated, not knowing whether she should tell Xu Qianqian about the bet between her and Zhou Jie. How could the clever Xu Qianqian not notice Lin Xiaoxia's condition? And this is too obvious. If you don't tell me, I'll ask Zhou Jie. He will definitely tell me. Xu Qianqian said with a pout. Which side are you on? Lin Xiaoxia rolled her eyes at her. Although Xu Qianqian knew that Lin Xiaoxia was not angry, she wanted to let her best friend speak out her true feelings. Xu Qianqian suddenly took her hand and said. We are best friends, so of course I'm on your side. Then he patted Lin Xiaoxia's hand and changed the subject. Don't keep things in your heart. It's not good. We have said this before, that we must share our concerns with each other. Look, even when Wang Xiaobao confessed his feelings to me and said I had some feelings for him, I was talking to you. After hearing what Xu Qianqian said, Lin Xiaoxia seemed to feel that the bet between her and Zhou Jie was not a big deal. So I organized my words and said. Actually, some time ago, Jie Chou and I made a bet. Then Lin Xiaoxia told the story about the bet between Zhou Jie and her, detailing the cause and effect, time and place. After listening to this, Xu Qianqian nodded thoughtfully. The next moment. Suddenly said. I see. What do you know? Lin Xiaoxia was a little confused. Zhou Jie has been holding back all this time just to get you. Lin Xiaoxia became even more confused. Look. Xu Qianqian began to analyze. From his freshman year to his junior year in high school, Zhou Jie was always unknown. At that time, he was building an image of himself as an introvert with average academic performance in your mind. And a few days ago, he suddenly made a bet with you that he would take the entrance exam to Shudu University. Under normal circumstances, you would definitely think that he would not be able to pass, so you agreed. But, in fact, I just fell into his trap. He suddenly became a big hit this time, and everything seems reasonable. Xu Qianqian looked like she was very smart. Then he is very scheming. Lin Xiaoxia suddenly said. All this is for you. I think Zhou Jie is a good person. He has endured for 3 years for you. I think he is infatuated with you. If Jie Chou knew what she was thinking, he would definitely give her a big thumbs up. It is truly the strongest wingman. Chapter 30 Help me write a love letter. The morning classes were spent with the teacher explaining the test papers. As soon as the get out of class was over, classmates would come to ask Zhou Jie some English questions, or ask Zhou Jie to help write a few English words in their books. So much so that there were people following Jie Cho even when he went to the toilet. Da Huang, are you annoying? I'm peeing. Zhou Jie was standing in front of the urinal with his pants half taken off. He turned around and saw Huang Dawei staring at him. He generally doesn't like to have someone around when he urinates, otherwise it will be difficult for him to urinate. It's not that there is something wrong with my body, it's that I'm a psychological misophobia. If someone watches you pee, you will feel uncomfortable. Huang Dawei saw that Zhou Jie was a little angry, so he smiled and said, Zhou Jie, go ahead and pee. Don't worry about me. I'll just stand behind you. As he spoke, Huang Dawei took 2 steps back. But his eyes still glanced towards Zhou Jie from time to time. It looks like this guy has some rather exciting ideas. Zhou Jie took a deep breath and tried hard to urinate, but after holding it in for a long time, not a drop came out. The price is rising, but the faucet just one tea turn on. Fatty, are you ready? Drag this bastard out of here. Zhou Jie shouted at the toilet door behind him. The fat man's threat came from inside. Brother Wei, get the fuck out of here and don't affect my brother Jie's performance, or I'll smear you in the face. The fat man shouted with all his might. I don't know if he was pulling hard or if he was making that loud noise on purpose. Huang Dawei knew that the fat man could both say it and do it, so he hurried out. Call. Zhou Jie exhaled a breath of foul air and finally felt better. What the hell is this? After a while, the fat man also recovered and the two of them walked out of the bathroom together. I found that Huang Dawei was still at the door. What are you going to do? Jie Cho said unhappily. Zhou Jie, I want to ask you a favor. Huang Dawei scratched his head and said. Hold. Zhou Jie cursed directly, and then said unhappily. If you have something to say, just tell me. Why are you always watching over me? You're busy, aren't you? Huang Dawei seemed a little envious. You have had people looking for you this morning. There are so many people surrounding you that I can't even squeeze in. I finally found you going to the bathroom, how could I not follow you closely? Then if you have something to say, just say it directly. Zhou Jie sighed and said that he was indeed too busy today. Wasn't there someone else in the bathroom just now? When Huang Dawei said this, he looked around. There's no one here now, go ahead and speak. Huang Dawei looked at the fat man next to him, a little hesitant. Don't look at me. The fat man frowned and said, if you don't say anything, class will start soon. Huang Dawei thought for a moment and gritted his teeth and said. Zhou Jie, I would like you to help me write a love letter in English. Zhou Jie and the fat man looked at each other and immediately became interested. There is gossip. Who is it for? Zhou Jie asked directly. It's written for a girl. We know it's addressed to a girl. Which girl? Is he from our class? Zhou Jie asked. No. Which class is that from? This doesn't seem important, does it? Why is it not important? The fat man was anxious. Do you still want Brother Jie to help you? This, can I? Before Huang Dawei finished speaking, Zhou Jie interrupted. You are real man, but you are so shy. Do you still want to have a girlfriend? Rhubarb. Zhou Jie patted Huang Dawei on the shoulder and continued. Do you know how many single people there will be in our country in the future? Statistics show that in the future there will be 30 million more males than females in our country, which means that there will be 30 million males who will not be able to find wives. Would you like to be one of them? In no mood. Huang Dawei shook his head woodenly. That's right. Zhou Jie clapped his hands and said. Then how can I help you if you don't tell me who it's for? Huang Dawei scratched his head again. It seemed that what Zhou Jie said was right, but he felt something was wrong. However, he asked Zhou Jie for help, and finally said. It's Wang Xinshan. Zhou Jie and the fat guy looked at each other again. This guy has high standards. And he's a boy with great ambitions. Who is Wang Xinshan? She is the English class representative of Elite Class 1 and also serves as the study committee member. Although Wang Xinshan is not as outstanding as Lin Xiaoxia, she is also a beauty. Not only do they get good grades, but they also developed better. When someone pursued her before, Wang Xinshan said directly, "If you are bad at English and your handwriting is ugly, please don't write me a love letter. It will only show how ignorant you are." Wang Xinshan is a proud girl, but others have the capital to be proud. After all, others have the ability to get into Peking University and Tsinghua University, and their strength is there. Most people can't get close to it. I have to say that Da Wang is a smart guy, not to mention whether he can succeed in expressing his feelings. But other people's starting point was correct. They knew how to use beautiful love letters to attract Wang Xinshan's attention. Just based on this point, Da Wang is many times better than any other suitor of Wang Xinshan. Da Huang, that's great. You actually have such lofty ambitions. Zhou Jie directly hooked Wang Dawei's neck and said, "Okay, I will definitely help you if you are so busy. Tell me what you want to express first so that I can have an idea." "Really, Jie?" Wang Dawei suddenly became happy, as if spring had arrived. Thank you, this is what I meant." Wang Dawei then expressed his thoughts, but Zhou Jie frowned when he heard them. "What? Wang Xinshan, I like you. You are the peony in my life, beautiful and kind. Describing your goddess as a peony? That's a bit crazy. What's more, after you become my girlfriend, you will become a housewife, you will take care of the outside affairs and I will take care of the inside affairs. Good job." Knowing that he is not capable enough, he now just wants to live off others. In the end, Jie Chou simply reached out and stopped it. Then he said, "Since we're classmates, I'll help you this time, but let me make it clear first. This favor is not in vain." Wang Dawei understood, and then said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll treat you guys to dinner tonight. We'll have plenty of fried potatoes at the restaurant outside. That's all you're capable of." The fat man curled his lips and said that he thought Wang Dawei was too stingy. Jie Chou didn't care, as long as Wang Dawei had the intention. And he also wanted to try the flavor of this fried potato shop. "Although I was reborn in this restaurant, I have never eaten there." After that, the class bell rang. Chapter 31. Can you wait until I graduate to fall in love? It is obviously not possible to follow Wang Dawei's idea. Zhou Jie plans to help him write it. The last class was also an English class, so Zhou Jie had time to write something related to English. "Brother Jie, write with this." The fat man took out a piece of pink rice paper, which is used for drawing. It has a relatively hard texture and there is a peach heart and a Hello Kitty pattern on it. "Where did you come from?" Zhou Jie pinched the texture of the paper and found it perfect for writing love letters. "It's left over from the love letter I wrote to Xu Qianqian. This thing should be expensive, right?" The fat man nodded and gestured with the number 1. $1 apiece. "Wow. The boss is so generous." Zhou Jie gave the fat man a thumbs up. "I'll ask Wadey to reimburse me later." Fatty doesn't suffer any loss at all. In English class, Zhou Jie finished writing a love letter in just 10 minutes. For a boss like him with more than 30 years of life experience, writing a love letter to a little girl is not an easy task. Many later words are used here. For example, words like, "You are the white moonlight in my heart." Because there are some uncommon usages of words, Zhou Jie was wondering if Wang Xinshan would not recognize them and come to find Wang Dawei. However, this thought only flashed through Zhou Jie's mind. After all, a talented woman who can be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University must have mastered enough vocabulary. Zhou Jie was writing a love letter in the classroom, and Su Muqing, who was giving a lecture, saw the whole process. Although she knew that Zhou Jie had not listened to the lecture for the previous 10 minutes, she did not remind him. This can be considered as special treatment for top students. As long as your grades are good enough, you can do your own thing in class. After class, Su Muqing came to Zhou Jie, intending to give this top student a warning. "Zhou Jie, even though you got full marks in the 3 mock tests, you still have to listen to the lectures carefully. After all, you have too little vocabulary now, so you still need to familiarize yourself with some difficult points." "Okay, Mr. Su, I have something to do today, so it will take me about 10 minutes. Jie Chou also responded very sincerely. There's no need to lie about something so obvious. Otherwise, it will leave a bad impression on the beautiful teacher. Su Muqing saw that Zhou Jie did not hide what happened in class, so she asked directly. "So what did you write? Can I see it?" Sumuching seemed to think that this was a little inappropriate, so she added. If it's private, you don't have to show it to me. It's nothing private, just a love letter. Zhou Jie handed the love letter to Sumuching nonchalantly. Huang Dawei, who was standing nearby, was completely panicked and felt uncomfortable for a moment. Wei Di, what's wrong with you? Da Huang, are you okay? Fatty and Zhou Jie said in unison. No. It's okay. It's okay. Huang Dawei smiled awkwardly. Sumuching turned her head and looked at Huang Dawei, feeling a little strange. Why are you so nervous? However, after Sumuching read the love letter, her focus did not seem to be on the content, but on those unfamiliar words. What does this mean? Sumuching didn't feel embarrassed, but asked directly. Oh, this is a British term, which means the sun and moon in one's heart. Oh. Sumuching nodded subconsciously. Looking at the letter in front of her with its obviously varying thickness of cursive characters, Sumuching felt as if there was nothing she could teach Zhou Jie. After all, I can't write this font myself, and I don't understand the content, but a student actually understands it. Because it was lunchtime, only a few students in the class were sleeping on the tables. After Sumuching left the classroom, Da Huang immediately walked up to Zhou Jie and said in tears. Why did you show your love letter to teacher Su? She doesn't know it's you who wants to confess, why are you panicking? Zhou Jie said unhappily. Huang Dawei finally reacted. Yes, teacher Su didn't know, and in teacher Su's eyes, it seemed like it was Zhou Jie who went to confess his feelings. After figuring this out, Da Huang was no longer panicked. Let's go, we'll have fried potatoes for lunch. After Zhou Jie handed the love letter to Da Huang, he walked out. Give me $1. The fat man at the back stretched out his hand to Huang Dawei and said. Why? Da Huang looked unhappy. It was Zhou Jie who wrote the love letter to him, not you, Fatty Wang. Naturally, he didn't give a good face. Snort. The fat man sneered. Didn't you see that piece of paper? I paid for it. It's rice paper. $1 apiece. Da Huang finally came to his senses and dragged Fatty to confront Zhou Jie. After getting the answer, Da Huang happily gave Fatty 1 yuan. The three of them went downstairs together and just happened to see Lin Xiaoxia and Xu Qianqian walking out of the convenience store. Why do you eat instant noodles for lunch? Zhou Jie saw Xu Qianqian carrying 2 buckets of instant noodles, so he walked over and asked. I haven't eaten it for a long time, let's change the taste. Xu Qianqian replied. Come on, I'll take you outside to eat fried potatoes. Would you like to go to Wang Mar's place to eat? Xu Qianqian was obviously a greedy cat. She swallowed her saliva when she heard Zhou Jie talking about fried potatoes. If you want to go, go there. The fat man said at this time. Xiaoxia, are you going? Xu Qianqian turned around and asked Lin Xiaoxia for her opinion. Lin Xiaoxia glanced at Zhou Jie. Because of this exam, he was afraid that Zhou Jie would suddenly say something. But when she saw Xu Qianqian's expectant eyes, she nodded and agreed with a kind heart. Then they went to eat together. On the way, Xu Qianqian deliberately walked with the fat man, and Lin Xiaoxia was soon stuck to Zhou Jie. Only Da Huang was left, following silently behind. Suddenly I felt my head getting hot. Are you ready to be my girlfriend? What is coming will eventually come. When Lin Xiaoxia heard Zhou Jie say this, her face turned red. You haven't been admitted to Shudu University yet. Lin Xiaoxia said in a low voice. It's just a matter of time. Then let's talk about this after you pass the exam, okay? Okay. The two of them ran out of topics for the time being. When they walked out of the school gate, Lin Xiaoxia suddenly said. Zhou Jie, can I discuss something with you? Sure. Zhou Jie nodded. Lin Xiaoxia took a deep breath, then looked at Zhou Jie and said. Can we wait until we graduate from college before we start dating? Huh? Are all women so fickle? When Zhou Jie heard Lin Xiaoxia say this, she was not angry, because she knew that Lin Xiaoxia was not the kind of person who would go back on her word. After all, for a boss with rich experience, there will be no problem in judging people. And the other party is a high school student with simple thoughts. Lin Xiaoxia seemed to think that this was inappropriate, so she continued. It's not that I don't want to fulfill my promise, but something happened at home. My father's factory has started to have some problems. I want to study hard when I'm in college so that I can help him in the future. No wonder Lin Xiaoshi took over his father's printing factory directly after returning from abroad in his previous life. It turned out that the factory had been having problems for a long time. Zhou Jie now looked at the simple Lin Xiaoshi in front of him, and then thought of the strong woman Lin Xiaoshi whom he met at the Alliance Summit in his previous life. Two completely different Lin Xiaoshis are intertwined, and Zhou Jie seems to see Lin Xiaoshi's forced transformation. Is she going to repeat the same mistakes in this life? Become the strong woman Lin Xiaoshi. Chapter 32, Proficient in all kinds of musical instruments and singing. Zhou Jie agreed to Lin Xiaoshi's request. The reason is simple. First of all, this is a respect for Lin Xiaoshi. After all, she is trying to help her father, and Zhou Jie has no reason to refuse. Secondly, Jie Chou is no longer the introverted Jie Chou of the past, and his desire for love is not that strong. Although a beauty like Lin Xiaoshi is truly the most stunning beauty in the world. But after he was reborn, he got close to Lin Xiaoshi, which was also an explanation to his youth. His current mentality is: don't force, don't refuse, don't take the initiative. Some people may ask, didn't you take the initiative? Is this considered proactive? Zhou Jie's behavior these days can at most be considered a little teasing and testing of Lin Xiaoshi. Being proactive refers to the dog-licking behavior of some people. For example, are you there? Is the goddess asleep? Red envelope, transfer, and breakfast. No matter what the goddess says, he will do his best to complete it. Even if it is 2 o'clock in the morning and the goddess needs an umbrella in the hotel, the dog will personally deliver it. The goddess who treats you as a tool will let you go right away, but the one with a conscience may let you wait for a while at the door. You will also say that the goddess is so considerate. The main point is that one is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. From this perspective, is Jie Chou still proactive? Even though he took the initiative, Jie Chou still kissed Lin Xiaoshi. Is it a loss? This is obviously a big profit. When Lin Xiaoshi heard Zhou Jie's agreement, she was no longer as uneasy as before and started to talk more. Zhou Jie, I didn't expect you to be so good. You actually got full marks in English. When Lin Xiaoshi turned around and looked at Zhou Jie, her eyes were different. I used to treat him as a passerby and didn't feel anything at all. And now? I always feel that this person seems very mysterious and scheming. It seems that if you are not careful, you will fall into his trap. Actually, I'm more than that amazing. Zhou Jie also turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaoshi with a mysterious smile. How could the naive Lin Xiaoshi understand what Zhou Jie meant? She just saw that the expression on his face was very gentle, but also a little bit ruffian. So I didn't think too much about it, but asked directly. Like what? For example, I am good at playing all kinds of musical instruments and singing. Jie Chou replied. Real. Lin Xiaoshi couldn't believe it, Zhou Jie was actually such a versatile boy. Certainly. Zhou Jie said naturally, do you have time to study it together in the future? Never mind. Lin Xiaoshi thought for a moment and said, I don't know how to do it, so I'll just watch you perform from the side. I'd be embarrassed to watch me perform. Zhou Jie laughed and said, these skills of mine require 2 people to work together to perform them. Why do you need 2 people? Can't one person do it? Lin Xiaoshi was already a little confused at this time, and began to wonder what musical instrument required 2 people to perform together. Har har, you think you'll know if you try it. Wang Dowei, who was walking behind, suddenly came to Zhou Jie and gave him a thumbs up. Then he whispered. Zhou Jie, you are this. Zhou Jie coughed twice and gave him a look, which meant to remind Wang Dowei. Don't slander me. Hearing Zhou Jie coughing, Lin Xiaoshi looked at him in confusion, then looked at Wang Dowei next to him. I always feel that there is something weird about the 2 of them, as if they have some unspeakable secret. In fact, Lin Xiaoshi is very smart, and she knows how to read people's expressions, but now she is too naive, and some things have touched her blind spots in knowledge. For example, she doesn't know how to solve this knowledge point. Therefore, we can only know its form but not understand its meaning. What are you talking about? At this time Xu Qianqian suddenly turned around and asked, while the fat man behind was winking at Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie understood what he meant, but ignored him. We were talking about talents, and I didn't expect Jie Chou could play a musical instrument. Lin Xiaoshi said. Zhou Jie can play a musical instrument. Xu Qianqian was also surprised. Is Zhou Jie so talented? I can't tell at all. What instrument can you play, Jie? Xu Qianqian asked. I can play any instrument, whether it's blowing, stringing, or singing. Zhou Jie answered Lin Xiaoshi in the same way as before, with a slight smile on his face. Really? When will you perform for us? Xu Qianqian also seemed interested. But as soon as she finished speaking, the fat man immediately said, Brother Jie, just perform for Lin Xiaoshi, and then I'll perform for you. Xu Qianqian and Lin Xiaoshi looked at the fat man at the same time, and asked together. You can do that, too. Hey. The fat man touched his head and looked at Xu Qianqian. His big face also showed a little blush, and then he said in a low voice. Any man would. Lin Xiaoshi didn't hear this sentence, but Xu Qianqian was close to the fat man and heard it clearly. She was confused for a second, and then her expression changed immediately. He slapped the fat man on the shoulder and said with a look of disgust. Wang Xiaobao, you are such a person. The fat guy was still smiling obscenely after being beaten, and the hit Xu Qianqian gave him just now was not as hard as before. Lin Xiaoshi, who was standing by, was completely stunned. She didn't know why Xu Qianqian wanted to beat the fat man, so she asked. Qianqian, what did Wang Xiaobao tell you? Hearing Lin Xiaoshi's question, Xu Qianqian rolled her eyes at the fat man, then looked at Zhou Jie next to her and pulled Lin Xiaoshi aside. Then he started chattering in Lin Xiaoshi's ear. Xu Qianqian obviously understood better than Lin Xiaoshi. When Lin Xiaoshi heard what Xu Qianqian said, the expression on his face changed instantly. He glanced at Zhou Jie and snorted coldly. Humph, man. Zhou Jie nodded his head, turned around and said to the fat man next to him. What a stupid teammate. The fat man didn't care, but smiled and said. You were the one who first told Lin Xiaoshi about the music and singing. If she asks Xu Qianqian about it later, won't she expose it? I said it first, but if you hadn't come and interfere, Lin Xiaoshi wouldn't have asked. Right. Wang Dowei next to him also agreed with Zhou Jie's point of view. What's right? The fat man didn't treat Wang Dowei well at all. If you don't say you can do it, Zhou Jie won't reveal his true colors. Zhou Jie glanced at Da Huang. How did this guy talk? What does it mean to show one's true colors? When the fat man heard Wang Dowei say this to him, he seemed to think there was some truth to it. Then he sighed and said. Now that it has become a fact, it can't change their feelings about the two of us. That's just for you. Zhou Jie snapped his fingers and said to the two people behind him. Come on, buddy, today I'll show you what real strength is. Wang Dowei and the fat man looked at each other, then followed with confusion. Chapter 33. I didn't expect he would really do that. When the three of them walked into the fried potato shop, Xu Qianqian and Lin Xiaoshi had just entered. Auntie Wang, give me 5 large portions of fried potatoes, 2 of which I want to be extra spicy. Zhou Jie waved and shouted to the middle-aged woman who was busy under the awning. Okay, do you want to add ham? Aunt Wang turned around and asked in the authentic Sichuan dialect. Add a small portion of tripe to each serving. Zhou Jie waved his hand and said arrogantly. It's not him who gave the money anyway. However, this action immediately attracted the envious gazes of people around. For students at this stage, adding ham sausage is considered a good meal. But adding tripe? Then you are the coolest guy in this store. Wang Dowei looked at Zhou Jie with some pain, and his meaning was obviously saying, brother, you really don't feel sorry at all. Zhou Jie patted Wang Dowei on the shoulder and said, I've checked it out. Your house is going to be demolished soon. This is just a small amount of money. I'll give you a tip later. You'll make back all your extra money by then. Oh shit. Wang Dowei immediately stood up and looked at Zhou Jie in disbelief. How do you know that? He learned about the demolition news last night when people from the demolition office came to his house. When Wang Dowei heard the news, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. However, this guy seems to have some scheming thoughts, which he has not revealed today. Moreover, the reason why he dared to ask Zhou Jie to write a letter to Wang Xinshan to confess his love was also because his house was demolished. In 2007, the demolition was not like it is in 2024. In some places, after the demolition, there was not even enough money to build a new house. At this time, demolition is purely for making money. Generally, after the occupation of land in rural areas, the compensation will be hundreds of thousands or millions. After all, houses in rural areas occupy a large area. Otherwise, why were they called the second generation of demolition at that time? Of course, Zhou Jie clearly remembers the demolition of Wang Dawei's house. After the third mock test, Wang Dawei's family received the compensation within a few days. This guy was like a nouveau riche. Not only did he buy the latest Nokia mobile phone at the time, he also bought a Nikon CCD SLR camera. At that time, all the graduation photos in the class were taken with this camera. But, except for one graduation photo, the other group photos of classmates are really ugly. Zhou Jie has already made up his mind that if the butterfly effect does not affect Wang Dawei too much, he will take a group photo of his classmates himself. Zhou Jie definitely cannot tell the truth about Wang Dawei's question. So I found an excuse and said, "I have relatives from your side, how could I not know?" "I see." Wang Dawei sat down and nodded. "Is your house really going to be demolished?" Xu Qianqian seemed very envious and suddenly asked. Wang Dawei just nodded, he didn't want to continue this topic. Then he said, "I'll go pay the money first." After Wang Dawei left, the four of them started talking about the demolition. But after chatting for a while, the two women seemed to suddenly remember that they were still angry, so they ignored them again. The fat man looked at Zhou Jie with a pleading look. Zhou Jie gave him a look, then stood up and said, "You two are really shallow." After saying this, Zhou Jie walked out of the fried potato shop. This sentence was obviously directed at Lin Xiaoshi and Xu Qianqian. The two were a little confused at this time and looked at the fat man. The fat man spread his hands helplessly to indicate that he didn't know either. But women's thoughts are sometimes quite simple. Although they didn't understand what this meant, they naively thought that Jie Chou looked down on them. So I planned to wait for Zhou Jie to come back and continue to ignore him. When Wang Dawei came back, Zhou Jie also came back. He also held a guitar in his hand. "Did you borrow it from the music store in front?" The fat man pointed at the guitar in Zhou Jie's hand and asked. "It's not that easy to borrow." Zhou Jie squinted at the fat man and said, "I rented this for 10 yuan a day." "So expensive? What do you think? You're not really going to play guitar?" Wang Dawei asked with some surprise. Zhou Jie did not answer, but plucked the strings a few times to adjust the tone, then turned around and said to the two girls next to him, "What songs do you two beauties want to listen to? You really can." Lin Xiaoshi asked, which was rare. "I rented a guitar for $10 a day. Do you think I'm kidding?" Jie Chou said with a smile. "Then I want to listen to Priscilla Chan's thousands of songs. Can you play it?" Xu Qianqian still didn't quite believe Zhou Jie, and didn't even show any expression on her face. Tasteful. Zhou Jie didn't care what Xu Qianqian thought, he just snapped his fingers and praised. Then he began to pluck the strings. When the familiar prelude sounded, Xu Qianqian, who was sitting below, was stunned. It turned out that he really could do it. Lin Xiaoshi next to her suddenly brightened up her eyes. Why did this boy in front of her become so charming? Wang Dawei and the fat man opened their mouths wide, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Not only them. The students who were eating in the restaurant all stood up and looked at Zhou Jie with shining eyes. Even the students who were eating next door ran over. For a while, the entire fried potato shop was surrounded by people. Even Wang Ma stopped what she was doing. After the prelude, Jie Chou moved his throat and sang in Cantonese. Looking back slowly, the night that once belonged to each other. When Jie Chou sang, his voice seemed to change, becoming soft, gentle and penetrating. The eyes of the students around him started to light up, and some girls even crossed their fingers, placed them on their chins, and stared at Zhou Jie. "Hong Hong is still you, the sunshine in my heart. I shed silly tears, hoping you can sympathize and forgive me. I will leave you tomorrow morning, the road may be long and lonely. There are too many things to say in one moment, but unfortunately we will soon be apart. I can only stare deeply at this moment." The guitar stopped. It seems that everyone is still immersed in Jie Chou's singing. A few beads of sweat also appeared on his forehead. Lin Xiaoshi, who was the first to react, took out a tissue from her pocket and handed it to Zhou Jie. "Thanks." Zhou Jie took it with a smile. At this time, the others seemed to react, and the fat man suddenly clapped his hands. Pat pat. As the fat man's clapping began, the people around him also began to clap, and the sound became louder and louder. It sounds so good. Someone praised. One more. Some people whistled in agreement. Zhou Jie really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, as if he had returned to the annual meeting of his subsidiary in his previous life. Okay, let's sing another song of 7 Mile Incense. Good. Wow, Jay's 7 Mile Fragrance. As soon as Zhou Jie placed his hands on the strings, the surrounding sounds disappeared immediately. The summer breeze blew gently, ruffling the hair on Jay Chou's forehead and blowing it up. The corners of Zhou Jie's mouth rose unconsciously, forming an arc. This wind is really suitable for the scene. Zhou Jie sighed in his heart. Fingers touched the strings, and the familiar melody sounded again. Chapter 34, Come out quickly, the shit in the men's bathroom doesn't taste good. After Calixiang finished singing, everyone's interest became more and more high. Many people are still talking about another song. But Zhou Jie just waved to the students around him, then pointed at the fried potatoes on the table and said, My classmates and I haven't eaten yet, otherwise our lunch will get cold soon. When everyone heard Jay Chou say this, they understood and stopped making a fuss. Some girls who really liked Jay Chou's singing even came to ask for his QQ number. Seeing that the other party was not a dinosaur, Zhou Jie took out his mobile phone and added the other party as a QQ friend. I actually gained a few fans. Zhou Jie sat down with a smile, and then saw the 4 people at the same table looking at him together. Especially in Lin Xiaoxi's eyes, there seemed to be some anger. What's going on? Could it be that she was jealous and angry when those girls asked for her QQ number just now? It shouldn't be like this. Didn't you reject yourself today? As a person who has experienced this, Zhou Jie seemed unable to understand Lin Xiaoxi's thoughts at this time. Unlike Lin Xiaoxi, the other 3 people all had expressions of disbelief at this moment. The fat man muttered in a low voice, Damn, is this the real strength you mentioned? Surprised. Zhou Jie smiled at the fat man. This feeling is really great. What the hell do you have that we don't know about? Don't tell me you just learned this randomly. The fat man began to get excited as he spoke. I thought I had adapted to Jay Chou's current rhythm, but I didn't expect that today's big bomb would disrupt it. I told you, you are proficient in playing all kinds of instruments and singing. Zhou Jie took a bite of the fried potato and thought it tasted really good, then continued. I learned to play the guitar when I had nothing to do, but I practiced singing often. Jay Chou was not lying. He really just learned to play guitar when he was in college. It seemed that he had a great talent in this area and could learn it easily. As for singing, it was the result of long-term practice in the previous life by frequently going in and out of various KTVs with those bosses and friends. When the fat guy heard what Zhou Jie said, why did he feel his teeth hurt so much? How many skills did Jay Chou secretly learn with his Dogecoin? You can sing and play the guitar, so what is pulling? What is blowing? The fat man continued to ask. This is the question that Lin Xiaoxi, Xu Qianqian and Huang Dawei want to know. It's easy to blow. Zhou Jie smiled and said. Blow the whistle. Damn, you're so nice to say that. Isn't this a skill? Jay retorted. What about Nara? Xu Qianqian asked at this time. Pulling is even easier. Zhou Jie smiled mysteriously and looked at Lin Xiaoxi who was sitting obediently next to him. Hand in hand, of course. This time, when Lin Xiaoxi heard Zhou Jie say this, she did not blush, but snorted coldly and turned her face away. This girl is still angry. Hold. The fat man cursed directly, you are so shameless. You want shame? If you have shame, you won't even be able to find a girlfriend. Zhou Jie said with a pout. However, when Zhou Jie said this, Huang Dawei and Fatty also thought it made sense, and they both nodded in agreement. It seemed that the topic had been discussed almost thoroughly, and everyone was hungry, so they started to eat. Fried potatoes are served with rice, and Wangmar's restaurant also provides a bowl of vegetable soup. Although Jay Chou has eaten it before in his current body, he still has that familiar taste. But for his other soul in his 30s, this taste is both strange and familiar, and there is also a hint of nostalgia. The snacks are still the best now. After Zhou Jie finished eating, he picked up the tissue on the table and wiped his mouth. At this time, he saw Xu Qianqian sitting opposite him, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. So I asked directly. What are you going to say? That. Xu Qianqian looked at Lin Xiaoxi next to her and said hesitantly. Zhou Jie, I'm sorry. We were indeed superficial today. Lin Xiaoshi next to him also nodded. Although they were angry just now, they did misunderstand Zhou Jie today, and now they both felt a little ashamed. Especially Lin Xiaoshi, who originally thought that Zhou Jie was making dirty jokes to her after hearing what Xu Qianqian said. Didn't he expect that what Jie Chou said was serious and he really has the ability? When Zhu Jie heard what Xu Qianqian said, he waved his hand generously, indicating that it was okay. After all, when he started, he was really making dirty jokes with Lin Xiaoshi. Before the afternoon class, as expected, many people in the school knew about Zhu Jie's outstanding performance outside today. In particular, someone used a low-definition mobile phone to record the entire process of Jie Chou singing. It spread like wildfire among students in a short time. I didn't expect there's such a handsome boy in our school. Why didn't I notice him before? I heard he's a senior in the 3rd year of high school, and he's in the experimental class. Wow, he's handsome, has good grades, and is multi-talented. How can there be such a perfect boy? Which class is he in? Someone has already asked around. It's from senior 3-6 class, and his name is Zhu Jie. So in the following days, the students in class 3-6 of senior high school will discover a phenomenon. There were always some girls from other classes passing by their class and pointing at the windows. Some bold girls would even ask their classmates, "Excuse me, is Zhu Jie from your class here?" Then the classmates in the class will say, "Oh, he went to the bathroom after class." At this time, Zhu Jie was squatting in the toilet cubicle smoking. The reason I smoke is not because I am addicted to smoking, but because I am depressed. He didn't expect that someone would take a video of him showing off outside and spread it around the school. This allowed him, a senior who was about to graduate, to feel the enthusiasm from his junior classmates. At first, Jie Chou didn't care too much. A girl asked for my QQ number that day, so it was normal for there to be a small disturbance afterwards. But one day later, Zhu Jie suddenly felt something was wrong. Why are there more and more freshmen and sophomores passing by his class? Some were bold enough to call out his name directly outside. What's more, some even bought flowers for him. It would be fine if she was a beautiful woman, but she's a fucking dinosaur. Faced with the enthusiasm of his schoolmates, Zhu Jie could only hide in the men's bathroom. Damn it. Zhu Jie took a deep puff of the cigarette and then exhaled a long stream of smoke. People are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. He now personally experienced the meaning of this sentence. "Brother Jie, Wang Xinshan is looking for you." The fat man shouted from outside the cubicle. Wang Xinshan. Zhu Jie thought for a moment and knew that Wang Dawei had failed. But she was in no mood to meet this busty and academically gifted girl right now. No, let Wang Dawei deal with her. Wang Dawei is crying next to you. Next door to me. Zhu Jie stood up and listened carefully, and indeed heard someone sobbing. "Da Huang? What's wrong with you? Da Huang, don't be upset. The shit in the men's bathroom doesn't taste good. Woo woo." The noise next door got louder. Zhu Jie walked out of the cubicle, knocked on the door next door and said, "Stop crying, come out quickly, Wang Xinshan is looking for you." "Don't think I didn't hear you," Wang Dawei said with tears in his eyes. "She's looking for you, meh. I can't fool you." Zhu Jie winked at Fatty, who understood and shouted directly outside the toilet. "Wang Xinshan, Wang Dawei is crying in the toilet." With a clang, the cubicle door opened, and Wang Dawei wiped his eyes vigorously. "Who said I was crying?" Chapter 35. Lin Xiaoshi is too easy to deceive at this time. When Zhu Jie saw Da Huang coming out, he went up to him and handed him a piece of paper. This guy was not polite either. He took it and rubbed it hard on his nose. "This is the paper I just used." "Nima." Da Huang threw the tissue away and glared at Zhu Jie. "Just kidding, never used." Jie Chou laughed. "You?" Da Huang was very angry. Then I heard Zhu Jie continue to say, "Is it because I played a trick on you that you are not so sad anymore?" Da Huang was stunned. It seems so. Zhu Jie knew from Wang Dawei's expression that this guy was getting better. So he asked, "What's wrong with Wang Xinshan? Why are you looking for me?" Da Huang first glanced at Zhu Jie, then said, "When I gave the love letter to Wang Xinshan yesterday, she was immediately attracted by the flowery handwriting on it and asked me if it was written by me. How did you answer? Zhou Jie asked. I said you wrote it. When Da Huang said this, he looked at Zhou Jie and seemed very envious. The fat guy next to them shook his head after hearing this. You're just looking for trouble for me. Jie Chou sighed. Dealing with those schoolgirls was already exhausting for him, and now here comes Wang Xinshan. He had heard that Wang Xinshan was a man who would never give up until he achieved his goal. If she really sticks to me, my life will probably be miserable. In fact, high school students of this age have poor handling abilities. After all, it is their first time experiencing this, so they have no idea how to grasp the girl's psychology. Wang Dowei was like this. When Wang Xinshan asked him, he subconsciously told the truth. Zhou Jie felt that he should deal with Wang Xinshan's problem first. Although she is a beautiful woman with a good figure, he doesn't like her because she is too goal-oriented. In other words, if he gets together with Wang Xinshan in the future, the chances of him being cheated on are very high. He doesn't want to be a cuckold. If anyone wants to be the boss, let Da Huang do it. Class is about to start, let's go back to the classroom first. Zhou Jie glanced at Da Huang and found that he was still crying, so he said again. Don't be like a fucking woman, whining and whining. This will make Wang Xinshan look down on you even more. Da Huang may not have heard what was said before, but he did hear that Wang Xinshan looked down on him. After washing their faces in the toilet, the three of them left. When Zhou Jie returned to the classroom, he found Wang Xinshan waiting for him at the door. Before the other party could speak, Zhou Jie told her to talk after the evening self-study get out of class. Wang Xinshan also knew that class was about to start, so she went back to her class. After school, most of the classmates had not left yet, and they saw Wang Xinshan walk in and stand next to Zhou Jie. Do you have time now? Wang Xinshan's voice is not particularly pleasant, and it sounds stiff when she speaks. There was an unquestionable commanding tone. The classmates next to him seemed to be used to it. After all, there were always people coming to see Zhou Jie these days. Most of the students were not in the mood to gossip. After all, the temptation to go home was the biggest. Of course, there are also some people who care more about Wang Xinshan's appearance. For example, at this time, Lin Xiaoxia was quietly cleaning the table. Although she seemed to be putting away the pens and papers on the table, her ears were always listening to what was happening on Zhou Jie's side. Ask any questions you have. Zhou Jie said while sitting in his seat. Did you write that cursive handwriting? Yes, that's right. How did you learn that? Actually, Wang Xinshan's question was stupid, but Zhou Jie still replied. As long as you practice for a long time, you can do it too. I can't do that. Wang Xinshan suddenly replied. Zhou Jie looked up, looked at Wang Xinshan in surprise and asked. Why? But when he asked this question, he felt like his brain was short-circuited. When I think back to my previous life when I was writing cursive, I was exposed to this type of font for a long time in the UK, and over time I was slowly influenced by the environment and was able to write it. Now it is 2007, and it takes a lot of time to find relevant fonts to study and research. Moreover, they are all printed, so you can imagine how difficult it is to learn. When Wang Xinshan heard Zhou Jie ask her, her answer was the same as what Zhou Jie thought. There is no environment for this. So you came to me just to ask me to teach you how to write cursive characters. Not only the cursive calligraphy, but also teaching me English. Wang Xinshan looked at Zhou Jie and said seriously. Only then did Zhou Jie truly look at Wang Xinshan. Because it was summer, everyone was wearing blue and white short-sleeved school uniforms. I have to say that Wang Xinshan has developed very well. Even the loose school uniform can hardly hide the fullness of her breasts. However, Zhou Jie was not interested in her and did not like the tone of her voice. So he said. The college entrance examination is coming soon. I don't have the time. And Zhou Jie raised his head and knocked on the table. I don't think I have any obligation to help you. If you help me, I can be your girlfriend. Damn it. Beauty trap. You think you've never seen a woman, right? Jie Chou directly refused. Forget it. I'm not interested. Lin Xiaoxia, who had been listening attentively on the side, felt her heart rise to her throat when she heard Wang Xinshan say that she wanted to be Zhou Jie's girlfriend. She didn't know why she was so nervous. But then she heard that Zhou Jie rejected Wang Xinshan, and she instantly became happy again. A smile appeared on his face. But, Lin Xiaoshi laughed, but Wang Xinshan was a little angry. She said to Zhou Jie in a questioning tone. What do you mean you're not interested? Do you think I'm not good enough for you? Divine gold. This is what Zhou Jie was thinking at the moment. Zhou Jie summarized the reason why Wang Xinshan is so arrogant. There are too many boiling sheep. It made her feel like all the men in the world revolved around him. Since the other party was impolite, Zhou Jie would not say anything nice. Directly said. That's just what it means. You? Wang Xinshan was almost furious. No one had ever spoken to her like this before. He, Jie Chou, was the first one. Okay, please make way, I want to go home. Zhou Jie walked out of his seat and saw Lin Xiaoshi standing there with a book in her hand, not knowing whether to put it down or pick it up. Zhou Jie walked over and knocked her on the head. What are you thinking about? Go home. Oh. After reacting, Lin Xiaoshi put the book on the table and followed Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie, remember this, you will regret it. Wang Xinshan's angry voice was heard in the classroom. Ill. Zhou Jie shook his head. Let's go out and eat some tofu pudding. At the intersection below the teaching building, Zhou Jie said to Lin Xiaoshi. Good. Lin Xiaoshi rarely agreed. When Wang Xinshan was looking for Zhou Jie, the fat man pulled Wang Dawei away. It seemed that Xu Qianxian had something to do at home today, and she went home without even attending evening self-study. So now there are only Zhou Jie and Lin Xiaoshi. When I walked out of the school gate, the lights outside were still bright. The summer evening breeze was very comfortable. Lin Xiaoshi occasionally tucked her messy hair behind her ears. Her fair face seemed covered with a veil under the light of the street lamps. Do you want sweet or savory? The two of them came to the tofu pudding stall and sat down, and Zhou Jie asked Lin Xiaoshi. I like them all. Then auntie, give me 2 bowls of salty food and 1 bowl of sweet food. Why did you order 3 bowls? Lin Xiaoshi looked up and said. You said you liked them all, so I ordered 2 bowls. That's too much, and eating too much will make you fat. How can I get fat when I'm growing up now? Zhou Jie looked at Lin Xiaoshi and said, you are not fat now. You will look good even if you are fat. You are. Lin Xiaoshi couldn't argue with Zhou Jie, but when she heard Zhou Jie say that she was pretty, she felt warm in her heart. It's so strange, why didn't I have this feeling when he said he was good looking before? While eating tofu pudding, the two of them were chatting. Usually it is Zhou Jie who asks and Lin Xiaoshi who answers. The simple-minded Lin Xiaoshi had no defenses against Zhou Jie at all, and she answered whatever Zhou Jie asked. Finally, Jie Chou couldn't help but sigh. Lin Xiaoshi at this stage is too easy to deceive. Chapter 36, Young man, you've gotten too far. After eating the tofu pudding, because Lin Xiaoshi was a boarding student, they walked back to the school gate. When we parted, Lin Xiaoshi suddenly stopped, then turned around and looked at Zhou Jie with her beautiful eyes. Her little face was as red as an apple, so rosy and cute. What's wrong? When Zhou Jie saw Lin Xiaoshi's current appearance, he really wanted to go up and kiss her. But when I saw her hands constantly pulling at the corner of her school uniform, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, I knew she had something to say to me. And it's hard to say. Just say whatever you want to say. Zhou Jie smiled and gave Lin Xiaoshi an encouraging look. Lin Xiaoshi seemed to have made some decision, and her hands that were grabbing the corners of her clothes stopped. Said. Zhou Jie, let's be good friends from now on. If anyone else heard Lin Xiaoshi's words, they would definitely jump dozens of meters high with joy. After all, the other party is the most beautiful campus beauty in the capital's #1 middle school. Not to mention becoming good friends with yourself, even if the school beauty looks at you more often, it can prolong your life. The fact that Lin Xiaoshi said this to Zhou Jie shows that she has a good impression of him. How could Zhou Jie, who has the soul of a man in his 30s living inside him, not see it? So he smiled and replied. We are good friends now. Lin Xiaoshi nodded heavily. Shouldn't good friends help each other? Zhou Jie wanted to tease the girl. However, Lin Xiaoshi didn't understand what Zhou Jie meant by this. She just blinked her big eyes and nodded. Zhou Jie smiled in his heart, then crossed his arms over his chest, pretending to be very cold. Oh, I'm wearing so few clothes today. It's so cold now. Snort. Lin Xiaoxia rolled her eyes at Zhou Jie and said. It's summer now, the temperature is over 30 degrees, how can you be cold? Although she is introverted and doesn't like to talk, she is not stupid. How could he not see that Jie Chou was pretending, and most likely trying to take advantage of him? Oh, you figured it out. Zhou Jie laughed, then waved his hand and said. It's getting late, you should go back to the dormitory. For high-end prey, the front part is just a cover. Okay, then drive slowly. Lin Xiaoxia also showed concern. Okay. Zhou Jie waved his hand and turned to leave. But just as he turned around, he turned back and saw Lin Xiaoxia slowly walking towards the door, so Zhou Jie followed her quietly. When he was almost close to Lin Xiaoxia, he whispered her name from behind. Lin Xiaoxia turned her head subconsciously and bumped into Zhou Jie's arms. Because Lin Xiaoxia is 1.7 meters tall, Zhou Jie's lips just touch his forehead. Oops. Lin Xiaoxia screamed. She found that Zhou Jie was hugging her slender waist and kissing her forehead. I retreated subconsciously. When people are anxious or nervous, they use extra strength. When Lin Xiaoxia retreated, she also pulled Zhou Jie over with her. Once their feet were entangled, their bodies would fall backwards. There was no way Zhou Jie would let Lin Xiaoxia fall like this, so he turned his body and did a 180-degree flip. Originally Lin Xiaoxia was at the bottom, but Zhou Jie forcibly turned her to the top. With a plop, Zhou Jie fell on his back, and Lin Xiaoxia fell directly into his arms. So soft and fragrant. Zhou Jie's first reaction was not the pain in his back, but the joy of Lin Xiaoxia throwing herself into his arms. Lin Xiaoxia's lips were heavily pressed against Zhou Jie's lips. The two could clearly feel each other's breath and exchange the surrounding air. It was as if the time around him had stopped, and Zhou Jie could only feel Lin Xiaoxia's presence. Adolescent girls have a light body fragrance, as fresh and pleasant as flowers in the morning. They have well-developed bodies, with every line outlining a perfect contour, exuding a unique charm and youthful vitality. Her skin was as smooth and delicate as silk, and her plump breasts rose and fell with her breathing, which made Zhou Jie fall for her and indulge in her. Are you okay? Lin Xiaoxia stood up quickly, her face showing anxiety and worry. Zhou Jie came back to his senses and slowly sat up. I have to say that I really went too far this time. My back is burning with pain now. If nothing unexpected happens, the skin on my back will be rubbed off. I'm fine. Zhou Jie stood up despite the pain. Are you really okay? Lin Xiaoxia saw that Zhou Jie's expression was not relaxed, so she insisted on looking at his back. When she pulled Zhou Jie's back, a long bloodstain appeared in front of her eyes. Wait here for a moment, I'll be back soon. Lin Xiaoxia ran away after saying this. Young man, you are too much. Uncle Li at the door witnessed the whole process and was looking at Zhou Jie with a gloating look on his face. Cut. Zhou Jie laughed disdainfully, completely disagreeing with what Uncle Li said. Then he said in Sichuan dialect. Uncle Li, how can this be called playing too hard? Didn't you see that she jumped on me? And she was kissing me mouth to mouth. I made a lot of money. Look how happy you are. The skin on your back must be peeling. Uncle Li said. It's okay. Someone will bring the medicine over soon. Zhou Jie was sitting on a chair outside the guard room. Not long after, he saw Lin Xiaoxia running towards him in a hurry. In his hand he also held a roll of bandages, a pack of cotton swabs and a bottle of iodine. Take off your clothes and I'll wrap them for you. Lin Xiaoxia put her things down and was about to take off Zhou Jie's clothes. I can do it myself. Zhou Jie took off his clothes with a smile, and did not forget to raise an eyebrow at Uncle Li next to him. Did you see Uncle Li? This is the caring care from the campus beauty of number 1 middle school. Uncle Li pretended not to see it and walked into the duty room. It may be a little painful, just bear with it. Lin Xiaoxia carefully tore open the cotton swab pocket, took out a cotton swab, dipped it in iodine, and began to slowly apply it on Zhou Jie's wound. Hiss. When the cotton swab touched Zhou Jie's wound, he shivered on his back. In fact, it doesn't hurt when iodine is applied to the wound, but it just feels a little painful when the cotton swab passes across the wound when Lin Xiaoxia applies it. Does it hurt? Lin Xiaoxia asked. No, it's just a little cold. Oh, then I'll be gentle and it will be fine in a moment. Lin Xiaoxia carefully applied the ointment all over the wound, then took out a bandage and prepared to bandage Zhou Jie. It's just a superficial wound, there's no need to bandage it. Zhou Jie turned his head and said. Want. Lin Xiaoxia's tone was unquestionable. If you don't bandage it, it will get infected with bacteria. All right. Zhou Jie had no choice but to agree, and then silently enjoyed the pleasure of Lin Xiaoxia's fingers touching his skin. You know what, Lin Xiaoxia's hands are really smooth and tender. All right. Lin Xiaoxia packed up the cotton swabs and iodine and said. Don't take a shower when you get home. Wait until your skin is scarred and healed before taking a shower. Got it, Nurse Lin. Jie Cho said with a smile. What Nurse Lin, you are? I want to go back. Lin Xiaoxia said. Okay, I have to catch the bus too, otherwise the last bus will be gone soon. Good. Lin Xiaoxia stood at the door without moving, watching Zhou Jie leave. Then I'm leaving. Good. See you tomorrow, go back quickly. Okay, see you tomorrow. Chapter 37. Go to the toilet to solve the problem. Zhou Jie took the last bus home. There were also several young men and women in formal attire who looked exhausted in the car. Some of them were sleeping with their heads down, while others were staring at the neon lights outside the car windows with lifeless eyes. The colorful neon lights were reflected on their faces like the light and shadow of a film, as if depicting the passage of time that would never come back. Zhou Jie looked at these office workers and thought about how he was just like them in his previous life. Without goals and no future in sight, I just keep doing the same thing every day. Confused, but unable to change. Try to make your life easier. This is what Zhou Jie thought at this moment. Spend more time with your parents and enjoy the good times of your youth. Of course, you should also choose an easier way to make money. If it doesn't work, buy Bitcoin and Moutai, and bet on 7:1 again in 2014. When Zhou Jie returned home, his mother Tang Shuzhen saw her son wrapped in bandages and her face was full of heartache. Is it serious, son? Do you want to go to the hospital? Tang Shuzhen surrounded Zhou Jie. Mom, don't worry, it's just a superficial wound, my classmates have already taken care of it for me. Jie Cho said with a smile. Old Zhu, who had already finished get off work, heard that his classmates had helped him deal with it, so he took out a bottle of alcohol from the cabinet at home and placed it in front of Zhou Jie. Have your classmates disinfected you? How about washing it with alcohol? My classmates disinfected me with iodine. After hearing what Zhou Jie said, Lao Zhu put the alcohol back to its original place in the cabinet. Tang Shuzhen then asked Zhou Jie why he was injured, and Zhou Jie told the couple about his encounter with Lin Xiaoxia. However, he did not say that he deliberately teased Lin Xiaoxia, but rather that the two of them bumped into each other accidentally. Then you, a female classmate, are quite caring. Aunt Tang nodded and said. But women always like gossip, and then I heard Aunt Tang say. Is your female classmate pretty? What are you talking about? The child is about to take the college entrance examination. It was rare for Lao Zhu to point out Tang Shuzhen's mistakes. It seemed that my mother also felt that it was inappropriate, so she stopped asking. Zhou Jie knew what his mother was thinking and was thinking of calling when Wan one day to ask her when she was free. At night, Zhou Jie was lying in bed and called Fatty. Brother Jie, are you home? The fat man asked as soon as he answered the phone. Yeah, we've arrived a long time ago. Xu Chenqian didn't come to evening self-study today. There must be something important at home. You'd better ask her tomorrow. In his previous life, Zhou Jie was just an unknown person and he had no idea what happened in Xu Chenqian's family. All I know is that Xu Chenqian was borrowing money everywhere, as if something big had happened at home. Okay, I'm still a little worried that she didn't come tonight. The fat man replied. Well, when she comes to study tomorrow, I can just ask her indirectly. Okay. When we call, we just talk about this and that. Then I heard the fat man say. That old bastard Yi Chen hasn't come to study these past few days. Is he afraid to come? Not really. Zhou Jie replied, this guy will definitely not admit defeat. Let's wait and see what he says when he comes. Okay, this bitch has been displeased with him for a long time, I will secretly record him kneeling down. Then you are quite sinister. Jie Cho laughed. Har har har, that's how you deal with him. The next day, Fatty and Zhou Jie arrived at school early and waited in the classroom after breakfast. Today we have two goals. The first was to ask Xu Qianqian indirectly about the difficulties her family had encountered. The second is that if Yi Chen comes today, he will find this guy to fulfill his promise. However, Xu Qianqian did not wait, but Yi Chen came this morning. Morning self-study is over. Fatty and Zhou Jie came to Yi Chen's seat. Yi Chen, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you so depressed? Jie Chou suddenly thought of a joke from later generations, so he said this. Although Yi Chen had never heard this sentence, he knew that Zhou Jie was mocking him. So he said coldly. I had something to do at home these 2 days, so I didn't come. So you should fulfill your bet today, right? The fat man said at this time. Yi Chen took a deep breath and did not answer. However, a classmate who was on good terms with him stood up and said. What bet? How come we don't know about it? Hu Wanxing, you want to be the first to come forward, right? The fat man immediately walked up to Hu Wanxing and looked at him viciously. Since Jie Chou's transformation, Fatty has become more and more confident. Hu Wanxing was not afraid of the fat man, and then shouted. Who the hell do you think you are? You want to fight, right? Am I afraid of you? Come on, get started. Why don't you try to move me? The two began to quarrel, but neither of them started to fight. What a quarrel! Zhou Jie pushed Hu Wanxing away. Hu Wanxing wanted to move forward but was glared back by Zhou Jie. Then he said to Yi Chen next to him. Give you the courtesy to go to the toilet. After saying that, Zhou Jie walked out of the classroom. The fat man pointed at Hu Wanxing and followed him. All the students in the class knew what was going on, but no one dared to step forward to stop it. Brother Jie, what if that guy doesn't come? In the toilet, Zhou Jie and the fat man were smoking. Not coming. Zhou Jie flicked the ash from his cigarette and said. If you don't come, I will let everyone in the school know that Yi Chen is a jerk without temper. What is a flat calf? The fat man had never heard of these 3 words. It's just a fool. Jie Chou said in dialect. Oh. The fat man nodded, and then saw Yi Chen walked in alone. Here comes the bastard. The fat man said. Zhou Jie, what do you want? Yi Chen walked in and said unhappily. How? Don't you know? Zhou Jie found it funny. When Yi Chen bullied him before, he never said a word. Before the class division in the first year of high school, Yi Chen sat behind him and hit Zhou Jie on the head every day in class. At that time, Zhou Jie was honest and knew that it was Yi Chen who hit him, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only hold the disgust in his heart. Now it's Yi Chen's turn to be humiliated. How could he let go of this opportunity? Don't push your luck. I'm not harassing Lin Xiaoxue anymore. Who's pushing the envelope? Didn't you say you wanted to raise the bet? Zhou Jie sneered. I originally wanted to let you show some respect, but you're such an annoying person. You must kowtow 3 times, no discussion. What if I don't? No. As soon as Zhou Jie finished speaking, 3 figures appeared at the door. There were some boys watching the show behind. One is Hu Wanxing, and the other 2 are also Yi Chen's good friends. One is called Sun Yu and the other is called Zhao Peng. You want to fight, don't you? Zhou Jie snorted coldly, turned around and asked the fat man. Fatty, can you hold on? Damn it, would I be afraid of these bastards? Let's go together. Yi Chen spoke first. Zhou Jie was waiting for this sentence, and slapped Yi Chen, who was closest to him, in the face as quickly as possible. Then he kicked Zhao Peng, who was rushing towards him, away. The 2 were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect Jie Chou to be so powerful. At this time, the fat man and Hu Wanxing were rolling on the ground. When Zhou Jie saw Sun Yu was about to kick the fat man, he ran over, grabbed Sun Yu's clothes with one hand and threw him into the toilet cubicle. Vomit. The sound of Sun Yu vomiting was immediately heard from inside. The fat man and Hu Wanxing were still fighting, but Zhou Jie ignored them, stepped over them and came in front of Yi Chen. Another slap in the face. Grabbing his collar, he said. Are you convinced? I accept, I accept, I accept. High school students don't have that much backbone. Jie Chou's fighting power is simply overwhelming. Hearing Yi Chen's admission, Fatty and Hu Wanxing also separated. At this time, Sun Yu came out of the toilet cubicle and ran towards the sink outside. The people outside moved aside, fearing that Sun Yu would pounce on them. Zhou Jie winked at the fat man, and the fat man quietly took out his cell phone. kowtow. Zhou Jie said bluntly. Yi Chen was not vague either. He knelt down 3 times, kowtowed, and ran out with a sullen face. Chapter 38. I thought of something happy. Did you record it? Zhou Jie said to the fat man behind him. It was recorded. Look, it's very clear. The fat man showed the phone to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie felt relieved when he saw Yi Chen's face in the video. This is the backup plan. If Yi Chen catches monsters again in the future, he can use this video to threaten this guy. Yi Chen and several of his friends returned to the classroom first. Originally, when the classmates saw Yi Chen taking a few people to the toilet just now, they knew that Zhou Jie and Fatty were in trouble. But when they saw Yi Chen's red face and smelled the stench on Sun Yu, it feels like this matter is not what they thought. Really. When Zhou Jie and Fatty returned to the classroom, their classmates saw that they were both safe and sound, and were talking and laughing. I knew that Yi Chen and his friends had suffered losses at the hands of Zhou Jie and the others. Zhou Jie and Fatty won at 2 against 4. I don't know. Look at Yi Chen's face. There are 5 finger marks on it now. I guess he was beaten by Zhou Jie or Wang Pangzi. I didn't expect them to be so fierce. Zhou Jie, this old bastard has always been pretending. I guess he practiced a lot at home before. While the students were still discussing, they saw the head teacher Li Fengqin and Lin Xiaoshi running quickly through the corridor outside the classroom. Everyone in the class saw this scene. Zhou Jie and the fat man looked at each other. The fat man said with some worry. Lin Xiaoshi must have been worried that something might happen to us, so she told the teacher. At this point, a trace of worry appeared on the fat man's face. He continued. What if the old class investigates this matter later? What if Yi Chen says that we beat him up? That would be the end of us. Trace. Zhou Jie smiled faintly and said. Go show the video to Yi Chen and tell him to behave himself. The fat man immediately understood and took out his phone and walked in front of Yi Chen. In less than 20 seconds, the fat man returned to his seat. Zhou Jie turned his head and saw that Yi Chen's face was not good. It was a little blue and a little red, and he was looking at him with some resentment. Zhou Jie put his index finger to his lips and made a hushing gesture. The meaning is obvious, you'd better not talk nonsense for a while, otherwise the video of you kneeling and kowtowing in the toilet will accidentally spread around the school. At this time, Liu Fengqin and Lin Xiaoshi returned to the classroom. Liu Fengqin first glanced at Zhou Jie's position, but when she saw that Zhou Jie was sitting there unharmed, she subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaoshi was in the same mood at this time. She quickly ran to Zhou Jie and asked. Are you okay? It's okay. Jie replied with a smile. Seeing that Zhou Jie was clean, Lin Xiaoshi was completely relieved. However, her action immediately attracted the attention of her classmates. Everyone has the same idea at this time. Why does the school beauty care about Zhou Jie so much? Are they in a relationship? The exclamation mark is used after the word in love here, which actually confirms in the classmates' minds that the two are in love. Lin Xiaoshi felt the gazes of people around her and instantly became nervous. She covered her face and hurried back to her seat. Their head teacher Liu Fengqin had already seen the palm prints on Yi Chen's face, and could faintly smell a foul odor. Then he glanced at a few people and said. Yi Chen, Zhou Jie, Wang Xiaobao, Hu Wanxing, you all come with me to the office. Their head teacher has spoken and we have to listen. Several people then came to the office together. Tell me what happened. Liu Fengqin sat on the chair, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip of honeysuckle tea. But the next second she walked to the window again and opened it. However, after Liu Fengqin finished doing all this, the people in front of her didn't say anything, and Liu Fengqin became a little angry. With a bang, the teacup hit the table heavily. Are you all mute? Then he pointed at Yi Chen and said. Yi Chen, what's going on? What's wrong with your face? I fell. Phew. When the fat man heard Yi Chen say this, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Wang Xiaobao, what are you laughing at? Liu Fengqin turned her head and asked. I thought of something happy. What's the matter? Can you share it with us? Liu Fengqin looked at the fat man coldly, as if to say that if you can't explain it clearly, don't blame me for being rude today. I was happy because I thought my total score in the 3 mock exams had improved. The fat man is also an old hand and can talk about such things without any hesitation. Snort. Liu Fengqin also knew that the fat man was talking nonsense, but she really had no way to deal with such a student. Then he asked, "What's going on? You're not talking, are you? Zhou Jie, go ahead." Finally, Liu Fengqin felt that Zhou Jie was the most honest among them, so she threw the topic to him. "Teacher, there really is nothing wrong. We are just going to the toilet after class. What's going on with Yi Chen's face? Didn't he just say that he fell down? Where would fingerprints appear after falling?" Liu Fengqin glared at them, but there was nothing she could do about them. After a few rounds of tug-of-war, Liu Fengqin finally gave up. Then he said, "No matter what holidays you have, the college entrance examination is only half a month away, so you'd better behave yourself." After saying that, he let the others go first and told Sun Yu to go back to the dormitory and change his clothes, otherwise he would disturb others' studies. In the end, only Fatty and Zhou Jie were left. "Zhou Jie, the rankings of the schools here are out." Liu Fengqin put a ranking list on the table. Zhou Jie saw that he was ranked 49th in the school, and Lin Xiaoxia, who was ranked 48th, had one more point than him. "You did very well in the exam this time. I hope you can keep it up. Don't be proud of your achievements, and don't." This was a warning to Zhou Jie so that he could focus on his studies. "Okay, mister." Zhou Jie replied seriously. Afterwards, Liu Fengqin asked the fat man to learn more from Zhou Jie and improve his score by a few points, and then let the two go back. In the morning, because the school rankings were announced, the students in the class were discussing this topic. And the schoolgirls who appeared outside the classroom today were almost nowhere to be seen. Jie Chou knows that his popularity has died down, and when the novelty wears off, life will be dull. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Xu Qianqian came to school. "But my eyes are swollen." When the fat guy saw Xu Qianqian's look, he looked so distressed, and was 100 times more worried than if his father was sick. "Xu Qianqian, what's wrong with you?" The fat man was so anxious that he forgot what Zhou Jie had told him to do indirectly. However, when Xu Qianqian saw the fat man's worried look, she felt warm in her heart. Just whispered, "I'm fine." The fat guy had no idea how to handle such a thing, he could only watch Xu Qianqian's sad face and feel anxious. But then he looked at Jie Chou for help. Zhou Jie signaled Fatty not to worry, and then said to Xu Qianqian, "Did you have meal?" Xu Qianqian glanced at Zhou Jie, looking as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. "Fatty, go outside the school and buy some moutsai." "Okay." The fat man immediately rushed to the school gate. Xu Qianqian wanted to call out to the fat man, but was stopped by Zhou Jie. "No matter what happens at home, you have to eat first." Zhou Jie comforted. "Go to the classroom first. Xiaoxia has been worried about you since you didn't come yesterday." Chapter 39 Fatty Dad's Private Money. After Xu Qianqian returned to the classroom, Lin Xiaoxia asked her about her situation with concern. "Qianqian, what happened?" Lin Xiaoxia took Xu Qianqian's hand and asked with concern. Xu Qianqian looked at Lin Xiaoxia, then at Zhou Jie next to her, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Zhou Jie knew that Xu Qianqian's family needed money, but he didn't know what it was specifically about. Now they are good friends, so they said. "We are good friends now, so if you have any difficulties, just tell us and we will find a solution together." Zhou Jie's idea was very simple. The first thing was to help Fatty pursue Xu Qianqian. There are many ways to pursue a girl, all you have to do is to bring Fatty and Xu Qianqian closer. The second reason is, Zhou Jie felt that Xu Qianqian was actually a very easygoing girl to get along with, cheerful and innocent, and a very good friend. When Lin Xiaoxia heard Zhou Jie say this, she also said to Xu Qianqian, "Yes, we are all good friends now. If you have any problem, just tell us directly and we will work together to find a solution for you." Xu Qianqian pursed her lips and then said, "My mother was in a car accident and is now in the hospital. The driver ran away and she needs a lot of money." As Xu Qianqian spoke, she started crying again. After hearing this, Lin Xiaoxia covered her mouth and tears instantly began to well up in her eyes. Zhou Jie on the side, so this was the reason. "How much more money do you need now?" Zhou Jie asked. "The doctor said the surgery would cost 100,000 yuan. My dad borrowed money from relatives and is still short of 20,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan was an astronomical figure for an ordinary family in 2007. What's more, according to Zhou Jie's understanding, Xu Qianqian's family is actually quite ordinary. In the past, Jie Chou didn't know why Xu Qianqian always liked to eat instant noodles. Now that she thinks about it, it seems that she went to the store to buy instant noodles because she had little money. Although she said that she hadn't eaten instant noodles for a long time, she actually bought them every week. When Lin Xiaoxia heard Xu Qianqian say she wanted 20,000 yuan, she immediately took out her phone and walked out of the classroom. Zhou Jie signaled to Xu Qianqian not to worry and followed her. Outside the classroom, Lin Xiaoxia made a phone call. "Dad, are you busy now?" "Well, there's something I want to discuss with you. My classmate's mother was in a car accident and is in urgent need of 20,000 yuan. Can you help lend it to her family? Have all the funds been invested?" "Oh well. Dad, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaoxia did not notice Zhou Jie behind her. As soon as I turned around, I heard Zhou Jie say, "How about it? My father invested all his money in the factory, and he only had 13,000 yuan in cash. He said it was for my college education." "Well, let me figure it out," Jie Chou said. "You come up with a solution." Lin Xiaoxia looked at Zhou Jie in surprise. In her impression, Zhou Jie's family was an ordinary family. If she asked his family to take out 20,000 yuan, would his parents agree? Zhou Jie saw Lin Xiaoxia's doubts and gave her a reassuring look. "Even if I can't afford it, isn't Fatty's family quite rich?" "No problem. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear." The fat man ran over from the corridor entrance with a packaged moutsai. "Where's Xu Qianqian?" The fat man's first words were about his concern for Xu Qianqian. "Inside," Zhou Jie said to him. "Send the food over first. I'll talk to you later." "Okay." The fat man immediately walked into the classroom and handed the moutsai to Xu Qianqian. Seeing Xu Qianqian crying again, the fat man felt distressed again and kept saying, "It's okay, don't cry, it will be fine." During the first class in the afternoon, the fat guy kept asking Zhou Jie and Xu Qianqian what happened. Zhou Jie gestured for him to talk after class. This guy is so impatient that he was absent-minded throughout the whole class. No wonder he went to Syria to be a cannon fodder in his previous life. He is definitely a love-brained person. After the get out of class, Zhou Jie called Fatty to the balcony outside the classroom. Xu Qianqian's mother was in a car accident and is in urgent need of 20,000 yuan. "What?" the fat man shouted in surprise. "Don't fucking yell." Zhou Jie signaled him not to get too excited, and then said, "Ask your dad now if he can lend it to Xu Qianqian." "Oh, okay." The fat guy didn't think too much about it now. He just did whatever Zhou Jie said. "Hey, Dad, give me 20,000 yuan. I need it urgently." Zhou Jie heard the fat father's cursing voice on the phone. "Son of a bitch, what did you do? You want 20,000 yuan. My classmate's family had a car accident, and her mother needs 20,000 yuan for surgery." "Your classmate? What classmate? Do you think it's just 200 yuan? Just take it if you say so." "No, Dad, I really need it urgently. I can lend you $200, but forget about 20,000. Dad. Why? Dad. Wajie." When the fat guy heard his father hang up the phone, he was very unhappy and swore. In fact, Zhou Jie can also understand that it is not easy for parents to make money, so how could they easily lend money to their children's classmates? This is 20,000, not 200. Adults see things more clearly than children. There are many cases where people borrow money and don't pay it back. So we can't blame parents for having no sympathy. Then the fat man looked at Zhou Jie. He knew that Zhou Jie had 30,000 yuan. "If there is no other way, I can borrow it." Zhou Jie stretched out a finger and said, "But this is your fault." Yes. No problem." The fat man agreed readily. Zhou Jie gave the fat man a dissatisfied look. If he had to wait for the fat man to pay back the money, it might take forever. It is precisely because he is fat that Zhou Jie would never lend it to anyone else. Alas, the money is gone before it's even warmed up. We have to think of other ways to make money. Just as Zhou Jie was thinking, the fat man's phone rang. "My dad." The fat man pointed at the phone and answered it. Your mother was next to me just now. The voice of the fat man's father came from inside. Is your classmate a female classmate? Yes. Isn't it beautiful? Very beautiful. The fat man rolled his eyes and felt that there was hope. Do you like her very much? Dad, I plan to marry her as my wife in the future. Okay, Dad supports you in this matter. Thank you, Dad. Thank you so much. The fat man's father's distressed voice came from the other side. You can't get money from your mother, but your father has 4,000 yuan of private money that I can give you. Only 4,000. Only 4,000. The fat man's father roared from the other side. Do you know how many years I have saved this 4,000 yuan? I still think it is not enough. I feel bad about it. This money is probably wasted. But you better show some courage and get this girl for me, or you'll have a hard time when you get home. Yes, Dad, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Thank you, Dad. I love you. After hanging up the phone, the fat man felt a little better. Only 4,000. Okay. Zhou Jie nodded. I'll take out 16,000 yuan. Thank you, Brother Jie. Thank you, Brother Jie. The fat man almost fell to his knees. Mad, can you call Dad? Zhou Jie couldn't help but say something when he saw the fat man's shameless look. Can I call you foster father? Okay. Godfather, please accept my greetings. Zhou Jie pinched the fat man's face. TSK, so good. Chapter 40 discusses and understands the demolition issue. Before the two entered the classroom, Zhou Jie reminded Fatty that the 20,000 yuan was borrowed from his family. Don't tell others that you are rich. The fat guy didn't understand at first and asked why. But after listening to Jay Cho's explanation, the fat man exclaimed that Jay Cho was so good to him. You mean, if Xu Qianqian knows that I lent her the money, she will become closer to me? The fat man said, stroking his chin. Right. Zhou Jie nodded and said. Girls are all emotional. As long as you treat her well, you can win her heart. In fact, there is one more thing Jay Cho didn't say, which is that high school girls nowadays are all very innocent. Now that Fatty has helped Xu Qianqian will remember this favor and indirectly know that Fatty really likes her and treats her well. She will also slowly accept fat people. Unlike some girls in later generations, when you spend money on her, she thinks it is her right. In their view, it is normal for boys to give girls money to spend, and the more money you spend, the more it proves that you love her. The excuse is, I just want your attitude. It's just that this attitude can only be measured by money. And your efforts may not be rewarded. After all, some boys are just free ATMs in their eyes. After hearing what Zhou Jie said, the fat man nodded as if he understood. Then he looked up and asked in surprise. You are also studying women now. It doesn't count as research. Zhou Jie said calmly, I just learned from a great master for a few years. Which ancestor is this? I want to learn from him, too. Let's talk about it when you start working. Zhou Jie didn't continue to talk to Fatty. Learning from the master? He's not famous yet. After the two returned to the classroom, the fat man told Xu Qianqian that his family would lend her 20,000 yuan. Xu Qianqian was so moved that she burst into tears and held the fat man's hand to express her gratitude. The fat man felt the warmth in Xu Qianqian's hand and was at a loss for a moment. He could only keep saying, You're welcome. The money may not be available until tomorrow, so your mother will have to wait one more day. The fat man said. Yeah, okay. Xu Qianqian nodded, It doesn't matter, I will return the money to uncle and aunt as soon as possible. Don't worry, my family is well off. The fat guy pretended to be cool again. Xu Qianqian was very grateful to the fat man. After collecting the money, she felt much better and her voice was no longer as low as when she first came today. After the last class in the afternoon, Zhou Jie asked Fatty and the others to go eat first, and then he asked Da Huang about the house demolition. Da Huang said that his family had already signed and the compensation should be paid in a few days. Zhou Jie nodded. Although he had signed it, it was not impossible to change it. Then when I asked Da Huang if he wanted to pay more, Da Huang became interested. He didn't think Jay Cho was joking because he saw the changes in Jay Cho clearly during this period. He speaks in an orderly manner and acts like an adult. Take what happened to Yi Chen this morning, for example. Wang Dowei immediately ran to the toilet to watch. After seeing Zhou Jie beating Yi Chen, he asked Fatty to take out his cell phone to record the process of Yi Chen kneeling down. Wang Dowei feels that Zhou Jie is now very capable in doing things. Zhou Jie, hearing what you said, do you have any good ideas? Zhou Jie motioned for Da Huang to sit down, and then said. You just said that the demolition office gave you a unified standard, but my relative's standard is a little higher than yours. Your relatives? Which family? Wang Dowei asked subconsciously. Don't worry about that. I'm just asking if you want more compensation for the demolition. Zhou Jie leaned back in his chair and acted casually. He doesn't have any relatives near Da Wan's house, he just wants to increase Da Wan's credibility of his words. This is equivalent to making a nest before fishing, letting the fish know that there is delicious food in this area, otherwise how can they take the bait? After hearing what Zhou Jie said, Da Huang naturally wanted his family to pay more compensation for the demolition. While eating potatoes a few days ago, Zhou Jie found out that his neighborhood was going to be demolished, and that there were also relatives there. So now Wang Dowei firmly believes what Zhou Jie said. So he said. I think about it. I dream about it. Do you have any good ideas? Zhou Jie saw that Da Huang had taken the bait, and then continued. This favor is not for nothing. Da Huang was stunned, then realized what Zhou Jie meant, and said. How much benefit do you want? Sensible. Zhou Jie smiled, this Da Huang is a talented person. Then he held up 2 fingers. 2,000. Da Huang asked. 20,000. Oh my god, that's so much. Da Huang immediately felt that Zhou Jie was too dark. You didn't even listen to me finish, you think it's too much. Then tell me. Da Huang also felt that what Zhou Jie said made some sense. If I can get your family more than 100,000 yuan in relocation compensation, do you think it's too much? Zhou Jie looked into Da Huang's eyes and said. When Da Huang heard the number of 100,000, his pupils shrank subconsciously, and Zhou Jie knew it was a sure thing. The next second Da Huang said. Can you really help my family get an extra 100,000? After saying that, Da Huang made the sign of a cross with his hands. We are doing business, why would I lie to you? In fact, Jay Chou had no idea, but he just tried to fool people first. Okay, I'll tell my parents about this. Okay, I'll wait for your news. After Da Huang left, Zhou Jie did not go to eat, but went to the bathroom to smoke a cigarette and think about his next plan. After all, some people always like to be smart, so he has to make preparations in advance. During evening self-study, Zhou Jie found a suitable reason to ask for leave from his class teacher. Then he took a taxi to Da Huang's village. He only knew the place name, so it was more convenient to take a taxi. Da Huang is a day student and his family lives in the suburbs of the capital city. When they arrived at the destination, Zhou Jie saw the word demolition written in big letters on the surrounding walls from a distance. A few middle-aged women were sitting on the side of the road, eating melon seeds and chatting. From their laughter and joy, it is not difficult to see that everyone is in a good mood. Zhou Jie's purpose of coming here was to get the phone number of the director of the demolition office and then test the waters. Auntie, your place is going to be demolished. Zhou Jie came up to a few middle-aged ladies and asked in dialect. Yes, it will be demolished soon. A fat lady said with a smile. Then you are so lucky. Demolition will cost a lot of money. It won't be much compensation. If the area is smaller, the compensation will be less. You are not from our village, are you? I have never seen you before. The fat lady just now asked. Zhou Jie pointed inside the village and said, I am a relative of Wang Dowei's family. I came here to visit relatives today. Oh, a relative of Wang Youcai's. When several ladies heard Zhou Jie say this, they subconsciously looked at him, and one of the ladies even whispered to another person. He would point at Jay Chou from time to time. Zhou Jie smiled bitterly, thinking that he was being treated as a relative. However, Zhou Jie felt that this was not a solution, so he changed the subject and said, I heard that my hometown is going to be demolished, too. I wonder if the compensation is much different from yours. Your old house is also going to be demolished, so your family is going to get rich too. That's right, I just don't know how much compensation I can get. That's right. Zhou Jie changed the subject and asked. "Auntie, do you have the phone number of the director of your demolition office? I want to call and ask about the situation, otherwise we might get cheated when the demolition is done." Zhou Jie's words were quite profound. After all, not everyone knows the director of the demolition office. But the ladies didn't think much about it, and one of them said, "It should be on the form we signed. I'll go check it for you." Rural people are still simple and honest, Zhou Jie sighed in his heart. Later Zhou Jie received a call from the demolition office, but it was not from the director of the office. Just a responsible staff member. But for Jie Chou, this is enough.